What the reincarnated villainess truly wants is to become the best mecha pilot. Volume 1, by Wang Jisen, translated by Kat, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Reincarnation, commonly known as Pasalaba. It is what you would call an Otome game, and it has garnered a fair amount of popularity among fans of the genre. I first encountered this game right after taking a bath. I believe it was when I saw my sister sprawled out on the sofa, lazily playing with a game console held above her head. What kind of game are you playing? In such an unrefined position. In response to my question, my sister removed the headphones connected to the game console and proudly showed me the title screen. She declared it a god-tier game. She insisted that I would definitely get hooked, so she urged me to play for just an hour. Well, I happened to be free that day, and the next day was a holiday. So, I thought it would be interesting to try out the game my sister recommended before going to bed after my bath. It would also serve as a conversation starter between siblings, so I gave it a try. And before I knew it, morning had arrived. I see now why my sister, who loves mecha anime, would recommend this game to me. Personal Lovers is a story where incredibly cool humanoid mobile weapons take center stage. The setting of the story is a distant future where humanity has ventured into the galaxy. Technologically, the world is highly advanced, but politically it has regressed, with a dictatorship forming a galactic empire. One day, the reigning galactic emperor, who held absolute power, passed away. Moreover, he left no heir behind. What awaited was the age of cosmic warlords, in the struggle for supremacy over the galactic empire. The male characters, who are the targets of the game, pilot humanoid mobile weapons known as Personal Lovers, abbreviated as PL, and engage in fierce battles against each other. The key figure is the protagonist, a girl. She hails from an ordinary commoner background, but, in reality, she is the hidden child of the deceased galactic emperor, and whether she likes it or not, she is thrust into the spotlight of history. Marrying her is the quickest ticket to becoming the galactic emperor. While the male characters engage in military clashes using their PLs, they also find themselves in deep conflict over her. In other words, Personal Lovers refers not only to the weapons featured in the story, but also to the sole partner chosen by the protagonist and the player. What an exhilarating plot it is. Notably, the fate of the characters changes significantly depending on the route chosen by the protagonist. After all, the male characters occupy positions akin to warlords, each vying for the emperor's throne. Choosing one target means that the others will be attacked and perish in battle. If you proceed down a different route, a character who died in a previous route may rise to prominence, and the outcome may be completely reversed. This means that the performance of the PLs piloted by the characters also shifts dramatically. Universal type, melee type, high mobility type, heavy firepower type. Each of these machines, with their distinct characteristics, battles in various situations, following different fates. As a fan of mecha-themed stories, I couldn't help but feel excited. To be honest, I suspect that the creators of this game just wanted to make a mecha-themed game and didn't place much importance on the Otome game aspect itself. That's how rich and detailed the descriptions of the mecha battles are, meticulous. There's a feature called TIPS, which serves as a dictionary function explaining the in-game settings, and it contains a considerable amount of text. If they were just going to include mechs in the story, they could have glossed over it lightly. However, the desire to layer fantasy upon fantasy and build up the settings, I can deeply relate to that feeling as a fellow enthusiast. A work infused with the passion of like-minded individuals resonates profoundly with those who share the same interests. I became completely hooked on Personal Lovers and even purchased it myself. After completing all the routes, I became such a fan that I replayed it repeatedly. However, even with such a masterpiece, or perhaps because of it, I found myself slightly troubled by certain aspects. One of those was a character that appeared in the story, a girl named Camille. As you can tell from her being a girl, she is not a target for romance. In fact, she is an antagonist in every route, opposing the protagonist. According to my sister, she occupies the position of a villainous noble lady. Well, if you ask me, she's a villain. While the male characters can achieve happy endings depending on the protagonist's choices, Camille receives no such redemption. As the daughter of a duke, she strives to eliminate, or at least discredit, the protagonist, the emperor's daughter, in order for her family to seize control of the empire. However, as the story dictates, her attempts inevitably fail, and in every route, she and her family are destroyed as symbols of the corrupt old regime. I really like her appearance though. She has that cool, silver-haired beauty vibe. But a villain is essential to heighten the story's tension, and there are issues of deadlines and pacing to consider. Moreover, they probably couldn't create a redemption route for a character who isn't even a target. After finishing yet another playthrough, I collapsed onto my bed. I then closed my eyes, ready to drift off to sleep. And then I woke up. Upon waking, the first thing I felt was a sense of dissonance. What was it directed at? Everything around me. First, the bed was unbelievably plush. The bed I used was a cheap thing made of iron pipes, and there was no way it would have a canopy. In the spacious room, which seemed large enough for physical activity, there was none of my beloved study desk from elementary school, no monitor, no game console, and no shelf displaying my model kits. Instead, there were numerous pieces of Western antique-style furniture. What? In confusion, I began to feel my own body. Clearly, my arms and legs were short. And there was no morning wood, which usually accompanies waking up. In fact, my male organ had completely vanished. A mirror. I jumped out of bed and rushed to the full-length mirror in the room. Even that simple action made me almost stumble, as this body had a ridiculously low center of gravity and lacked proper proportions. My entire body, especially my feet, felt strangely breezy. What I was wearing was a nightgown. Well, it was just a plain nightgown. What is this? Standing in front of the mirror, I found myself, wait, is it really me? I was left speechless. Reflected in the glass was an astonishingly beautiful girl. Her silver hair shone so brightly it seemed to reflect something, cut short and neatly styled. Her ice-blue eyes sparkled like a starry sky. Her adorably crafted face was now twisted in confusion. What the hell is this? As I shouted, I clearly understood. This bell-like voice was not mine. What on earth is happening? I fumbled in front of the mirror. Knock, knock. It was then that I heard a knock on the door. Why, yes. My lady, it seems quite noisy in here. Have you awakened? As I stammered a reply, a voice came from beyond the door. Who is this lady? Are they referring to me? To be more precise, are they talking about this body I'm controlling now? Thoughts like these lined up in my mind, but they didn't come out of my mouth. My lady, may I come in? While I was pondering, the door opened. The figure that appeared was a maid. Not the kind you see in maid cafes, but a genuine maid dressed in traditional attire, a blonde girl. Irina. Suddenly, her name flashed in my mind. That's right, her name is Irina. She is my personal maid, who is now 13 years old. But that's not all. Another realization struck me. It was the name of this body. Oh, so you really have awakened. Lady Camille. As Irina said this, she slowly approached me. Now, let's get you changed. Then, she placed the clothes she was holding on the bed and began to remove the nightgown I was wearing. I didn't resist. Even though I was only 13, being dressed by her, who displayed the skill of a head maid, was part of my morning routine. Now, this should be fine. Looking at me in a gothic Lolita outfit suitable for a duke's daughter, Irina nodded with her hands on her hips. Now, let's open the curtains. After that, she began to open the numerous curtains in the room one by one. As she did so, what came into view beyond the wind was not the morning blue sky. It was the upper half of a gigantic humanoid machine, measuring at least 18 meters in length. What is that? I hurried to the window to observe the entire silhouette of the machine. Its overall shape was slender, like a top athlete. Especially around the waist, it was astonishingly tight, making me wonder how it could maintain the necessary strength. The head resembled a soldier wearing a military cap. A single camera eye emitted a red glow, giving it a ferocious impression akin to a carnivorous beast. Floating on both shoulders and hips were autonomous smart weapon units. By not connecting these to the main body, they successfully enhanced combat capability without hindering the machine's mobility. I knew the name of this machine. Tiffing. Oh my, how well you know the name of a weapon meant for a gentleman. But that's only natural. It belongs to your father, your lord's personal machine. It seems he has just returned. Irina stated this as if it were the most obvious thing in the world to her. Indeed, that machine's Tiffing was a formidable opponent that stood in the way of the player in every route of personal lovers, piloted by Duke Romanov. And it was hard to believe, had now clearly understood that I had been reincarnated as the daughter of Wolfgang Romanov, who piloted it. In other words, I had become Camille Romanov, the villainous noble lady of personal lovers. Chapter 2, Begging. What was that online novel again? In any case, it was about someone being reincarnated into another world, but I distinctly remember feeling a terrible sense of discomfort when the protagonist, upon realizing they had been reincarnated, exclaimed, "Yay! I've been reincarnated into another world." First of all, such a reaction can only come from someone who recognizes it as a plausible phenomenon. It's akin to someone winning the lottery and saying, "Yay! I made 10,000 yen." A person who has lived their life considering the possibility of reincarnation into another world is someone I would rather not associate with. And secondly, how dissatisfied were you with your previous life? Moreover, if all you wanted was a reset in a new land, there were countless ways to achieve that even before reincarnation. Well, it might be difficult as a student, but once you become a working adult, you could simply go to a place where no one knows you. Besides, everyone has their favorite shows, games, music, and manga. To suddenly find yourself in a life where you can no longer engage with any of those things and be overjoyed about it is utterly incomprehensible. Thus, I have no reason to rejoice in this situation, especially since I had lived my life as a man only to suddenly find myself in the body of a girl. I had been perfectly normal throughout my life, and I certainly had no desire for a gender change. Really, lady, you're so glued to the window. Are you that happy that your father has returned? Thus, I continued to tremble as I listened to Irina's exasperated voice. My gaze was fixed on the form of Tiffing, the embodiment of my reincarnation into a game world, shaking with anticipation. And then, just as I was lost in thought, clang, with a sound echoing like metal striking metal, the smart weapon units that had been floating around Tiffing connected to its shoulder and waist hard points. Then, with the planet reactor, its main power source, shut down, Tiffing assumed a kneeling position, locking its joints. That was all there was to the action. Yet, how heavy and information-rich the movements of the humanoid machine were. As viewed through the window, the fleetingness of the mosquito-like hum of the planet reactor fading away, the sound of actuators resonating as it transitioned to a kneeling stance. The steel warrior, having lost its power, seemed to enter a waiting posture akin to falling asleep. Moreover, the sound of the locking bolts in each joint suggested that true sleep was something that did not exist for a warrior. So cool, lady. Let's go to the dining hall and have breakfast with your father. Ignoring Irina's voice as usual, I continued to tremble. At this point, one emotion filled my heart. Yes. Yay. I've been reincarnated into a world with mechs. There are several words to describe Wolfgang Romanov, the Grand Duke of the Galactic Empire, but the one he cherishes the most is the Iron Man. This title encapsulates his strength and strictness, as he leads the largest military faction of the imperial nobility, allowing no villainy to flourish within his domain. Moreover, he personally set out to quell the space pirates that had emerged in the frontier, to demonstrate to both allies and enemies that he embodied this title. Lady Camille is waiting for you in the dining hall. Yes. I discarded my pilot suit and donned formal attire, walking through the halls of the mansion. At the age of 40, it is generally a time when one might begin to feel the effects of aging, but Wolfgang felt none of that. His posture was straight, and the sound of his shoes clicking against the floor was filled with a pressure that intimidated those who heard it. What drove him was ambition. Although the current galactic emperor had only just turned 30 and was still young, he had no heir. Thus, he speculated that there might come a time when he could grasp political power himself. There were countless things he wanted to do. For instance, correcting the disparities between the wealthy nobility and the impoverished classes, rebuilding a chaotic world where even pirates dared to invade the illustrious Romanov territory. He believed that addressing and healing these issues was his destiny as a man. As he pondered such thoughts, he arrived at the dining hall for breakfast. Seated at the table was his only daughter, Camille. With his wife gone, this daughter was the only family he could share breakfast with. Walgef, being naturally awkward, was at a loss as to how to interact with her. What was absolute was the need to raise his daughter to be a lady worthy of the Grand Duke's family. She had to possess education, manners, and popularity, all the qualities of a well-rounded woman. This was not merely parental affection. He viewed his only daughter as a crucial asset in achieving his ambitions. Clink. Clink. For now, one could say her upbringing was going well, though it was largely due to the efforts of the retainers who protected the household. In any case, Camille was eating her breakfast with impeccable manners befitting a noble. As he observed her, she seemed like an icy daughter, despite being his own flesh and blood. Fortunately, she had inherited more of her late mother's blood, and even at a young age she was beautiful. Yet, from the way she ate with the precision of a programmed machine, while engaging in the warm act of eating, there was an underlying chill reminiscent of ice and snow. The steel daughter is like ice. Thinking this, he opened his mouth. In any case, they needed to engage in conversation to maintain the household of father and daughter. It would be far more relaxing to defeat pirates in the frontier, yet this was an unavoidable duty. "Hey, Camille." "What is it, father?" She tilted her head, prompting him to think. Now, what should he say? What kind of words should he offer in such a moment? After much hesitation, the Iron Man uttered a somewhat simplistic, almost evasive phrase. "Is there something you want me to do? Even though it's to defeat the villains, I've left you alone for a while." "No, that's not all. I'm aware that prioritizing my duties has made you feel lonely. I want to make it up to you." Now, what kind of wish would she express? New clothes, or perhaps accessories. In any case, material items would pose no problem for him as the Grand Duke Romanov. While it wouldn't be wise to give her everything without limit, ensuring she had a decent supply of items was necessary for a noble daughter. What would be troublesome is if she asked to go on a trip with him, given his busy schedule, or if she wanted a pet, but still, he would have to grant her wishes as much as possible. He could easily come up with reasons to avoid her, but the thought of the parent-child relationship that would await him if he continued to keep his distance was chilling. And above all, he felt he owed it to his beloved wife. "Father, if that's the case." Camille slowly opened her mouth. "I want to ride on your Tiffing, PL." The Iron Man could only stare in astonishment at her words. After all, the thing in question was not just any object. Wanting to ride a Ferris wheel at an amusement park was on a completely different level. "See, Camille, I did say I wanted to make it up to you and that I wanted to fulfill your wishes as much as possible. However, that is not the kind of machine you think it is. It's more savage, dangerous, and rough than it appears. You should ask for something else." The Iron Man spoke in a fluster. However, his daughter was not the type to bend her words so easily. "I've thought it through thoroughly and made this request. As the daughter of the Marshal House of Romanov, I must have the appropriate knowledge and experience regarding the machines that men risk their lives for, or else it would be unbecoming." "Why, you have a point. But still, there's no need for you to ride it directly. Knowledge alone is sufficient. Above all, it's rather unladylike." With that, the discussion came to an end. He was Walgef Romanov, known as the Iron Man. No one could change that decision. "Hey, please." "Father." Camille looked up at him with adorable eyes, making her request. That destructive power, what a thing, an angel was right here. "Ah, this is troubling, dear customer. No, dear customer, ah." Seeing himself enduring with a will as solid as iron, Camille placed a finger to her lips, deep in thought. Then, after a moment, she looked up at him and said, "Hey, Daddy." "Okay." The Iron Man resolutely agreed. Chapter 3, Cockpit Experience. Listen up. Even though gravity is being manipulated and G-force is effectively nullified, it is mandatory for the pilot of the PL to wear a pilot suit. However, because you are still young, there is no suit that fits you. As a result, you will be boarding in a standard spacesuit, which is far inferior in functionality compared to a pilot suit. Therefore, this test flight will be akin to carrying an infant, but you must accept that with grace. Seated in the cockpit of the fighter jet, which is spacious if considered as a cockpit, but cramped when viewed as a driver's seat, my father declared this in his pitch-black pilot suit. Yes, I perched on the assembled subseat, which I had pulled out from the side of the main seat, my heart racing with excitement. What I was wearing now was a junior-size spacesuit. From the moment I put it on, I couldn't contain my thrill. After all, it's a spacesuit, a thing that could be called the crystallization of frontier spirits. Moreover, unlike those I had seen in reports from my previous life, this one was incredibly sleek and high-functioning. If I were to be greedy, I would have liked to wear a more refined pilot suit like my father's next to me. But even this was more than enough to satisfy and stimulate my curiosity. And then, lifted by the remote-controlled craft, I found myself in the chest cockpit. This overwhelming sensation. When it comes to mecha-themed cockpits, there are often all-around monitors that seem to penetrate the armor, but the PL cockpit is closer to that of a jet fighter. Every instrument is functionally and densely arranged around the main seat, with 3 tall monitors positioned in front and on both sides. The spatial allowance to deploy the subseat is likely due to the size of the 18-meter class craft and maintenance considerations. It was like a flood of information in that space. There had been cockpit depictions in stills from personal lovers, but the sight of actually boarding it was an emotion that could never be captured in a flat image. How is it? Is it intimidating and overwhelming? You can back out now if you want. Not at all, these countless instruments that fill my view. I can't help but want to know what functions each of them has. And this monitor. If I don't see it function and display the outside scenery, I wouldn't be able to die in peace. After all, it's me, who has inexplicably been reincarnated. The weight of the words, "I wouldn't be able to die in peace," carries a different kind of conviction. I see. My father, slightly taken aback by my fervor, did not suggest backing down any further. Then, shall we start it up? Yes, please, Dad. Whoa, all right, Tiffing, initiating startup procedure. My father called Dad, shouted with enthusiasm as he operated various instruments. This man, he's so easy to please. Well, it can't be helped. Now that I am Camille Romanov, I must say I am an extraordinarily beautiful girl, and if called Dad, there's no way a father wouldn't be thrilled. Activating planet reactor. First, a particularly eye-catching switch was pressed for a few seconds, and with a high, quiet startup sound reminiscent of a mosquito, the main power, the planet reactor, was ignited. Simultaneously, several items appeared on the right submonitor. The statuses of the power system, weapon system, and control system were displayed, undergoing checks by the AI. Pre-start diagnosis, good. Ah, so this is when you do a proper point and confirm check. My father pointing his index finger at the submonitor looked somewhat comical, yet his expression was serious, a professional demeanor. The PL's control modes are broadly divided into 3 categories, namely, combat mode, movement mode, and standby mode. Naturally, since we won't be using any weapons this time, we will operate in movement mode. As he said this, my father manipulated the touch panel in front of him. Click, click. At the same time, sounds emerged from a pair of control sticks integrated with the armrests of the main seat. Presumably, the locks that had been applied to prevent malfunction were released with the selection of the control mode. Then, the central main monitor displayed the word "active" for a brief moment, followed by the outside scenery. The stone pavement of the garden and the torso and knees of the gigantic humanoid machine. This was the view captured by the main camera in the head. Now, within the chest armor displayed on the monitor. I was inside. How can I describe this emotion? Perhaps like the feeling of tearing off the plastic covering from a new car seat. If I say that feeling amplified hundreds of times, would it convey the message? Are you ready? Then I will move it. As my father said this, he gently pulled the control stick. In response to that action, Tiffing moved. With a heavy, truly emotion of a steel giant, it stood up. This is. Dad, it stood up, it's standing on the ground, Dad. I realized my cheeks were flushed as I looked up at my father. Ha ha ha, indeed it is stood up. But don't be satisfied with just that. This is a combat machine. It can run, jump, and even fly. Now, let's try each of those one by one. This was pure delight. My father, in a state even more exuberant than mine, made Tiffing perform the actions he had just listed. The dynamism of it all. As my father had said, the gravity manipulation system nullified G, so I couldn't feel the inertia generated by the craft's movements. However, the breadth of the surrounding machines. The view of the giant, displayed on the monitor. Indeed, it made me feel with every cell in my body that I was riding in a humanoid mobile weapon. Amazing! This is incredible, Dad. Haha, isn't it so? This is the power of Tiffing, manufactured with the prestige of our family. Depending on the situation, it might be used for hunting. The area around the mansion is a nature-rich forest, so there's no need to worry about disturbing the neighbors. I want it to do a backflip next. Okay. Now I want it to do a tuck. 1 somersault, 1 twist, 1 split, 1 stretch, and 1 twist. Okay dokie. Thus, my ecstatic father showcased one move after another, even those that didn't need to be demonstrated at all. Ahaha, this is so much fun. Well, I think I might have gone a bit overboard, but how can you do all these movements without getting dizzy? Is that so? Surprised by his words, I shifted my gaze from the monitor back to my father. To me, the images on the monitor, changing rapidly up, down, left, and right, were thrilling, and this experience of feeling lighter than a human was simply exhilarating. Ahem. In response to me, my father in his pilot suit nodded with a dignified expression, different from before. Normally, someone who hasn't received any training would get dizzy or even throw up, no matter how G is nullified. Yet here you are, enduring it with ease and even enjoying it. I must say, you are indeed my daughter. You may have a natural talent for this. I have a natural talent. A spark of realization flickered within me, and I spoke compelled by that brilliance. Then I've decided. Decided what? I will become a PL pilot in the future. What? Just then, the craft was attempting to demonstrate a vertical landing after soaring to a high altitude. Crash. As my father, startled, mismanaged the controls, we ended up plunging headfirst into the ground like in the Inugami family. To think it wouldn't break even after such a crash, how wonderful. Chapter 4, Seed Strategy. The Black Knights. It is the name of the elite PL unit that the Romanov family takes pride in, and it is not an exaggeration to consider it a term that signifies the strongest PL squad in the galaxy. Strong and powerful. Moreover, given the current times when pirates run rampant, their capabilities are not merely honed through training, but are backed by real combat experience. As Colonel Karl Snonsky, the commander of the Knights, looked at the gathered knights in the briefing room of the battleship Shatox de Chenonceau, he solemnly opened his mouth. Gentlemen, we have just conducted a pirate extermination under the direct command of His Grace the Duke. But once again, an urgent mission has been assigned that pertains to the future of the Romanov family. A mission concerning the future of the Romanov family. At those words, tension coursed through the strongest knights in the galaxy. The Romanov family, being one of the greatest noble families, likely surpasses even the imperial family in terms of practical economic power and military strength. What could this mission concerning their future be? Has an opposing faction developed biological weapons? Or has some terrorist organization been discovered? Or perhaps, is there a crisis threatening His Grace the Duke or his beloved daughter? As each knight pondered the worst-case scenarios, they focused intently on the commander's words. To put it simply, the operation's objective is none other than the Romanov family estate itself. You are to board the PL as a full unit and directly descend to the area surrounding the estate. From there, you will proceed with the operation. A murmur spread through the room at the announced objective. The Romanov family estate could essentially be described as the very brain of their noble house. Given that military action would be taken by directly descending to its surroundings, this was a matter of great importance, akin to performing a neurosurgery. There is no time to waste. The ship is expected to arrive at the planet Tarrant, where the estate is located, in just 10 minutes. You are to immediately board your machines and receive the remaining instructions inside. With those words, the knights sprang into action as if propelled. They rushed through the cramped interior of the Shatox de Chenonceau with the speed of the wind, and within just 5 minutes, all of them were suited up in their pilot suits, settled into the cockpits of their PLs. There, they heard the remaining operational briefing. It was, if one were to compare it, it was as if they had attached limbs to a gigantic booster pod. That was the appearance of the Black Knight's dedicated PL, Trisha's. It was an exceedingly bizarre silhouette. After all, while it was a humanoid mobile weapon, it did not retain a human shape. Compared to standard PLs, its legs extended from an overly slender waist, bending backward like those of a bird. And instead of manipulators, beam guns extended in place of hands. It was as if, like a hunting dog, designed solely to rush in with overwhelming mobility and annihilate any enemy presence. That was the purpose of this PL known as Trish's. Such an aggressive machine, with a total of 9 units, flew down from the far reaches of the sky, crossing the atmosphere from the sea of stars, and landed surrounding the estate, creating an imposing spectacle. Moreover, what they were surrounding was the estate where their lord, Wolfgang Romanov, resided. If an unsuspecting outsider were to witness this scene, they might have mistaken it for an act of rebellion. However, the loyal Black Knights had not come to deploy for such nefarious purposes. On the contrary, they had rushed in to save their lord from the greatest crisis that had befallen the family. Thus, the Trishas that descended did not unlock their primary weapons, the beam guns mounted on their arms. Instead, it was the external speakers mounted on the heads of the machines. The Black Knights raised their voices with all their might, not merely to intimidate the villains, but with the utmost love and respect. "Yes, Lady Camille, please come out of your room. His Grace is deeply saddened. Please, for our sake, we wish to arrange another opportunity for you to speak with your father." The strongest PL unit in the galaxy had been dispatched for the urgent and important mission of persuading the young lady who had locked herself away after quarreling with her father. "Lady, please come out. You must be hungry. Right now, you can enjoy the special set of pineapple salad, pineapple steak, and pineapple pancakes. No way, who would eat that? Such a meal is a death flag waiting to happen." Even as I thought this, my attention was fixed on the sight of the PL's, Trisha's, visible outside the window. In Personal Lovers, there are 2 events in which that machine appears regardless of the route. Namely, an ambush on the protagonist's faction and the target midway through the game, putting them in a dire situation once. And then, during the final battle. Both are memorable, but when viewed in the context of the entire game, they have a notably limited presence. As a result, there is only one type of still image, and this was my first opportunity to observe it up close. Ah, so cool. Sticking to the window, I gazed intently at the Trishas, desperately trying to appeal to me. Having intentionally avoided adopting a humanoid form, this machine had been a symbol of fear in the game. Yet now, as it earnestly attempted to persuade a child, it had a certain charm. "Lady, given that even the elite knights have been drawn into this, could you please arrange an opportunity to speak with your father?" As I was lost in thought, I heard the voice of my maid, Irina, from behind. By the way, behind her were the various pieces of furniture propped up against my bedroom door to block it. The finely crafted furnishings seemed to harbor resentment, as if to say, "This isn't our role," but I couldn't care less about that. Right now, this was a matter of my life as Camille Romanov. No, not just me, but I. It had been 3 days since I had been allowed to ride with Tiffing. I felt the personalities of my previous life, and this life gradually merging and integrating. The base was the personality of my previous life, but it was blending with the memories and personality of Camille. Right now, none of that mattered. It wasn't important. What mattered was obtaining my father's approval to pursue my dream of becoming a PL pilot. "I will not." I turned around and declared firmly to the maid, who was dutifully accompanying me in this siege. "I have already made up my mind to become a PL pilot. Even if he is the only parent in the universe, or perhaps because of that, I cannot bend this resolve. I will not step out of this room unless I receive my father's support. But the preserved food and snacks you brought in before the siege are limited, you know? Even though there is a bath and a toilet, with limited supplies, washing will be difficult. No matter how inconvenient it may be, I will uphold this will. Yes, even if it means starving to death. I'm here too, you know. Then starve to death together. Not that." I continued the comical exchange with my loyal maid. It seemed that the siege of my soul would continue for a while longer. Chapter 5, Pilot Suit. As Camille, the daughter of the Romanov family, continued her resolute siege. "Dear master, you should eat something. At least some porridge." It was her father, Wolfgang Romanov himself, who had been driven to the brink of starvation. "I have no appetite right now." Looking at him slumped over his desk, one would hardly remember the moniker Iron Man that once described him. His cheeks were hollow, and the fire that once burned in his ambitious eyes had dimmed, like a pebble by the roadside. He resembled not the head of the greatest noble house in the galactic empire, but rather an Egyptian mummy displayed in a museum. But if this continues, if something happens to you, dear father, the 200 billion people of the Romanov duchy will be left wandering the streets. Wandering, ha-wahehehes. Walgef let out a strange laugh, in response to the old butler's earnest advice. So what? Are you telling me to lead the people? I can't even properly guide my own daughter. Because she is the closest to you, communication can be even more difficult. There's no need to feel disheartened. The old butler continued to persuade him, his seriousness evident. After all, for the past 3 days, Walgef had been unable to attend to any of his duties as Duke, causing significant disruption to the management of his territory. At this rate, we'll have to deploy the Black Knights. If it's the Black Knights, my strongest knight order, they'll surely figure something out. And in a fit of confusion, he had issued an emergency request for the Black Knights, his prized possession. There was no doubt about it. This man, Walgef Romanov, was losing his composure. Sebastian, you wouldn't understand. The feelings of a father whose own daughter has turned away from him. I have not only a daughter, but also a granddaughter, you know. In fact, that granddaughter is the maid accompanying the young lady, Irina. I corrected the foolish Duke, whose judgment and memory were becoming increasingly questionable. At this point, it was not just the Duke's family that was in crisis, but the entire galactic empire. After all, the Romanov family wielded immense power within the empire, and any stagnation in their economic activities would mean a cardiac arrest for the galactic empire itself. What a hassle, this old man. While I cursed inwardly at my lord, whom I had cared for since childhood, I pondered. Resolving this situation would save the Duke's family, and thus save the galactic empire itself. I understood that working towards this was my mission. Then, how about considering some sort of compromise? A compromise. Walgef, who had been slumped like a zombie against his chair, perked up slightly. Indeed. You see, dear father, you are thinking of this matter too much in black and white. Listen, your daughter is only 12 years old. She's at an age where she's curious about various things and wants to challenge herself, right? Moreover, her future dreams can easily waver. So, wouldn't it be acceptable to allow her to pursue her interests under certain conditions? In other words, you can think of it as similar to taking lessons in dance or piano. I see. After speaking to him as if he were a child for the first time in 20 years, Walgef nodded, somewhat convinced. However, he immediately shook his head. No, that won't do. Even if you say that the matter is what it is, if something serious were to happen. And even if it doesn't, what if she were to get hurt? How would I live in a world without her? It was hard to believe that this was the same person who had left his daughter alone to go fight space pirates just a few days ago. In these past 3 days, or rather, through their parent-child interactions during the PL test ride, something had awakened in him regarding his affection for his daughter. Just one more push. While that was a favorable development, it was a hindrance in the current situation. Sebastian took out his mobile device from his pocket and attempted to share information with his granddaughter, who was holed up with the young lady. Lady, I have a message from your grandfather. It seems that, thanks to your grandfather's persuasion, your father is beginning to lean towards granting permission. However, he still needs one more push. He lacks the decisive material to move his heart. As expected of Sebastian, you do good work. But one more push, what should we do? Outside the window, the Trishas piloted by the Black Knights were still throwing persuasive words our way. As I sipped tea, while admiring the sight of such a cool mobile weapon, I rested my chin on my hand and pondered. In this case, the final push should be something that would please him rather than just indulging our whims. Your insight is commendable. If pushing doesn't work, then we should try pulling. I believe it would be wise to change our approach here. Irina, who had been waiting by the tea table, nodded as she spoke. Yes, I could clearly sense her desire to end this ruckus, whatever it took. Well, I too didn't want to drag my cute retainers and the precious Black Knights into a family quarrel. Something that would please my father. With that, I seriously considered what could serve as the decisive factor for resolution. Something that would please Walgef Romanov, my father. And then, a brilliant idea struck my mind. Irina, prepare a pen tablet. Hey, Sebastian. Is it really appropriate to be so engrossed in your device in front of your master? Since the master is of no use, I'm at least checking my emails. Ignoring his complaints, the old butler Sebastian continued to operate his mobile device. In fact, due to the idiot slumped in front of him missing appointments, a flurry of urgent emails had been arriving, prompting him to apologize and feign illness. Sebastian had been quite busy. Then, seeing a new email, not addressed to his master but to himself, he froze in his movements. What is this? And upon seeing the attached image data, his eyes widened in shock. What's wrong? Did you receive an interesting email? I'll forward it now, please see for yourself. Prompted by Sebastian, Walgef lazily retrieved his mobile device to check the email. What? He too widened his eyes in astonishment. What he saw was an email with no text, only an attached image titled Pilot Suit Design Proposal. And that image was the problem. It had likely been created using the utmost limits of AI collage technology. What was depicted was none other than Camille, the young lady, wearing a pilot suit. The overall color scheme was black. This was the symbolic color of the Romanov family. However, the armor sections were highlighted in white, creating a dazzling contrast. Moreover, the torso featured a swimsuit-like line in white, and while the suit covered her entirely, it accentuated both her cuteness and a hint of youthful sexiness. This was far too cute. Hey, Sebastian, what do you think this means? I believe it means that if you allow her to undergo PL training, she will wear this pilot suit. I see. Walgef's mouth twisted slightly. It was a smile befitting the most distinguished noble in the Galactic Empire. Then he opened his mouth wide and declared, Okay. Chapter 6, Ritter. Having achieved a dramatic reconciliation with my father, Walgef Romanov, also known as the Iron Man, it has been several days now. Wow. Dressed in the pilot suit that was hastily commissioned from a company directly under the Duke's household, I spun around in the entrance hall of the mansion, feeling a surge of excitement at how comfortable it was. Miss, it suits you perfectly. Indeed, it is truly charming. It would not be an exaggeration to say that you are the most beautiful girl in the galaxy. The ones showering me with compliments were not the usual household staff who worked in the mansion. The custom-made military uniforms they wore were dyed in deep black. Each of them bore a unit insignia inspired by hunting dogs, shining on their left chests. They were none other than the elite pilots of the most feared and powerful unit in the Galactic Empire. In other words, they were members of the Black Knights. The reason they were staying at this mansion was simple. That is, on vacation. After all, just when they returned from a pirate extermination led by my father himself, they received an emergency deployment order without much time to rest. And when I found out what it was about, it turned out to be a ridiculous reason involving a family quarrel. So while I can't speak for their physical state, they must have been quite mentally exhausted. To help them recover from that fatigue, the team members were invited to stay at this mansion, enjoying lavish meals prepared by the Duke's personal chef, massages from a masseur, and even hunting and fishing in the surrounding forests. That said, it was still the mansion where their employer lived. No matter what they did, they must have felt a certain tension. What they were likely most thrilled about was venturing into the urban areas of this planet, Talent. The proof of this was that they had gone out of their way to attend my pilot suit unveiling. While participating, they continued to throw compliments in a way that my father, who was watching with his arms crossed, could hear. It was almost tear-jerking. Especially the desperation of Colonel Carl, the commander of the Knights, was particularly striking. The strongest knight in the Galactic Empire and a Japanese salaryman share the same fate in that they must read their employer's mood to survive. In personal lovers, it was genuinely a symbol of fear. But now, I can only see these people as friendly uncles or older brothers. I mean, they even performed flawless acrobatic flights with all their trishes just to curry favor with my father. Though she is my daughter, it truly suits her well. It's no wonder you all are praising her so much. My father, now in high spirits, declared with his arms crossed. Moreover, this is not just aesthetically pleasing. It incorporates the latest technology that has not even been used in the suits of the Black Knights gathered here, boasting shock resistance, bullet resistance, and blade resistance far superior to standard suits. Additionally, it has a power assist function that can lift a typical passenger car for a short time. Does it really have such amazing features? I gasped at Sebastian's words. I just wanted to ride a mecha, not join a revenge hero team. Phew. It was worth spending the equivalent of 3 treshes. At my father's words, Colonel Carl looked at him with a face that said, huh. Of course, if he had that kind of money, he should have allocated it to the Black Knights instead of a suit for his daughter's whims. And I have also prepared a machine for you to operate. As my father said this, he walked over to one of the windows. Following him, I walked to the window as well. What lay beyond the bulletproof glass? Kneeling in a standby position, surrounded by the Black Knight's trishes in front of the mansion, was the PL that had just been delivered that morning. Its overall silhouette was sharp and linear, giving an impression of an industrial product designed for mass production, especially when compared to the artistic Tiffing or the trishes specialized for specific tactics. It was painted in a bluish-gray color, which is the standard coloring of the Galactic Empire's military. The main camera on the head was covered by a visor, and on the hard point of the right arm, there was a beam rifle that could also be held by a manipulator. And on the hard point of the back, there was a deployable particle vibration blade attached. This was the most standard armament for a PL. The name of the machine prepared for me was Ritter. It was the main mass-produced model of the Galactic Empire's PL. In Personal Lovers, it was also the first machine to appear. And it was a mecha that often showcased its impressive destruction in various scenes. However, that did not diminish its appeal for me in any way. A mass-produced machine, how cool. Standing next to my father, I gazed up at the machine prepared for me, whispering with shining eyes. I'm glad you seem to like it. My father smiled at me with satisfaction. Yes, the ruggedness unique to mass-produced machines, the simplicity. This has a different aesthetic beauty compared to the overly customized Tiffing. Oh, really? Could it be that you like it more than my Tiffing? I just chose that machine because it was easy to procure and had mild handling. And no, as long as you're satisfied, that's what matters. To my clear response, my father replied with a somewhat ambiguous expression. Maybe I should have praised the Tiffing a bit more. Honestly, I think it's hard to choose between the two. Well, anyway, with this, the environment for you to learn how to operate a PL is perfectly set up. With the Black Knights watching, my father declared with somewhat exaggerated gestures like a stage actor. Camille, prepare yourself. When it comes to operating a PL, your father is strict. What are you saying? Are you planning to teach her how to operate a PL yourself? The one who interrupted the conversation was Sebastian, the butler and Irina's grandfather. Hi. My father looked puzzled, and the loyal old butler calmly informed him. Listen well. Thanks to you slacking off on public duties lately, there is a mountain of work that needs to be done by you. For the time being, you will be confined, not to be distracted, in a hotel suite. Did you just say confined? Then who will teach Camille, one of the Black Knights? They don't have the time for such things, being an elite unit. Rest assured, everything has been perfectly arranged. Look, they have arrived right on time. As Sebastian said this, he looked up at the sky outside the window. Then, just as he had said, in the far sky, there was a shining silhouette. Chapter 7, Target appears, breaking through the high heat of the atmosphere with ease. The aircraft, utilizing a floating system for flight, quietly descends near the mansion. Pure white. That would be the first impression one would have upon seeing that machine. Aside from the beam rifle held in her right hand, every piece of armor is dyed in immaculate white. And yet, how beautiful the overall silhouette is. The slender, well-proportioned frame is intricately covered with curved armor. It's as if a Western suit of armor has been transformed into the form of a PL. On the left side, a shield, large enough to cover the entire aircraft, autonomously floats as a smart weapon unit, while a pair of deployable particle vibration blades extend from the backpack. This machine, this PL is Misteltane. I find myself murmuring that name. Oh, my lady, you are familiar with it. How diligent you are in your studies, that is quite commendable. In stark contrast to Sebastian's calm demeanor, my father is indignant. Misteltane? Sebastian, you didn't, by any chance, ask that young lad from the Romanov family to be Camille's tutor, did you? Indeed, I did. He is close in age, and moreover, he is renowned throughout the Empire as a genius pilot. There is no one more suitable to be your tutor, my lady. I'm truly glad he accepted our request. While Sebastian answers coolly, Mistletoe, having attached the shield to the hard point on its shoulder, shifts into a kneeling standby position. Then, with autopilot engaged, it moves its left hand and lowers the pilot, who emerged from the chest cockpit, to the ground. The pilot, clad in the same suit as the machine, wears a helmet with darkened visors, making it impossible to see his face from here. However, judging by the well-proportioned physique, I could estimate he is likely a boy in his mid-teens. And without needing to wait for the helmet to be removed, I can already make a rough guess of what that pilot's face looks like. Well then, everyone, let us welcome our guest. Though my father is the master of the mansion, Sebastian takes charge as if he were unaware of that, and we all head to the front entrance. Centered around my father and me, who both wear displeased expressions, Sebastian and Irina, along with the Black Knights, stand in a straight line at the entrance. Just as we finish preparing to welcome our guest, the pilot of Mistletoe walks slowly toward us. As he operates the mechanism at his neck, the helmet retracts into the suit. What is revealed is, how should I put it, a beautiful boyish face that any girl would likely admire. His golden hair is beautifully styled, shining brightly. Though he is currently wearing a pilot suit, if he were dressed in pumpkin pants and mounted on a white horse, he would fit the image of a Prince Charming perfectly. This boy's name is. It has been a while since I last saw the head of the household. For everyone else and you, my lady, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Errol Rannog, I have come in response to your request. With a graceful bow, the boy introduced himself. Errol Rannog. I know that name, that face, and even his personality and the specifications of his machine very well. Because he is the character prominently featured on the package of personal lovers, alongside his beloved machine. In other words, he is a target for players to pursue. Moreover, he should be referred to as the main hero, not just a main character. He stands alongside the protagonist controlled by the player, deserving to be called another lead. However, the events that serve as the backdrop for the game take place about 4 years from now, and while he appears as a 20-year-old in the story, he gives off a youthful, almost immature impression. Errol. No, now that you have succeeded to the family headship, should I call you Lord Rannog? I am quite surprised that you would personally come to instruct my daughter. I am honored. You must be quite busy, having just taken over the family duties. Surely, you don't have time to teach a child how to pilot. My father speaks with the utmost caution, as if addressing a 15 or 16-year-old boy. And rightly so. The Rannog family, which he has inherited, is a noble house that rivals our Romanov family, being effectively the number 2 in the Galactic Empire. Moreover, if the game from my previous life is to be believed, his nature is an ambitious one. He aims to correct the corrupt central nobility and plunge himself into the chaos of war to become the new emperor. That is the outline of the Errol route. Well, the trigger for military action is the death of the current emperor and the emergence of the protagonist, his illegitimate child. So as long as the emperor is alive, he is merely an ambitious noble. Thus, from my father's perspective, this boy named Errol is a young but formidable rival, a political enemy. Creating a debt, especially assigning my only daughter to him as her instructor, was utterly out of the question. But that is the arrangement of Sebastian, the shadowy ruler of the Romanov family. There must be some deep strategy behind it, so the issue becomes my own feelings. No, perhaps I should say my heart's turmoil. Having gained the memories of my previous life, I can feel my heart pounding wildly. Is this the thrill of love? No way, I'm not gay. It is unmistakably the fear of death. Regardless of which target I choose, Camille Romanov will meet her doom just as I envisioned before my reincarnation. In the case of the cool-headed Errol route, he would graciously approach the bridge of the battleship I am on and fire a shot from his beam rifle. Of course, he would be piloting Mistletoe, which is in standby mode. Thinking of this, his princely face begins to resemble that of the Grim Reaper. Of course, it is true that I am busy. However, the retainers I inherited from my father are all quite capable. Even if I am not present in the territory, it is entirely possible to manage public affairs. Moreover, if the esteemed Duke has requested my assistance in educating his only daughter, I cannot refuse. That is, as Sebastian over there. Black Knights. Before my father could finish his sentence, Sebastian snapped his fingers. Then 2 Black Knights firmly flanked my father. Are you ready? That's not good, wait. Ignoring the protests, the strong Black Knights began to escort my father away. With that, there are no more obstacles. Now then, Lord Errol, please take good care of my daughter's instruction. Understood. In response to Sebastian's words, which he made no effort to hide his satisfaction, Errol returned a refreshing smile, just like in the game's stills. Chapter 8, First Experience. Well then, let's get started on learning the activation procedure. Please follow my lead. Why yes. If I think of it as the cockpit of a fighter jet, it feels spacious. But as a driver's seat of a vehicle, the cockpit is quite cramped. Whispered to from beside me, I responded with a shaky voice. The instruments and monitor layout before me were identical to the cockpit of Tiffing, which I had ridden in just a few days ago. This must be the result of standardization as a weapon. Well, it's like how every car must have a steering wheel and pedals. There are certain aspects that shouldn't be unnecessarily changed from one model to another. However, the one major difference is that the pilot seat, the center of it all, is occupied by none other than me. Under normal circumstances, this would be a situation guaranteed to cause immense excitement. In reality, my heart was pounding wildly. But it wasn't joy at piloting a mecha, it was the fear of death. First, let's activate the planet reactor, this switch here. By holding it down, the main power of the PL will begin to operate. The Grim Reaper, no, Errol Ranog, said this while pointing to the switch in front of me. Just like an instructor at a driving school, he had taken a seat in the sub-seat he had pulled out, fitting into the cockpit beside me. Is that so? By the way, the PL's cockpit doesn't have any locks, does it? The joy of boarding a mecha. If things go smoothly, the Grim Reaper sitting next to me will be the one to inject me with scorching heavy metal particles 4 years from now. The two thoughts clashed in my mind, causing a chaotic turmoil, and I inadvertently voiced something that every mecha anime fan must have considered at least once. In a world where cosmic entities get irritated, the latest weapons are being stolen left and right like cheap plastic umbrellas. That's how weapons are. In emergencies, they must be operable by anyone. It's the same as leaving the keys in a vehicle during a disaster or at a construction site. Wow, I see. Then I'll activate it. Listening to Errol's gentle, yes, endlessly gentle explanation, I reached for the main power activation switch. With my thumb, I pressed down. After pressing the surprisingly firm and heavy switch for a few seconds, a change occurred. Vroom! With a sound akin to a mosquito buzzing, the planet reactor ignited, causing a slight tremor in my seat. In that instant, the jumble of past life strategy information and other thoughts in my mind cleared up completely. It's activated. I activated it. That's right. Now, let's proceed to the pre-activation diagnostics. In truly dire emergencies, we might skip this step, but otherwise, it's a procedure that must always be followed. The fear I had felt just moments ago regarding Errol's face and voice no longer mattered. It was as if my nerves were extending through the seat. I could distinctly feel myself connecting with the steel giant. I want to move it. I want to move it quickly. Yes, please. So I said, asking for guidance. Now, please look at this sub-monitor. The AI will conduct the diagnostics, but as a duty of the pilot, let's learn the meaning of each item. Errol explained the meanings of the activation, procedures my father had performed the other day. I absorbed them like a sponge soaking up water, making them my own. It's running, it's running. The pulse of the machine transmitted through the tightly gripped control stick. More than anything, from the view displayed on the 3 vertical monitors, I could truly feel that the machine I was aboard was indeed running, and I exclaimed with excitement. That's right. Since the PL has AI assistance for many actions, it won't fall unless you take an extremely unnatural posture or if there's external damage. Feel free to grasp the sensations of the machine. All right, I replied, licking my lips in response to Errol's words. What flashed through my mind were the maneuvers my father had shown me the other day. If I remember correctly, when doing a backflip. Oh. Errol, who had maintained a graceful expression, let out a slight gasp of surprise. And rightly so. I had made the machine jump backward without the floating system activated, and worse, I had plunged it upside down toward the ground. By doing this, likely, As I had predicted, the AI of the PL reacted swiftly, placing its hands on the ground before falling headfirst. Then, using the rebound, it propelled itself upward, successfully completing the backflip. I see. Just like when Tiffing fell headfirst the other day, as long as the pilot doesn't panic and flail the controls unnecessarily, the AI will execute the optimal maneuvers. And by applying that behavior, such acrobatics become possible. Don't startle me, and you came up with this maneuver quite well. Errol, showing genuine emotion for the first time, directed a reproachful gaze at me. Hee. The other day, my father let me ride Tiffing and demonstrated this. I just mimicked it. Lord Walgef, was he the type to move like this? Errol pondered for a moment, but my curiosity couldn't be contained. Next, a side roll now, a spinning jump. I commanded the machine to execute the moves that came to mind one after another. The thrill of showing off my piloting skills beside my father was immense, but today's experience was on a different level. I felt as if my consciousness had expanded and was now residing within an 18-meter giant machine, becoming one with it. That sensation was exhilarating. Lady Camille, now let's try the floating system. The switch next to the control stick. Yes, that one. Please operate it to switch from ground mode to aerial maneuver mode. Understood. I followed the instructions and switched the machine's operational mode. Then, gravity particles expanded around the PL, reducing its weight to nearly zero. By operating the thrusters and apogee motors in this state, the PL can maneuver freely in the atmosphere just like in outer space. Though it seems you're already trying it without needing an explanation. It's fast. While receiving Errol's wry smile, I manipulated the control stick and foot pedals, flying the machine through the air as I pleased. This nimble maneuverability. For instance, in that fighter jet movie starring Tom Cruise, the heaviness and g-forces unique to machines that rely on lift were heavily emphasized. However, in the PL, which flies without relying on lift and where the gravity control system allows the pilot to feel no g-forces, there are no such constraints. Endlessly free. That's what flying with the PL is all about. While watching me maneuver the machine freely, Errol seemed to be deep in thought. Lady Camille, if you don't mind, would you like to have a mock battle with me? He suddenly opened his mouth and made that suggestion. Chapter 9, Simulation Battle. In this world, the most exhilarating thing. When asked that, the answers that come to mind would surely vary greatly. However, as a mecha anime enthusiast, the foremost image that flits through my mind is the scenario of a duel between humanoid mechs. Giant machines shaped like humans face off against each other, clashing as if they were human to determine victor and vanquished. This is the main event. Unlike battles involving many against many or one against many, a one-on-one duel has a distinct flavor. And now I was about to challenge that duel. My opponent is Misteltain. In terms of mobility, agility, and range of joint movement, it is a complete superior model that surpasses Ritter in every aspect. There are countless duels in mecha anime, but I mutter while recalling the scenario of a veteran pilot battling a rookie pilot over a woman and a prototype. On the other hand, our defining characteristic is that we have no defining characteristics. I've always wanted to say that. Looking at the situation alone, it's quite a disadvantage compared to that anime, but in the cockpit, alone and without hesitation, I muttered while focusing on the monitor. Facing off at a distance of about 200 meters was Misteltain. The pure white PL had just absorbed its master inside and had risen from a standby position. Then, a window opened on a part of the submonitor. I had accepted the communication from the other side. Well then, are you ready? I'm ready whenever. I interjected eagerly, and Errol's face appeared in the window, showing a wry smile. Haha, you seem fully prepared. However, just to be safe, let me explain the regulations once more. As Errol said this, the beam rifle held by Misteltain was tossed to the ground. Simultaneously, the shield attached to its left shoulder was also discarded. By the way, during the time it took for the other side to board, our Ritter had also discarded its beam rifle. Now, both sides were left with only the blades deployed before the battle. The match will be a hand-to-hand combat. We are both equipped with blades, but no other weapons may be used. Aside from that, you are free to do whatever you like. However, The versatile specialized machine, now unencumbered, shrugged in a human-like manner. The difference in our skill levels goes without saying. Therefore, Camille, if even the slightest touch from your machine's manipulator makes contact with us, you win. Conversely, no matter what we do, we cannot win against you. If I had to put it another way, our victory would come when you concede. There is no time limit set, so that's exactly what I want. I replied, licking my lips in my mind. That means we can play around infinitely until I'm satisfied. For someone like me who wants to move the PL to my heart's content, it's a dream come true, a greedy full course. It feels like ramen, curry, and hamburgers are all served together. Now, that concludes the confirmation. The machine will move according to the procedures we just practiced. Please come at me as you wish. Zarya. With that sound, Misteltein scraped the ground and took a half-crouched stance. The posture was almost natural. However, it was a stance that minimized openings, allowing it to respond to whatever I might do, something even a martial arts novice could infer. Above all, it radiated the strength of the pilot, Errol Ranog. Even with cars, there's a clear difference in behavior between a Sunday driver and a taxi driver. In the case of PLs, because they are humanoid, the pilot's skill and personality transcended the armor and reached me. Now what to do, just kidding, I had already decided from the start. Yeah. I shouted with a voice lacking in power as I operated the control stick. There was no strategy involved. My machine, with the floating system and thrusters fully opened, charged toward Misteltein with incredible acceleration. Too naive. But such a move would not work against Errol, who was renowned as a genius even in the game, Personal Lovers. Misteltein sidestepped with minimal movement, and, as if to follow up, thrust out its right foot. Just as my ritter charged in, it was swept off its feet. Wah! Even if I screamed, it was too late. Ritter tumbled awkwardly to the ground and skidded, knocking down several trees in the forest. Well, if you charge in recklessly, this is how it ends. Having half expected this outcome, I muttered while getting my machine back on its feet. Still, the gravity control system was remarkable. Despite the way I fell, there was no shock at all inside the cockpit. If the impact had been transmitted dynamically, even with the ultra-expensive pilot suit I was wearing, this delicate body would have been unable to endure it and would have lost consciousness. Then this. I executed the motion I had selected in advance for the machine. The feet lifted the heels. In human terms, it was a stance where the left fist was forward and the right fist was slightly pulled back, as if preparing to strike. This stance meant only one thing. Oh, boxing, is it? Good choice. As Errol said this, he had Misteltein take a similar stance. This was my secret strategy. In nearly all martial arts, the fastest punch is the jab. Thus, it follows that the PL, which mimics the human body, would be the same. Since the rule is that a win occurs if the manipulator makes contact, this was the sharpest choice. Though it was the machine that moved, the feeling was infectious. I exhaled sharply as if I were the one throwing the jab, sending the machine into action. Well done, well done. Errol's Misteltein effortlessly dodged my attacks. What elegance, a sway. The punch, which should have been the fastest, never managed to touch the pure white machine, continuously evaded. After a few such attacks. Now it's time for a counterattack. As Errol said this, Misteltein swiftly moved to my left and grabbed Ritter's left arm. At the same time, the scenery on the main monitor began to move violently. Having seized my arm, Misteltein threw me with sheer power. Even utilizing the momentum of the jab, it was a technique difficult to execute unless one was a considerable master in human jiu-jitsu. And yet, it had been accomplished with brute force. Kaya. There was no impact, but the heart that had merged with the machine felt it. I let out a scream like a girl. No, I am a girl right now, but my eyes sparkled with excitement. This is fun. The hand-to-hand combat in PL is so enjoyable. Everything was exquisite. Moreover, the joy of being able to continue this made my small chest feel like it might burst. Chapter 10, The Girl Named Camille. Well then, now I'm staying at the grand estate of the Duke, and the young lady there. Ah, what was her name again? It's Camille, Kenji. If you ever meet her in person, you won't forget her easily. She has a striking personality, to say the least. In the guest room of the Romanov Duke's residence, Errol shrugged as he replied to the holographic image projected before him. The young man, appearing as if he were standing right in front of Errol despite being far away, had a rather unique appearance. He was of Japanese descent. First of all, his clothing was far removed from what one would expect of an average citizen of the empire. A kimono, a traditional garment that the Japanese have inherited since ancient times. Moreover, while he wasn't wearing a sword in peacetime, Errol knew well that if he were to wield a katana, his skill would rival or even surpass that of the samurai from the ancient era. The young man, who inherited both the attire and martial arts from his ancestors, had his black hair slicked back, but his eyes were somewhat mismatched, obscured by sunglasses. Furthermore, even though they were using holographic communication, which typically involves facing each other, his gaze was slightly askew. It wasn't intentional. He simply couldn't see. How unusual. I never thought you would take an interest in a woman. It's a shame I can't see her with my own eyes, but she must be a beautiful young lady. Cut the jokes, she's only 12, a child. She's not someone I would consider in that way. I'm not joking. Though his eyes had lost their light, Kenji was not one to lose his political perspective as a noble of the empire. Considering how busy you are with inheriting the family estate, you've taken on the role of instructor. There must be political motives involved, right? For instance, if you were to win her favor, perhaps you could marry her in the future and unite the Romanov and Lanouch families. If that were to happen, a galaxy-dominating force would be born. With a keen gaze that regrettably wasn't directed at the camera, Kenji articulated Errol's intentions. Well, I won't deny it. However, the approach came from their side, and they are the ones with that aim. To be precise, it seemed that it was not the Duke himself, but one of his close aides who acted on their own. But since it was that old man who managed the household, Errol chose to omit that detail. But you agreed, didn't you? Then you're just as involved. And while you mentioned she's 12, you just turned 16 yourself. The age balance is fine, and in 4 years, you two will be a perfect match. If that happens, will you bless us? Well, if you remain a valuable client, as the head of the Tanaka family, I would sincerely bless you. However, the times are extremely fluid. Even through audio-only communication, one could sense the emotions of the other party. Especially with holographic communication, it felt as if they were facing each other in person, and a tension ran between them. Kenji was a good friend, and for now, the head of a noble family with whom Errol had established a very amicable relationship. However, true friendship is something that cannot exist among nobles. That said, Kenji's straightforwardness in conveying this without sugarcoating it was a quality Errol appreciated. Ah, I can only hope we can remain good clients and friends. Indeed, I'll pray for that as well. Now, back to the young lady named Camille. What do you think? The daughter of the Iron Man. Does she seem to have a knack for piloting PLs? Errol sensed Kenji's eyes, now devoid of light and obscured by thick sunglasses, sparkle with interest. Kenji was not only skilled with a katana. In terms of piloting PLs, he was nearly Errol's equal, if not superior in close combat instincts. Given that, it was only natural for him to be curious about whether the daughter of one of the galaxy's top pilots had inherited any talent. So far, I can't say for certain. She has good initiative and her judgment isn't bad. However, when it comes to piloting skills, I don't think she has anything remarkable. What? Really? Seeing Kenji's obvious disappointment, Errol continued. However, in terms of enjoying piloting PLs, she's probably the best in the galaxy. If you call that talent, then she's a genius, I'd say. Is she really that good? Absolutely. For instance, I hear she's currently taking swimming lessons in the estate's pool, and once that's over, her lessons for the day will be done. And once her lessons are finished, bang! At that moment, the door to the room swung open with a loud noise. Errol, instinctively on guard as a noble should be against assassins, found his worries to be unfounded. Because what appeared was a silver-haired girl clad in a white swimsuit. Errol-sama, I've finished my lessons for today. Now, let's get right to PL training. My lady, you're still wet. Chasing after Camille, a blonde maid appeared, holding a bath towel, her entire body drenched. Camille, what an outfit. Errol could only cover his eyes with his hands and look up at the ceiling. Ha ha ha, it's quite rare for you to react like that. I should have communicated with goggles instead of bare eyes. Kenji's amused voice echoed from behind. The girl named Camille is extraordinary. Whether it's cars or motorcycles, piloting any vehicle tends to be tiring to some extent. Especially with piloting PLs, where the range of possible maneuvers is nearly infinite, one would typically find their concentration waning after about 3 hours, even with the gravity control system alleviating the G-forces. But not for this girl. By the time noon rolls around, she finishes all her lessons as a duke's daughter, and then continues her PL piloting training without a break until nightfall. Moreover, Errol had not eased the training content at all, except for the first day. While he did eliminate basic physical conditioning, considering her age and gender. Conversely, this meant he had not taken her piloting training content into account at all. He provided her with the same rigorous training that a regular pilot of the Lanauge family would undergo. And as a conclusion to each day, they always engaged in a mock battle for a full hour, just like on the first day. If one were to consider it as a program, it could be said to be far more substantial than that of a typical regular pilot. Camille handled all of this, content that would make even adults give up or physically vomit without breaking a sweat. Not only that, she enjoyed doing it. To be frank, it was Errol who was on high alert to ensure nothing happened to the young lady who found himself wanting to give up. All right then, let's have our concluding mock battle for today. The rules are the same as always. Feeling a bit fatigued, he opened the communication window. Then, the girl in a pilot suit projected on the other side boldly made a suggestion. Errol-sama, shall we make a wager on this match? Chapter 11 as planned. Errol Rannog. If I were to sum him up in a single word, it would be nobleman. However, that is merely the assessment of someone who does not know the face lurking beneath. The truth of his nature as an ambitious person was evident when he descended alongside Misteltain. Yet, even when speaking of ambition, its nature can be divided into many types. For instance, even among those who sought to rule the world, the personalities recorded of Ashikaga Takoji and Tokugawa Ieyasu differ greatly. So, what kind of ambitious person is Errol? He is nothing but a performer of ambition. In Personal Lovers, he acted with extreme caution during the period between the emperor's death and the actual onset of the Warring States era. He behaved as a great nobleman who swore loyalty to the royal family, treating the protagonist, a child of unknown parentage, with the care of an older brother. In Errol's route, peeling away that mask and drawing out his true emotions became a significant climax. In that context, the protagonist walks alongside Errol as a lover and as a comrade who wishes to reform the empire for the better. His approach to action is the same towards me, Camille Romanov. In truth, he would likely prefer to conduct his duties remotely, yet he spends full-time hours, without breaks, on training a young girl like me, so he must have his own thoughts on the matter. However, without a hint of displeasure, on the contrary, he treats me with the respect of a subject towards their lord, engaging with kindness. Errol, who possesses such an impenetrable mask, has one aspect of his true nature that cannot be hidden. That is, his competitive spirit, which is one aspect of him. At the beginning of the common route for all targets, in other words, during the series of events that introduce the targets, he suffers a great insult from a certain nobleman. According to that nobleman, trying to ingratiate himself with the emperor's illegitimate child is nothing but transparent ulterior motives. He did not brush off those words with a smile. On the contrary, he engaged in a war of words, ultimately escalating to a duel using PL. Using Misteltain, he demonstrated an overwhelming, almost childish, disparity in combat power, swiftly dispatching that nobleman. This episode clearly illustrates his inability to brush off insults. Therefore, he cannot refuse my proposal. Oh, a wager is it? As if to confirm this, he raised an eyebrow in the communication window displayed on the submonitor. It is only natural. Bringing up a wager means he believes he has a chance of winning. A young girl who has just begun piloting PL yesterday or today thinks she can defeat the genius pilot Errol Rannog. Don't underestimate me. That must be the emotions swirling within him. But this is troubling. According to the rules, I have no means to win against you, Lady Camille. Then, what shall we consider as victory? Look, he's taking the bait. While I smiled inwardly at Errol's response, I feigned a thoughtful demeanor. Well then, If my craft does not touch yours within 10 minutes from now, how about we declare Errol the winner? Oh. Wow, his face is smiling, but the anger hidden in his voice is intense. Well, you've certainly gained a lot of confidence, so what will you demand if you win? That will be a surprise for when I win. Then, what will you offer if you lose? Since it's a wager, there must be a bet. I hadn't thought about that. I didn't anticipate losing. Bzzzt, I could almost hear that sound. Then, let's take our time to think about it when I win. Yes, that would be best. I replied coolly, and the communication ended. Mistletoe, maintaining the usual distance, readied itself. Now, let the match begin. What on earth is he thinking? Muttering within the cockpit of Mistletoe, Errol awaited his opponent's move. Displayed on the submonitor was a timer counting down. This was proof that Errol had been successfully baited. This is bad. I fell for a cheap provocation. Being easily excited and quickly cooled down is a clear flaw and strength of Errol as a boy. With a cooled head, he understood that he had been provoked. However, that also meant he had regained his composure. He could confidently assert that losing, due to a lack of calmness, would not happen in this match. As he observed his opponent, he recalled the contents of the mock battles conducted over the past few days. The Ritter piloted by Camille had attempted to touch him in various ways, using different tactics. But Errol had seen through all of them, evading and countering up to this point. Indeed, piloting PL is less difficult than an amateur might imagine. This is likely the result of the various efforts of predecessors to simplify piloting. However, because of that, in situations where one engages in one-on-one combat, the disparity in skill becomes glaringly apparent. Certainly, due to the training he had provided, Camille's abilities had improved dramatically. But even so, she was still far from his level. Yet, how could she be so confident? As he pondered, the Ritter piloted by Camille took on a strange stance. With both fists on the ground, in a posture resembling crawling, she began to gather strength in her legs. What the? If Errol had knowledge of sumo, he would have recognized this as the position known as hiragana. However, even without that knowledge, he could see what technique would be unleashed from there. In other words, a tackle from a super low stance. His assessment was correct, as the Ritter exploded into a tackle with explosive acceleration. The strength of PL's arms and legs, combined with the flying power from the floating system, this was undoubtedly the fastest body slam. Yet, a straightforward attack like that could be dodged even with his eyes closed. Too easy. As he said this, he swiftly evaded the charge of the approaching Ritter, and, in passing, lightly tapped the back of its head with Mistletoe's right foot. Zishaya, it was as if he was recreating the offense and defense from their first mock battle. No, with even greater force, the opponent's Ritter skidded across the ground, toppling the trees surrounding the estate. Is this the extent of Lady Camille's strategy? He muttered, feeling somewhat taken aback. However, while thinking about it, it is merely a child's shallow wisdom. Errol reached a conclusion, but that was far too hasty. While watching the main monitor's screen, now covered in dirt, being cleaned by the onboard washing device, he shouted. Just as planned. Up to this point, and from here on, it was a strategy devised specifically against Errol. Chapter 12, Fly It. Ritter's manipulator was instantly controlled. As a result of catching the machine, he grasped one of the fallen trees around him. Its posture, still lying down. Errol was probably caught off guard by my monotonous attack. Even when I checked with the rear camera, it seemed he hadn't noticed the subtle movement of my hand. Go. In an instant, I raised the machine and turned it toward Mistletoe. With that motion, gaining centrifugal force, Ritter obeyed my commands and hurled what he had grasped. In other words, a fallen tree. The behavior of the PL is fascinating. Perhaps because it has a humanoid form, the pilot's and auxiliary AI's agitation is palpable. What was thrown was just a tree growing nearby. Considering the strength of the composite alloy used in the PL, it was hardly a threatening attack. Yet it first dazzled the AI. Should it be ignored or avoided? The judgment couldn't keep up. Then, it was the pilot who had to make that judgment in an instant. Caught off guard and receiving an entirely unexpected attack, Errol couldn't make a decision. As a result, the hurled tree struck Mistletoe's chest perfectly, causing the pure white machine to slightly arch back. This moment, I unleashed all of Ritter's power. Thanks to the staff arranged by my father, the machine was always kept in perfect condition, responding to my control without a hitch. I've been waiting for this. I fully activated the floating system to charge forward. However, the situation was different from before, when the opponent was fully prepared. In a disrupted stance, a delayed response was the same for both humans and PLs. But as expected of Errol, known as a genius pilot. Misteltein, reeling from the impact of the throw, activated the floating system while still in that recoiling posture. With the thrusters on its feet firing at full power, it glided backward. The design philosophy of Ritter and Misteltein is the same. They are versatile machines aimed at adapting to all situations. However, as befits the personal machine of a Duke's heir, Misteltein had undergone thorough customization, far surpassing Ritter in thruster output alone. In short, if it were just a normal tackle, I wouldn't catch up even after 100 years. But I had anticipated that movement. And the ingenuity to bridge the performance gap was already in place. Sorry, Ritter. Apologizing to my beloved machine. Yes, this has become my beloved machine. I executed the pre-registered action. Then Ritter gripped his left wrist with his right hand. Though the PL had a robust structure, the joints inevitably became relatively fragile, as is the fate of mechs. Thus, if Ritter exerted maximum power, it was possible to rip off his own wrist. Crack! With the sound of frames breaking, the left hand was pulled off. From the severed left wrist, several cables hung down like human veins, and anyone sensitive enough would surely feel a pang of pain. Forgive me, Ritter. This is the only way I could think of to defeat that guy. And now, receive this, Errol Rannog. What I was about to unleash was a weapon modeled after those treated as synonymous with the pinnacle of mecha anime. In other words, rocket, in accordance with my command. Punch! Ritter hurled the severed left wrist. Of course, it was merely thrown as the mechs defending the Earth had done, without any clever rocket propulsion. However, unlike the mechs of the Defense Corporation that had stood idle for too long with their internal mechanisms hollowed out, this was a fully operational mass-production machine. The power was different. A throw infused with all the output of the machine's speed. As a result of combining both, the left wrist flew toward Misteltein with the force of a cannonball. It was likely due to Errol's control. Misteltein instinctively reached for the blade on its back and halted that movement. Indeed, the prohibition on using weapons had been initiated by them. Thus, interception was impossible. Furthermore, having retreated at full speed, changing direction was also impossible. Then, the result was clang, a somewhat silly sound echoed. The thrown left wrist, Ritter's left manipulator struck Misteltein's head and rolled off. Misteltein made an emergency stop and landed on the ground. I too slowed down and landed. Misteltein and Ritter, the galaxy's strongest custom machine and an ordinary mass-production machine, crossed gazes. May I ask just one thing? The communication window opened on the submonitor, but it did not show the opponent's face. Sound only. That choice, in turn, vividly conjured up his expression. Isn't throwing trees and manipulators a violation of the rules? It was a question that was, of course, quite reasonable. So, I decided to return the answer I had prepared in advance. The prohibited items are the weapons. Do you see the trees growing around here as weapons? Following my control, Ritter deliberately made a grand gesture, scanning the forest surrounding the Romanov estate. Also, the manipulator is, of course, a manipulator and part of the machine. It is not intended to be held and used like a rifle or blade, so it shouldn't be considered a weapon. That's just a sophistry. You can't possibly expect someone to rip off their hand from the machine and throw it, can you? Let's say the same thing happened in actual combat. If the opponent's manipulator was a bomb disguised as such, Errol-sama, who didn't anticipate this throw, would sadly take a direct hit in the cockpit. Boom. I intentionally let out a relaxed voice and paused for effect. Too bad. Errol-sama's adventure ends here. Gah. The stacked logic was on my side. Unable to retort, Errol seemed to gnash his teeth in frustration. Well, I'm fully aware that it's just a clever trick, and I understand that the same tactic won't work again. However, please understand that this was the only way for me to achieve victory under these conditions. After all, my opponent is the genius Errol Rannog. Errol fell silent for a moment. Well, let's just go along with it for now. Finally, in a better mood, he appeared in the communication window. My father is quite something, but this guy is also rather easy to read. So, what will you ask for as a reward for winning the bet? Well, that is. I presented the request I had been nurturing for some time to the now-refreshing nobleman. That is. Errol's face turned to one of surprise. This was a request easily granted by him. Yet, it was something that one would hardly expect from the daughter of the Duke of Romanov. Chapter 13. Common Desires of Reincarnators. Those who work at the Romanov mansion have recently been saying the same thing in unison. Namely, Miss Camille has changed, so they say. Not long ago, she was a girl whose emotional fluctuations, expressions, and everything else were so sparse that she could rightly be called the Ice Princess. However, she was exceptionally intelligent, to the point that the teachers in her correspondence courses were astounded. And one could easily believe that she would eventually support this household in a manner distinct from her father, Duke Walgaff's, formidable strength. Now, however, what about her? First and foremost, what stands out is her abnormal obsession with the humanoid mobile weapon, PL. Until now, she had had no contact with such a weapon in her life. Yet, for some reason, after a certain morning, she began to love it, culminating in a siege incident that involved not just the household, but even the elite Black Knights, as she declared her intention to become a pilot herself. Well, this can be explained. She had the rare opportunity to have breakfast with her father, who asked her if there was anything she wanted. Having lost her mother, and with little interaction with her busy father, she was starved for affection and requested to ride in the PL, which symbolized her father's power. Given the outcome we see now, it can be inferred that even the girl who once seemed as cold as ice had a natural thirst for connection, and this desire had some sort of effect. Well, the so-called noble Walgaff was useless for a time, but since he has been made to take responsibility for that, it doesn't count. So, while her obsession with PL can be explained, the changes in her humanity and her tastes in food cannot. As for her personality, where has the girl who was once described as icy gone? Now, she answers cheerfully and clearly to everything, and even greets the lower-ranking people with a friendly demeanor. This is a change that could be seen as favorable, and if one thinks that the incident with PL somehow liberated her, or broke down a wall, it becomes understandable. What is utterly incomprehensible, however, is the sudden change in her food preferences. Until now, when asked for requests, she showed no interest whatsoever, and regarding the sweets served during tea time, she seemed to view them merely as materials for learning manners. Now it's different. In any case, rice. At least every other day, she demands rice. Moreover, she positions it as a staple and insists that the dishes served be seasoned to complement the rice, which has forced the household chef, who had previously only prepared course meals, to study anew at over 50 years of age. And recently, the dish she has been craving the most is... What flashes through my mind is the layered and rich aroma harmony created by simmering chicken bones, pork bones, and seafood with fragrant vegetables. What revives in my mouth is the delightfully smooth sensation of slurping noodles and the pleasure that arises when biting into them. As for the toppings, well, they can vary greatly. Even in small amounts, the vibrant appearance and the flavor that fills the mouth give a strong presence to the green onions. This is a classic choice, and if I had ordered a small rice set with it, it would serve as a great motivation to continue eating. Char siu. The soft-boiled egg, with its creamy yolk clinging to the tongue, combined with the flavor of the soaked sauce, was my absolute favorite. Ah. Still, I want to eat ramen. No, I can eat it now. In fact, I am eating. Eating, and yet still not satisfied. Why is that? It is. Setting aside the initial moments after my reincarnation, I now lay on my canopied bed, hugging a pillow in my nightgown, letting out a sigh of dissatisfaction that I could recognize myself. So it has come to this. I've finally reached the point where I dream about it, and the withdrawal symptoms have progressed. I am Camille Romanov, the daughter of the Romanov family, the most powerful house in the Galactic Empire. Most of my whims are granted, and indeed, the enormous wish to pilot the PL has been smoothly fulfilled with the necessary budget and personnel. Such whims have also extended to my diet, and I have requested the hotel-trained chef to serve me rice as a staple every other day, a meal close to the Japanese style. Even I have wishes that cannot be fulfilled. Ramen is one of them. Because no one knows how to make it. Moreover, for reasons I don't quite understand, neither cup noodles nor instant noodles are distributed in the territory. Hey, what's going on here? At the very least, before my reincarnation, instant noodles were distributed all over the world. This world of personal lovers, which I have been reborn into, is not set in a fantasy realm, but rather a story about humanity's future in space, right? It's pointless to complain to the gods about this. They probably wouldn't expect complaints about not being able to eat ramen rather than about having undergone a TS reincarnation, so they would be bewildered. In any case, I must do something, and I have a plan to do something, stemming from a bet I made with Errol the other day. Miss, are you awake? After a knock, my dedicated maid, Irina, appears. In her hand, she holds today's change of clothes, just like always. However, what's different this time is the type of clothing she's holding. What I, or rather Camille, usually wears is frilly gothic Lolita. But today, what Irina has brought is something entirely different. Are you really going to wear that? When you received it as a gift before, you distinctly refused it, didn't you? It's too daring for the legs, and it's a hassle since you have to coordinate it with the underwear. A gentleman changes his mind. Besides, for the one-person brainstorming session I'm about to have, this is the optimal choice. A one-person brainstorming session. Well, I'm glad to see you've awakened to the joy of fashion, but, though she seems puzzled, Irina begins to undress me. Today, it's not just about taking off the nightgown. I'm made completely bare, including my underwear. And what I'm to wear instead is, whoa, what the? Well, I suppose that's to be expected. In any case, while the boys in my head are in a frenzy and having a blast, the change of clothes is complete, and what I reveal is Camille in a cheongsam. Dyed in light blue, it boldly opens at the chest. Well, that area is still a work in progress, but the beauty of my legs peeking through the slit is dazzling. This outfit emphasizes the healthy eroticism of a girl at this age to the utmost. Wow, so daring. Wow. Ignoring Irina's murmurs, I strike a pose in front of the mirror. With this, my mood is set. Now, I just need to devise a strategy for the greatest challenge on the path to ramen conquering Sebastian. Achoo! I shouted with a strange bird-like sound for no particular reason. Chapter 14, Fumifumi. Since ancient times, it has been said that great individuals are accompanied by excellent aides. This holds true even for the Romanov family. So, who is the trusted confidant of Wolfgang Romanov, known as the Iron Man, and recently referred to in whispers as an idiot, fool, or octopus? None other than the elderly butler, Sebastian. In fact, there is no one in the household who has served longer than he has. He has been in service since the previous generation, starting as a butler apprentice shortly after Wolfgang was born, and during Wolfgang's childhood, he was both a good playmate and a brotherly figure. Thus, there are times when Wolfgang finds it hard to assert himself in front of him, and he often seeks Sebastian's advice in challenging situations. Indeed, he is the one who supports the prosperity of the Romanov family from the shadows. That is the butler named Sebastian. To him, Wolfgang bestowed the greatest authority and mission. That is, the education and upbringing of his beloved daughter, Camille. After all, as the head of a noble family boasting the largest territory in the Galactic Empire, Wolfgang was exceedingly busy. Not only was he busy, but there were also many matters that required him to leave the capital planet of the Romanov Duchy, Tarrant, so naturally, he had no time to take care of a child. Therefore, watching over and raising Camille in place of him and his late wife became Sebastian's final and greatest task in life. However, Sebastian himself felt no pressure. Rather, he viewed it as if he had gained another grandchild and approached it with great positivity. Assigning his own granddaughter, Irina, who is a year older than Camille, as a dedicated maid was part of this effort. Even so, the icy girl had closed her heart, and her inner thoughts remained unreadable. Recently, however, she had become noticeably brighter and more active, so he hoped that it had had some effect. Well, as a side effect, the young lady had developed an obsession with a massive weapon, PL, but considering the financial situation of the ducal family, it was not a significant problem. She claimed she wanted to become a pilot for PL, but by the time she grew up, that fervor would likely have cooled. Then, what would remain would be the young lady, whose vivacity had burst forth from the melted ice. It seems I have managed to fulfill my duties. As Sebastian pondered such thoughts while enjoying a gentleman's respite, tea time. Knock, knock, the door to the family's break room was tapped. Has someone else come to take a break? Please come in. From the most ordinary of thoughts, he encouraged the knocker to enter. However, the figure that appeared from beyond the door was certainly not someone who served the Romanov family. No, it was quite the opposite. She was the very person they were meant to serve, and in the absence of the head Walgef, she held the highest position within the mansion. See Camille, my lady. Startled, he stood up. What had shaken the seasoned Sebastian so was not merely that Camille had come to such a place. It was her attire that was the issue. Do I look good in this? As she said this, she spun around once. Holding down her skirt, Camille winked brightly. However, she was not wearing her usual clothing. In a sense, it was a familiar outfit to Sebastian and the others. Yet, it was an outfit that Camille should never have donned. That is to say, she was in a maid outfit. What on earth are you wearing? He asked, returning his trembling teacup to its saucer, but Camille did not answer his question. Hey, Sebastian. No, Grandpa. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Moreover, she approached him with a graceful demeanor, as if she had learned such manners from somewhere. A favor? Is it something related to PL again? No, it's not that. Actually, I want to go to Chako. Chako, the word that flew from the young lady's mouth. Sebastian's eyes widened in shock. Absolutely not. A daughter of the Romanov family cannot go to such a place. What reason would you have to visit? No, do you even understand what kind of place it is? It is entirely different from a typical noble capital. I don't need a reason. I'll go secretly, incognito. I've already received the enthusiastic consent of Errol. He is on good terms with Lord Kenji Tanaka, the ruler there, and knows the area well, so it should be fine. And he understands what kind of place it is too. In response to Sebastian's words, Camille answered with a calm demeanor. The space colony, Chako. It is a colony focused more on resource acquisition and industrial production than on habitation, and it is said to be half buried in a resource satellite. And the streets are said to be extremely unique and interesting. Interesting? It is not. That place is terribly desolate, filthy. If you want to travel, there are countless beautiful planets. Interrupting Sebastian's words, Camille presented a piece of paper. It was nothing special, likely a cut piece of ordinary printing paper, shaped and sized like a rare paper token used in very rare situations. What is this? Come closer and take a good look. Following her instructions, he realized he had a puzzled expression as he took out a monocle from his pocket. Then, the ancient vision-correcting device reflected clearly the image drawn on the paper for Sebastian's now presbyopic eyes. This is a shoulder massage ticket. Grinning, Camille wore a sticky smile. Yes, what was depicted there was a strangely deformed illustration of the young lady before him, shouting, Hyaku, 100 in a hand-drawn style, and the large letters reading, shoulder massage ticket. Wishes come with a price. This is my price to you. The lady he was meant to serve said, with an angelic smile. But did Sebastian understand that devils are all kind? W8 such a reward. No. The elderly butler, who was on the verge of collapsing at the speed of the Iron Man, the idiot, fool, and octopus duke, managed to hold back with a slightly superior intellect. There's no way I could be satisfied with this. Grandpa looked closely at the edge. The edge. Doing as he was told, he focused on the edge of the shoulder massage ticket. There, in small letters, it was added. Right now, you'll also receive 100 steps of back-stepping massage for free. I can see it. I can see it too. I can see the young lady in a maid bikini giving me a back-stepping massage. Such an option does not exist. Okay. The elderly butler, clutching the shoulder massage ticket and back-stepping massage ticket, raised his fist in triumph. Chapter 15, Something Was There. Listen up. Let's pack our things more compactly and keep it to a minimum. You don't need this many changes of clothes. In my usual room. However, unlike usual, I was declaring this to Irina, while rummaging through the contents of several scattered suitcases. But as the daughter of a duke, this is the bare minimum I need to prepare. I have to be able to dress appropriately for any situation that may arise. This isn't an official visit, you know. Even if something does come up, we can just get it there. Besides, if you pack all this stuff, how do you plan to carry the souvenirs for everyone? Normally, daughters of high nobility don't concern themselves with souvenirs for their vassals. As we bickered back and forth, selecting our travel items, I couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It reminded me of the times I used to argue with my sister when traveling abroad in my previous life. By the way, why are you dressed like that, my lady? As Irina pointed out, my outfit was vastly different from my usual gothic Lolita style. I wore a cap on my head, sturdy jeans on the bottom, and a t-shirt with a vest on top. Good question. This is traditional travel attire passed down through the ancient Mysara tribe. I'm going on this journey dressed like this, with this thing. I pulled out my mobile device and pressed a button. Then, my Ritter, which was standing by the window in a ready position to be admired during sleep and wakefulness, suddenly stood up and raised its arms to the sides of its head. Prololololo. A mysterious electronic sound leaked from the external speaker. Reiterer. And it was an oddly muffled synthetic voice. Yeah, that sounds like a space dinosaur. I would have preferred it to call out Ritter in a more lively manner, like Pika. Maybe I should just record my own voice. What a strange thing. What are you making the skilled mechanics dispatched by my father do? They were quite enthusiastic about it. They said it was refreshing since they rarely get to do this kind of thing. And since I'm bringing my Ritter along with Errol's Mistletoe, we really should keep our travel luggage to a minimum. Oh, this outfit is essential. I sorted through the items with ease, managing to fit everything into a single suitcase. It was at that moment that there was a knock on the door. Come in. As I invited them in, Sebastian appeared. My lady. The maintenance team has requested to introduce the members who will accompany us. Errol wishes to be present as well. After all, this world is dangerous. Even in the relatively wealthy Romanov family duchy within the Galactic Empire, pirates roam the outskirts, and just the other day, my father had led the Black Knight Brigade to subdue them. Well, it's precisely because of such a world that the story and personal lovers easily transitioned into a space-warring era. In any case, for self-defense, it's essential for my Ritter to be included, and Errol bringing Mistletoe is a must. That leaves the question of the mechanics. While the spaceship we'll board has highly automated maintenance equipment, having at least one specialized technician is necessary. Thus, I had requested the maintenance team to select someone to accompany us. Errol's desire to be present is likely to assess whether the person is worthy of handling his beloved machine. I, too, wanted to know what kind of person would be traveling with us. Moreover, after the burden we've placed on them since the rocket punch incident, it is my duty to express my gratitude to them, as my sensibilities as Camille tell me. Then let's meet them. So I casually replied. Mechanics. Whether they are from the real or super genre, this position is indispensable in almost all mecha-related stories. After all, without them, the mechs won't move. For that reason, they appear to fulfill the necessary roles in the setting or to bridge relationships between characters. But the nature of these individuals varies greatly from work to work. As for my beloved maintenance team, they were exactly to my liking. They were seasoned old-timers who had been in the trade for a long time. Ah, I love it. Mechanics, especially older gentlemen. The mechanics from the mobile police team, or the ones who chant along with the Ultraman, are totally my type. Oh, even though I'm a girl now, it doesn't mean I like them in that way. So with that said, everyone line up. In front of the makeshift outdoor dock near the mansion, the men in coveralls stood in an orderly fashion before us. Their military-like discipline was simply because they were part of the military. My father had gathered skilled individuals for his cute daughter. Apparently, they were all at a level where they could normally serve as maintenance squad leaders. As for the pilot suits, he had poured too much money and resources just for one daughter. Well, I certainly don't feel bad about being on the receiving end of such a top-notch environment. Lady Camille, let me introduce those who have the honor of accompanying us on this trip to Chako. It will also mean they will get to handle Errol's Mistletoe. Is that all right? I'm satisfied with both your maintenance and my machine. If they are chosen from among you, I have no complaints." With his usual refreshing smile, Errol replied to the maintenance team leader. "By the way, it's generally a no-no for outsiders to touch the personal machines of noble families, which are the pinnacle of technology. However, according to Errol, while Misteltein has been thoroughly customized, the technology used is either outdated or commonplace, so it's not a problem. In Personal Lovers, they were quite indifferent about that as well. Thank you, that's settled then, step forward." As the maintenance team leader commanded. One person stepped forward. Isn't that a child? It was only natural for Errol to retract his earlier statement and frown. The one who stepped forward was a boy who looked to be about my age or perhaps slightly younger. That was surprising enough, but I was also astonished that such a child was mixed in with the maintenance team. If a child was working among adults, I would have thought I'd notice. He's a child, but he's quite skilled. Moreover, he has guts. He came to our house to offer his skills and got recognized by your father. My father. That was also surprising. While my father is incredibly lenient with me, he's probably not so soft on children in general. Moreover, to have been hired as a maintenance soldier in the corps of the military, he must be an extraordinary child. I feel like I've seen this child before. His features were so refined that one might mistake him for a girl, and he had a gentle expression. His chestnut hair was slightly curly, adding a touch of charm. The guts he had to sell his skills to my father seemed to have vanished, as the boy now shrank back a bit, trying to muster the courage to introduce himself. "I'm Yuri Dwightening, pleased to meet you." Yuri-kun. Yuri-kun, a target for conquest. Chapter 16, Yuri Dwightening. In Personal Lovers. The development of the story varies greatly depending on the chosen target, and among the 4 available targets, their attributes can be broadly categorized into 2 groups, namely the noble side and the commoner side. The noble side essentially tells the story of those who were originally high-ranking nobles, fighting against other nobles to seize control of the realm, while the commoner side features a hero, emerging from the ranks of the common people, who seizes control of the realm. The targets belonging to the former category are my mentor, Errol, and Kenji Tanaka, the Lord of Chako, who is about to arrive. And one of those belonging to the latter category is a boy named Yuri Dwightening. Yuri Dwightening. In Personal Lovers, he is the only target younger than the protagonist, commonly referred to as the Shota character, and he is the greatest genius in the world of the story. The specialized PL he operates is a machine designed for overwhelming firepower, specializing in annihilating enemy forces in large numbers. Yet, astonishingly, every part used in the machine is said to be junk. Moreover, it's not just that he uses junk parts for the PL. For the missing components, he modifies parts from discarded appliances and even uses toothpaste as a substitute for polishing agents. It's clear that he operates on a different level than your average mechanic. If he were to be kidnapped by terrorists, I believe he would create an iron suit from local junk and escape. That is the genius, Yuri Dwightening. And to think that he was working as a mechanic at our place during this time, I had no idea. I recall that in the timeline 4 years later, within Personal Lovers, he mentioned that he had been making a living by tinkering with machines since he was born. Does that mean he had aspirations to join the Romanov family even then? Well, if I think about it calmly, it makes sense. It's only natural for someone with skill and achievements to market themselves highly to a large organization. And, as usual, the problem lies within me, Camille Romanov, and the sense of crisis that resides in my heart. In Yuri's route, my dear father, Duke Walgef, naturally takes the side of the enemy as if it were his duty. But Yuri's stance is fierce. His faction is composed of lower-class individuals filled with intense anger and hatred towards the privileged noble class. However, unlike someone who mercilessly turned the person next to me into cosmic dust, he shows mercy by sparing my life. So, what should I do? Just like when I first met Errol, my brain begins to spin rapidly at the sudden encounter with this dangerous individual. Almost immediately, I reached a conclusion. In other words, isn't it fine? In fact, isn't it convenient? That is what I thought. After all, the catalyst for Yuri to rise in Personal Lovers was that no matter how much talent he had, there was a limit to how far someone from the lower class could climb. Considering his words and the current situation, it's easy to deduce that there was something disheartening within the Romanov army that he had just joined. Moreover, simply looking at the current situation, this can only be described as a stroke of luck. After all, 4 years ago, at the age of 10, I have no idea what his current abilities are. However, my memories from my previous life guarantee that he will become the greatest genius engineer in the galaxy within 4 years. A field promised to be bountiful is a worthy investment. Additionally, I am considering that, like Tiffing and Misteltein, I want a customized machine for myself someday. If Yuri here could work on that for me, it would undoubtedly be the best machine ever made. Thus, I extended my hand with a smile. Nice to meet you. From today, you're my friend. Demotion. When he heard he was being assigned to the maintenance team for the Duke's daughter, the first thing that came to Yuri's mind was that word. He had successfully infiltrated the military, showcasing his skills. As a result, the orphan from the slums was able to secure a stable life thanks to a high salary. However, mere wealth and comfort could never satisfy the thirst of the heart. In the military he had finally joined, his treatment was the worst. Those fools, who only looked at family background and had poor skills in maintaining machinery, decided that Yuri was just a useless kid hired by the Duke for amusement, and they didn't assign him any decent work. Some even suggested he must have been hired for offering his backside, and then came this treatment. Moreover, this was a direct order from Duke Walgef, whom he believed was the only one who recognized his skills. He had heard that the Duke's daughter was interested in PLs, but to her, a precious Ritter was likely treated as nothing more than a large doll for dress-up. A machine capable of adapting to all environments and boasting potential that could rival a lord's personal machine was being treated that way. On top of that, he had to cooperate with this. It was the utmost insult to both the beloved PL and himself. Or so he thought, but this young lady was different. Just as an athlete's muscles show joy when subjected to stress, the parts of the PL, when operated with love, would sometimes perform even better than when they were worn out. The Ritter assigned to Lady Camille was a prime example of this. The machine is happy. When treated like this, it's the joy of being a mechanic. Right, Yuri? The older mechanics around him were friendly. These skilled individuals, far superior to the average crowd, sensed Yuri's talent and treated him as an equal. A machine worth tinkering with. Though its immaturity could be inferred from its condition, the pilot seemed trustworthy enough to entrust it to. The days of frustration began to rapidly gain color. The biggest turning point came when the Ritter returned missing one arm. The young lady who brought the machine back to the outdoor dock raised the severed arm with her intact hand and boldly declared through the external speaker, "Misteltein, I've taken it down." Though it was a masterpiece, an ordinary mass-produced machine had defeated the personal machine of the Duke of Lannog. It was an unbelievable fact, but the sight of Misteltein returning alongside her, shrugging its shoulders, testified to the truth. A great achievement, an achievement that was simply great. Indeed, the Ritter was a masterpiece of a mass-produced machine, and with tuning, it could compete with custom machines. Moreover, he could proudly declare that the maintenance was flawless. However, that was merely a theoretical argument. It was a battle under limited rules, and while it might have exploited regulatory loopholes to see someone actually accomplish it. "Thank you so much, and I'm sorry. I broke the Ritter." As the mechanics welcomed her with cheers, Lady Camille waved her hand in response as she opened the cockpit hatch. The mechanics replied with "Don't worry about it," and "It's a small price to pay," but Yuri did not join in. However, "She's beautiful," he thought as he looked up at the pilot-suited young lady. Now, she was asking for a handshake. Moreover, in a rather overwhelming manner, she was saying they would be friends from now on. Though her current boyish attire did not seem fitting for a daughter of a high noble family, her radiance did not fade. "I am looking forward to working with you too." Yuri, feeling nervous, shook her hand. It was cool and soft to the touch. Just that alone made Yuri feel as if his spine might shoot up to the heavens. "Yeah, you're not much older than me, but your hands are rough. You have the hands of a hard worker." Being praised like that made his consciousness momentarily drift away. Chapter 17, Appropriate Attire for Chako. To maintain 2 PL units in a state ready for deployment at any time, is not as simple a task as it sounds. There were mountains of supplies that needed to be loaded onto the transport ship, which would serve as our legs, various consumables, spare parts for emergencies, and backup weaponry. By the way, the transport craft we would be using this time, a massive box fitted with boosters, was provided by none other than Errol. We would be using the very same craft he had used during his visit to planet Tarrant. Since he had visited alone and disliked drawing attention, he had come with a rather ordinary civilian transport ship, which turned out to be quite convenient for this trip. Well, since he lost the bet, I would take advantage of it without hesitation. So, taking this opportunity, I spent a busy couple of days learning from Errol how to handle the PL loading operations. During that time, what swelled in my heart was the anticipation for the space colony of Chako, our destination. As for this secret trip, the reason I insisted on it, even going so far as to place a bet, was because of that day when I saw the holographic image of the person Errol was communicating with. After all, it was 4 years before the main events of Personal Lovers, and his appearance was somewhat different. However, there was only one person who could be seen having a cheerful conversation with Errol, a blind Japanese-American young man. Kenji Tanaka, one of the targets in Personal Lovers. As soon as I recognized him, his profile flashed through my mind. Especially the dish he loved. That dish, to be precise, ramen. The scene where he appears, slurping ramen from the shadows while the protagonist is in a pinch, is quite popular in the story, despite its surreal wording. After all, what follows is the blind swordsman's overwhelming prowess. A swordsman with a handicap is undeniably cool, no matter the world, but I digress. His image immediately brought a revelation to my starving, ramen-craving self. That's right. If it's Chako that he governs, there must be ramen. After all, that iconic scene takes place in Chako. Thus, I successfully proposed a bet to Errol and got him to take on the role of guide. I also managed to get approval from the nagging Sebastian, securing my ticket to Chako. Now, while I was looking forward to ramen, it wasn't the only thing I was excited about. The scenery of the space colony of Chako itself was also something to look forward to. This colony, after all, possesses a unique worldview even within Personal Lovers. To put it simply, cyberpunk and Japan would be the gist of it. The streets are perpetually dark, filled with colorful neon signs. Countless drones zip through the sky, delivering goods to the wealthy living in high-rise buildings, while the lower classes can only look up enviously from the alleys. Garanga. It was a scene that made both foreigners and Japanese alike want to shout out loud, and it unfolded in the story. It felt like androids were dreaming of shiny futures. Of course, I loved that kind of worldview, so I planned to enjoy it to the fullest, not just the ramen. That said, I needed to dress appropriately for such an occasion. Irina, I'm changing. Yes. What kind of clothes will you wear? Irina, who had been checking for forgotten items with me, quickly came over as she asked. I was thinking of changing there, but let's get into the mood right now. Is that what you're wearing? My dedicated maid grimaced visibly at the clothes I pulled out from the suitcase. All right, we're all set for departure. Not bad for a kid, huh? Errol said this while observing the smooth preparations for the PL transport in front of the Romanov estate. F for you to praise me, Your Grace, I'm honored, the boy mechanic who had been praised replied, looking down with a face that resembled a girl's, feeling bashful. Don't be so modest. It's in these mundane tasks that one can see the fruits of your usual training. If you weren't affiliated with the ducal family, I would have headhunted you myself. That's too kind of you. But I'm happy to hear that. The excessive humility might be due to his age or perhaps his background. When I thought of the boy, who was said to come from a poor background, my mind drifted to Camille. Everything about her was extraordinary. She was the daughter of one of the most powerful noble families in the Galactic Empire, yet she showed interest in the weaponry that PL pilots, like the man, used, and even sought to learn how to pilot them herself. Moreover, despite winning against someone who was called a genius through a series of clever tactics, she was undeniably an outlier. And now, this trip to Chako, a space colony, Chako. It was hardly a place where a young lady from a grand noble family would want to travel. From washlets to PLs, the industrial products produced there were all cutting edge. But the streets, which seemed to boast of that technological prowess, lacked any aesthetic appeal, making it hardly suitable as a tourist destination. Yet I found myself appreciating that choice. After all, it's the times we live in. The Galactic Empire had been established, the calendar shifted from the Gregorian to the Imperial era, and centuries had passed. Initially, it boasted a splendor befitting the name Galactic Empire, but the disease of corruption brought on by long reigns had invaded this nation, just like many states that existed in the old century. If just one thing were to happen, the empire would easily tumble into an era of civil strife. That was the prediction of the wise. And if that were to happen, its scale would spread throughout the galaxy, becoming unprecedented in human history. To survive such an era, what was needed was a foundation of financial power and military strength. And then, the technological prowess to not fall behind others. In particular, military technology used for weaponry was crucial. For instance, even if the hardware performance is the same, the performance can vary greatly depending on the quality of the electronic components used inside. Experiencing cutting-edge technology and visiting the places where it is produced would surely be beneficial in the future. Thinking of that, I was struck by Camille's foresight. She truly deserves to have beaten me. And I muttered this to myself, feeling a bit of resentment. There was no way that someone who had defeated me would suggest a secret trip for some trivial reason like wanting to eat out or being fascinated by the unusual scenery of Chako. Thank you for waiting. While I was lost in thought, Camille and the others, who had been finishing their last packing, appeared. Haha, it seems that the preparations of the young ladies take time. Errol, who had been looking elsewhere, tried to respond with his usual cheerful facade. But it takes time, you know. At the very last moment, he stumbled over his words. But that was only natural. What Camille was wearing was completely unexpected. What kind of fabric was this even made from? It had a vinyl-like sheen and gloss, sparkling in the sunlight. However, the area covered by that fabric was minimal. The shorts were so short that if she sat down, the hem would likely be visible, and the top was practically a tank top that resembled underwear. It was a bit lacking in modesty for a 12-year-old girl. Above all, it was far too high sensibility, or perhaps cyber, and punk. Even the tattoo sticker on her left arm was a detail that showed a commitment to her style, but it was a fashion that made one question the aesthetic sense of the wearer. Thus, from Errol's perspective, it was an outfit that stood out for its absurdity. Gah! Apparently, for Yuri, who was around Camille's age, it was an outfit that was more than sufficiently sexy. The boy mechanic, bleeding from his nose, collapsed pathetically to the ground. One casualty. It seems this journey will be harsh. Lady Camille. Let's go with something more normal. Errol suggested sensibly, thinking that way in his heart. Chapter 18, Yuri's Inventions. For example, let's assume a sheet of copy paper represents the universe. When you want to move from one end of the long side to the other, it's a bit of a hassle, which is more evident than the color of the paper. However, if you were to fold this paper in half and poke it with a pen, the starting point and destination, which seemed so far apart, would suddenly be right next to each other. This is the rough principle of warp drive in the world I have been reincarnated into, as depicted in Personal Lovers. It's incredibly convenient. Rather, without it, colonizing space would be utterly impossible. After all, space is vast. Even if it appears that asteroids are densely packed from a distance, once you get there, the distances between each asteroid can easily accommodate dozens of Earths. Traveling through such vastness, even at the speed of light, would require more lifetimes than one could count. Warping, which transcends physical distance, is an essential technology for humans to venture into the galaxy. While this warp drive is indeed invaluable, it cannot be used without limits, as is customary with such technologies. For instance, it must be in a gravitationally stable area, and the destination is limited to one location. Thus, for interstellar travel, it is normal to pass through multiple warp drives, from one warp point to another. And after completing the warp journey, you must still travel to your intended planet or colony. This usually takes several days to weeks. In that regard, this journey is quite suitable for a short trip, requiring only a few days of travel time. After passing through 3 warp points, it takes 3 days one way and 6 days for a round trip. Is it a fortunate coincidence that the Romanov, Lanog, and Tanaka territories are in close proximity? Not at all. Though the three houses differ in rank, they are all important noble families for the empire. Therefore, their territories are consolidated in what can be called the central region of the empire. So, while this trip is very compact compared to typical interstellar travel, it still means we have 3 days of free time on our hands. The 4 of us boarded the transport ship, each passing the time in our own way. First, Errol. He serves as the pilot of the transport ship, but since it's primarily on autopilot and he only needs to take over during warp transitions or emergencies, he has plenty of free time. He seems to be using that time to remotely handle work from his own territory, just as he did back at our mansion. In fact, one could say he's making more progress than when he was at the mansion. After all, he doesn't have to conduct my piloting training here. I can't help but feel dissatisfied about that. After all, the infinite universe stretches out around us. Moreover, Misteltein and Ritter, which are both all-terrain multifunctional machines aboard the transport ship, can operate in space without needing adjustments. So, shouldn't we conduct piloting training in outer space? When else would we do it? Now, of course. My heart burned with excitement, like the first mobile warrior soaring toward the galaxy, abandoning the duchy's military and a year-long war. But this was promptly rejected. My mentor Errol said, "It's still too early." That was his reasoning. In the first place, activities in outer space require various essential skills. If that weren't the case, NASA wouldn't put astronauts through such rigorous training. And this remains an unchanging principle, even in this world where numerous super technologies support activities in space. In contrast, my total training time related to outer space, as Camille Romanov, is a grand total of 0 hours. There's no way someone like that could be sent into space. It's a sound argument, one that leaves no room for rebuttal. I might think, then, that I should train here, but everything has its procedures and curricula, and achieving that aboard a moving transport ship is impossible. Thus, the piloting training I had been doing daily on Planet Talent has entered a brief hiatus. Among the remaining 3, Irina has taken it upon herself to handle meals and laundry for our group. Since she is only 13, it's essential for her to receive remote education alongside me, and one could say she's living almost the same life as usual. As for me, after finishing remote education, I spent my time in the transport ship's hangar, captivated by the work of the last member of our party, Yuri. Wow, this is quite a treasure trove. Given the location, it was easy to move around, and dressed in overalls that wouldn't mind getting dirty. It was no wonder my eyes sparkled as I said this. Inside the hangar were various modules for PLs developed by Yuri. I'm glad you think so, but honestly, I just had an idea and tried to shape it into something. Yuri scratched his head as he spoke, but I knew that the culmination of his efforts would lead to the dedicated PL he piloted in the main story. In a way, this was the very history of his weapon development. Moreover, while he piloted a high-output beam cannon in the game, what was stored here were items that had been prototyped with extremely flexible ideas. That sticky projectile cannon is interesting. If the calculations are correct, once it's stuck, even Ritter's full output wouldn't easily tear it apart. It looked like a junky PL bazooka. However, the reality was that the resin, like the sticky substance it emitted, would instantly solidify upon impact. I raised my voice while holding a tablet, gazing up at the equipment. Originally, it was designed for quick repairs of space colonies and spaceships. Coming up with the chemical formula to achieve instant solidification from a liquid state to the target strength was quite a challenge. Then, it could be officially adopted right away, couldn't it? If you're interested, I can talk to my father about it. After all, my father, known as the Iron Man, is surprisingly easy to persuade. It's not hard to imagine him giving an enthusiastic, "okay," in response. I appreciate that, but this one has a clear flaw that I'm aware of. Yuri scratched his head while looking up at the bazooka suspended by a crane. Even after it solidifies, it retains a strong adhesive quality, so if it's used during a colony's damage, debris carried by the expelled air would stick to it. Considering the work of removing that and the sticky substance itself, I think a traditional balloon warhead would be more practical. What if you designed it for use against PLs? As I said earlier, I think it's perfect for stopping the opponent's movements. It's definitely more reliable to shoot them down with a beam. I see. Once pointed out, it made sense. Especially in combat, it would be far better to shoot them down with a beam than to try hitting them with something that has such a slow projectile speed. Then, what about that weapon? It looks really cool. Next, I pointed to a massive bow that was also suspended for maintenance. It was the size of a PL, and it was completely a bow. It had what appeared to be a sighting device repurposed from a rifle, but the module looked just like a Western bow that would have thrived in the medieval era. Archery, huh? With wires made of special steel as the string, if drawn with the power of a PL, it would have destructive power that rivals a railgun. If you use various arrowheads, it would have exceptional versatility. That's what I thought when I made it. Yuri scratched his head again, wearing a wry smile. Honestly, the gap for drawing the string is just too large. If bows were superior to guns, humanity would have fought the world wars that occurred on Earth in the last century with bows and arrows. Balancing romance and practicality isn't easy, is it? Indeed. I'm sorry. Even though you kindly allowed me to bring in and create prototypes. Not at all. Instead, please show me more. I replied with a big smile to Yuri. Then, how about the winch made of the same special steel used for the bow? That sounds great. It wouldn't add dead weight, and I'd love to attach it to my ritter. As Yuri blushed and looked away while explaining, I sometimes asked for clarification and sometimes requested equipment for my own machine. Most of the time, we decided to forego installation due to the disadvantages. However, the winch was the only item that could be attached to the groin area of Ritter. This is a good thing. Chapter 19, Pirates Appear. Speaking of which, I've been wondering for a while now, why don't we establish checkpoints in the warp drive enabled zone? Isn't that precisely where the pirates are causing the most trouble? I think it would be effective for maintaining order. Just before we made the final warp drive jump towards Chako, as everyone gathered in the cockpit, I casually voiced this question. This was a part of knowledge that even Camille Romanov didn't possess. Moreover, it wasn't elaborated upon in the game Personal Lovers that I played in my previous life, and there were no tips regarding it either. After all, the main storyline of the game depicted a galaxy-wide civil war. While space pirates existed as a setting, they weren't featured prominently outside of a specific character's route, as the narrative quickly escalated. Even regarding that route, the pirates would soon build a force comparable to a small noble house. So in essence, the typical space pirates in this world. Especially concerning the current time, which is 4 years before the main game, I could say I had no knowledge at all. Haha, if each noble house had infinite military power, then it would surely be a good idea. Errol, who was seated at the controls and making precise adjustments for the warp drive, laughed cheerfully. Even if we call it a warp drive-enabled zone, it's an incredibly vast area. Covering all of it is simply not realistic. Of course, the lords aren't completely without measures, but in reality, they can only send out a few small squads for patrols and hope for an encounter. It was Yuri, sitting next to Errol and also performing various calculations, who provided this detailed explanation. I knew he would eventually become a pilot, but even so, he carried himself with a confidence that was hard to believe for a 10-year-old, executing tasks with remarkable efficiency. This wasn't just simple tinkering with machines. He had clearly been involved in more complex matters. He hadn't shared many details about that, even in my own route. Perhaps, despite being of commoner origin, he had built a mental wall with the protagonist, who was the Emperor's heir. By the time that wall was broken, it was already the ending, so there was no opportunity to ask during the game. That means the pirate extermination operation my father was conducting the other day was quite a labor-intensive endeavor, wasn't it? To find the locations of the enemy's bases and such. That's how battles are. 90% preparation, 10% actual combat. That said, I have very little real combat experience myself. As I listened with interest to Errol and Yuri's conversation, Irina shot me a piercing glance. Honestly, lady, why are you so interested in such dangerous matters? If we keep talking about this, we might end up attracting pirates, you know. Isn't it said that speaking of the devil brings him forth? But even though the world is in turmoil, it's not like pirates are sprouting up everywhere like weeds. And as Yuri-kun said, the warp drive-enabled zone is vast. It's not like we should expect to encounter them so easily. In that instant, a chill ran down my spine and I couldn't quite describe it. It was a sensation that was sharp, hot, yet terribly cold at the same time. I didn't even have time to ponder what it was. Next, the transport ship we were on shook violently. Kaya. I let out a surprisingly girlish scream, shocked at my own reaction. The tremor was that intense. Moreover, it was clear that the shaking was caused by an external impact, and I could sense through the seat that part of the armor making up the transport ship had been damaged. What is this? An attack. A lady. Errol and Yuri groaned, while Irina, sitting next to me, leaned over protectively. Ugh. At 13, Irina had quite a generous figure, and my face was cushioned by her soft, alluringly resilient body, serving as a shock absorber. Whether she was aware of the chaos inside the ship or not. In any case, a voice communication from the outside came through. Dear Prey, you are surrounded by us pirates. You have two options. Either surrender your offerings peacefully, or offer up your lives. Pirates, I've spotted the enemy. I'll display it on the monitor. While Errol groaned, Yuri operated the console. Then, the sub-monitor in the cockpit displayed the footage captured by the camera. Viking. As I watched it while being pinned down by Irina, I muttered the name of the machine in my mouth. Viking. The cylindrical-shaped machine appeared larger and somewhat clumsier compared to the current main production model, Ritter. Its most distinctive feature was that its left arm was a solid machine gun. Above all, it looked battered and patched up. And that was to be expected. This was not a formally produced industrial product. It was a makeshift assembly based on the frame of an old mass-produced machine, cobbled together with various junk parts to somehow make it operational as a PL. The fact that it only had a complex manipulator on its right hand, while the left arm was an easily produced solid projectile machine gun, symbolized its circumstances. As suggested by the name Viking, the faction using this machine was Space Pirates. Its head had a face design resembling a skull, as if to represent that. In the main storyline of Personal Lovers, this machine was used as a main force by a certain character's faction. In that context, it was memorable how members would climb onto the machine's torso and shoulders to perform various daily tasks. So, there it was. The rumors had indeed summoned forth the shadow, and the space pirates had arrived. Reactions varied among us. Good grief, I can't believe they actually came. Errol, maintaining a calm demeanor, ruffled his hair. The enemy numbers 5. Normally, 3 machines would make up a squad, but I suppose the irregularity is typical of pirate forces. Yuri calmly analyzed the enemy's strength. Lady, Irina tightened her grip around me. How nice, a junk machine. I want one. Meanwhile, I was nurturing my simple desire in my heart. That's enough. In 10 minutes, we will make contact with the hangar. If you wish to offer tributes, prepare them. If you wish to offer your lives, pray to the gods. The pirates' communication ended there. The silhouettes displayed on the sub-monitor approached us, propelled by thruster flames. What shall we do? Yuri asked. It's obvious. Errol replied, let's go with the third option. His expression was the same refreshing smile as always, but the unmistakable thrill of a hunter was definitely present. Chapter 20, the third option. Listen carefully. The only reason Camille will be riding on Ritter is to ensure that the young lady can escape if the need arises. Under no circumstances should you think about participating in the battle. Errol's voice echoed through the closed cockpit of Ritter. Do you understand? Absolutely, absolutely okay. This guy is really pressing the point. Through the communication window, Errol, clad in a pilot suit, wore a serious expression. Young ladies, I truly ask this of you. Even Irina, who had changed into her spacesuit and taken a seat in the auxiliary chair, leaned in to look at my face. I don't like this. They don't trust me. I understand. I certainly don't want to end up in space, without proper training and drown or something. Having changed into what was probably the most expensive pilot suit in the galaxy, I shrugged my shoulders as I said this. In moments like these, I recall the Mecha anime depicting the battle against the terrorist group I had waited 3 years for. Coincidentally, the attackers in that episode were also those who had survived as space pirates after the war. That protagonist ended up wrecking an extremely expensive prototype and then had to rely on a junk dealer for help. It's amazing he got off with such a light punishment. And the woman leading the attacking pirate squad was probably the most unfortunate character in the story. In short, she just wanted to return to a normal life. But I digress. That anime taught me the dangers of heading into space unprepared. I had no reason to repeat the same mistake. I will be observing Errol's true abilities from here. Yuri, please link with the external cameras. Yes. When I called out, Yuri's cheerful voice appeared in another communication window. True abilities, huh? Now, whether it's necessary to show them or not. Well then, I'm cutting the communication. With that, Errol closed the communication window. Now, this isn't just a game still. It's real combat happening right next to me. I fully understood that what was at stake here were not game characters, but real lives. Even so, I couldn't suppress the pounding in my chest. They've opened the hangar. It seems they've decided to obediently offer up their tribute. One of the pirate pilots muttered, as he gazed at the scene displayed on the main monitor of the Viking. The transport ship they had targeted was in the process of opening the hatch of its container-like hangar, which occupied most of its hull. Once they took a portion of the supplies, the business would be complete. If we just hit them with a machine gun, they'll do whatever we say. It's an easy job. As one of his comrades had said, the upper armor of the transport ship bore the brutal scars of the machine gun mounted on the left arm of the Viking. That said, ships traveling through space are built to be extremely sturdy. In reality, the damage was akin to scraping a car, and it wouldn't hinder navigation. Moreover, the choice to use solid projectiles in an age dominated by beams was not only due to ease of production and procurement, but also a consideration to avoid inflicting excessive damage on the prey during such encounters. Indeed, business. For the scavengers, their acts of plunder were nothing but commercial transactions. They would frighten their targets without causing unnecessary damage, make them hand over their cargo with minimal effort, and once they received it, they would quickly withdraw without lingering. This was a routine they had repeated countless times, and it seemed this time would proceed without a hitch. Until the moment, a beam rifle's muzzle protruded from the opened power gate. Hi. By the time one of the comrades uttered that word, it was already too late. The scorching heavy metal particles shot forth from the muzzle, transforming into a heat ray worthy of the name beam. It struck the head of the surprised ally machine directly, melting through it and flying off into the void. Beam weapon. Is that a regular army PL? In response to the astonished voices of his comrades, from within the fully open power gate, a pure white PL emerged. What the hell is that? It was no wonder the pirate pilot exclaimed in surprise. This was a machine that did not exist in their knowledge. The beautifully curved armor seemed to have directly translated medieval knightly armor into a PL. From its sleek silhouette reminiscent of a top-tier athlete, one could sense a level of refined design beauty that the Viking could not even begin to match. Its armament consisted of a beam rifle in its right hand and two deployable particle vibration blades stored in its backpack. On its left shoulder, it bore a large shield capable of covering the entire front of the machine, and it appeared to be a smart weapon unit, detaching from its hardpoint and beginning to float autonomously. Indeed, this was a machine that did not exist in their knowledge, and that was precisely why it was unmistakable. This machine. This is a custom unit. The personal lover. That is, the official name for a personal lover. The PL could be tuned and customized to match the pilot who would operate it. In particular, some ace pilots and noble lords would order their machines to be tailored to their specifications right from the design stage. What had emerged from an unremarkable transport ship was, without a doubt, a super machine that had undergone thorough customization. Whoa! One of the comrades fired the left-arm machine gun, its primary weapon. Compared to beam weapons, it was clearly inferior in power, but even so, a direct hit could still inflict considerable damage. However, it doesn't even leave a scratch. What kind of sturdy shield is that? As the comrades exclaimed, the shield, which floated independently to protect the main body of the machine, completely repelled the bullets from the machine gun. And being sturdy meant it could easily be turned into a weapon. With terrifying agility, the enemy machine spun and delivered a roundhouse kick to the shield. Whoa! The shield, propelled with added rotational force from the kick, pierced straight into one of the comrades' Vikings. Though the Viking, cobbled together from junk parts, boasted a certain degree of robustness, once it was in that state, it was rendered incapable of combat. In other words, the current situation was that 2 of our machines had been shot down. What was supposed to be a threat to a defenseless prey had swiftly incapacitated nearly half of our forces. The main camera of the white PL glowed red, radiating a murderous intent. Wow, it's just too cool. As I watched the footage from the external camera sent by Yuri, I couldn't help but shout in excitement. Chapter 21, Invisible Crisis. It's taking too long. Their reactions are far too slow. Why is it that the enemy isn't deploying their PL? Even if they aren't, wouldn't you expect them to make a desperate counterattack? While relinquishing the lifeline of defense known as the shield, Errol muttered with an air of confidence. The pirates had swiftly destroyed 2 machines, but conversely, that meant 3 were still operational, and considering the numbers, the situation remained overwhelmingly advantageous. So, they should have quickly opened fire with their machine guns. Amazingly, the pirates seemed to have gone blank in the face of the sudden counterattack, showing no significant reaction at all. That said, the interval was merely 2 or 3 seconds. However, in combat involving PL, such a gap is fatal. Honestly. He sighed and tightened his grip on the control stick. Camille is far more formidable. Mistletoe's beam rifle fired another charged particle beam. Naturally, direct hit. Since they hadn't even attempted to evade, this was akin to shooting fish in a barrel, a turkey shot that hardly deserved the name. He aimed to take down another machine, but they've begun evasive maneuvers. But that's a foolish choice. If they had dared to fire in unison, unafraid of the beam's power, I would have had no choice but to take the hit with my armor, unable to move in the hangar. At this point, there was nothing left to do but be astonished. Pirates are, after all, pirates. They were not worthy opponents to compete with as warriors. That said, Mistletoe is not so easily shot down. At the very least, they could have managed to take down one of us, right? As he said this, he pressed down on the foot pedal. The spacecraft switched to space combat mode, responding to Errol's commands, and the thrusters on its back and legs flared to full power. Thus, Mistletoe shot forth like an arrow into the vastness of space, but the sight of the pirate PL, firing useless rounds into the space Mistletoe had just vacated, was almost comical. Startled by Mistletoe's agility, they hastily unleashed their machine guns, yet they couldn't track its movements at all. What a dull opponent. But I have a feeling Camille would be interested in that machine. As he destroyed another machine's head with a beam, he muttered to himself. After all, she harbored an unusual obsession with PL. In fact, throughout their journey so far, she had shown remarkable interest in Yuri's prototype, which could only be deemed a failure. To Errol's eyes, the pirate's machine appeared to be nothing more than a haphazard collection of a poorly crafted frame and junk parts. Yet it might transform into a gift more valuable than the latest fashion. Considering the future engagement, it wouldn't be amusing to have a mere mechanic swaying her. Saying this, he couldn't help but chuckle. If he married the daughter of the Grand Duke, his faction would become unassailable. He realized that his words did not stem solely from a calculating perspective. Am I attracted to that girl? But she's just a child. Indeed, Camille was an extraordinarily beautiful girl. While she was still a child, in just 3 or 4 years, proposals would surely flood in from across the empire. And even though he was older, the age difference was only 4 years, so it was only natural to feel drawn to her. That said, I thought I was controlling such feelings. Errol was not just an ordinary boy. He bore the future of the Grand Duke Lanog's house on his shoulders and harbored ambitions to restore the troubled empire. Thus, he had to choose a partner from a political standpoint. Yet the image that flickered in his mind was of Camille, joyfully piloting a PL and laughing. HMPH. He cut off his thoughts and focused on maneuvering the control stick. How to incapacitate the enemy machine in a state of panic and eject the pilot. That was what he needed to concentrate on now. Is the reason we're only incapacitating the enemy machines out of consideration for us? Or perhaps to extract information to present as a souvenir to the Lord, the Tanaka family? No, it's both, isn't it? I couldn't help but express such thoughts as I observed Mistletoe, which was engaging in a non-lethal battle reminiscent of some free-spirited protagonist machine. Well, it was actually my best friend who turned out to be truly free-spirited, as revealed in the movie version. There was a suspicion that he had mistakenly thought he was starring in a shonen manga about aliens in the Bakumatsu period. Then, we have the problem of what to do with the captured enemy pirates. Yuri, do you have confidence in restraining them? Please don't say something unreasonable. In a physical confrontation, we have no chance of winning. Yuri, appearing in a separate window while the external camera displayed the scene, said this with a wry smile. Then, what about you, Irina? What do you expect from me, milady? Ah, I see. I had been half hoping she might be a super maid trained in assassination techniques, but Sebastian probably wouldn't subject his own granddaughter to such peculiar education. Probably they'll recover the machines and just give the pilots oxygen before releasing them. They likely have personnel in the rear who will come to retrieve them. For us, extracting data from the PL is easier than the hassle of capturing and interrogating them. Are we going to leave them floating in space, waiting for rescue that may never come? That sounds like a punishment that could lead to PTSD. Considering they're space pirates, showing mercy by not taking their lives is a kindness. Yuri replied with a nonchalant expression, which was not indicative of him being particularly cold-hearted, but rather a reflection of the general sentiment in this world. As evidence, Irina nodded in agreement, and I too accepted it without hesitation. After all, villains have no human rights. But then, something nagged at me. By the way, who exactly are these people attacking us? The last machine is being chased around by Errol, and it seems quite pitiful. Currently, the situation involved Mistletoe circling around the last remaining enemy machine, grazing its armor with beams while apparently calling for surrender. Given Mistletoe's overwhelming mobility and firepower, the Vikings were utterly helpless. The battle would likely conclude soon. Their affiliation, you ask? Ah, they have some sort of emblem on their shoulders. I'll zoom in now. Yuri skillfully sent a screenshot our way. Curious, I looked at the emblem, which depicted a large crow in a design reminiscent of a pirate flag. I see. That emblem. And recalling that PL typically operates in groups of 3, I noted that the enemy was operating in a half-hearted formation of 5 machines. Finally, connecting the dots with memories from my past life, I reached a conclusion. Yuri, prepare the sticky launcher immediately. I shouted towards the communication window. Chapter 22, Jog Renand. Ritter. Even after I told you so many times, you came out. The essence of space combat lies in being aware of every direction, 360 degrees around you. While chasing the last pirate PL, Errol did not miss the moment Ritter launched from the hangar, always keeping track of the transport ship's status. However, what Ritter was equipped with was not the standard beam rifle. A bazooka. Is that the prototype Yuri-kun was working on? Normally, the large rifle attached to its right arm had been removed, and in its place, it held what appeared to be a repurposed piece of junk, a bazooka. Lady Camille, you have no role here. Please return to the ship immediately. I quickly opened the communication line and called out, but the response to that was, I don't have time to explain, but we're in a dire situation. The battle is not over yet. Which was what it said. And to back up the content of those words, Camille and the Ritter she controlled were taking a defensive stance, alert in all directions. What on earth is going on? While pondering this, I kept the last pirate PL at bay with beams, ensuring it wouldn't mistakenly head toward her. If I were to say it was perplexing. At that moment, I noticed a certain discomfort. Why hasn't it given up yet? Despite repeated threats and calls for surrender, the surviving enemy craft merely fled clumsily and sluggishly, showing no signs of surrender. The disparity in combat power between us was overwhelming. No matter how you looked at it, this was a situation where it should have surrendered quickly. I have a bad feeling about this. While thinking such thoughts, I did not ease my pursuit of the last enemy craft. Oh, my lady. As Errol-sama said, we should turn back immediately. What are you doing, staring at an empty space like this? Calm down and be quiet. This is something we must do, no matter what, to ensure everyone's safety. As I replied to the noisy Irina beside me, I searched for the direction from which the enemy would come. The opponent likely wouldn't use any tricks or detours. They would simply charge straight down the fastest, shortest path. So, the problem was merely to identify the direction. If I could do that, there was hope. Think. Remember. Where did the pirates come from at first? Muttering to myself, I glanced at the transport ship we were on. The bullet holes pierced into the upper armor were from the enemy's machine gun, and since we had received a warning immediately after being shot at, it was possible to deduce the angle from which the enemy had appeared based on those bullet holes. That way, in space maneuver mode, Ritter fortunately spun in the pitch-black universe without drowning, following the novice pilot's commands. Yuri-kun, can you set the sticky shot to burst at a distance of 500? That's possible, but what's the point? Hurry and set it up. I ordered Yuri through the communication window without letting him finish. It's set, now just shoot normally. Understood. I fired the sticky launcher toward the currently empty space. It was impossible to cover all the space, so I spread it as wide as possible. Then, the area where the sticky shot was released became a minefield of floating resin, spreading out like a spider's web. My lady, what is this? It's a barrier. I answered Irina beside me with a brief response. Lad Captain, please come quickly and help us. Are you sleeping, Captain? I stopped rowing upon hearing the voice from the communicator, though I didn't realize it immediately. Looking at the displayed timer, I saw that several minutes had passed since the communication line was opened. Just like when I was half asleep and ignored the alarm I had set. The boy had peacefully fallen asleep, using his subordinates' desperate calls as a lullaby. What's going on? Has the collection of tributes finished? Stretching widely in the cockpit, I asked. Captain, this is no time for that. You really were sleeping, weren't you? What the hell? You guys said you could handle it, so I thought I could leave it to you. And now, as soon as I let you try, you're already whining. Still, though, the boy's appearance as he answered his intimidating subordinate conveyed a sense of youth. No, it would be more accurate to say he was still a child. After all, he looked to be around 12 or 13, and instead of a pilot suit, he wore a junior-sized spacesuit. That said, it was thoroughly modified to befit the captain of the space pirates, the Scavengers. The crimson spacesuit bore the family emblem on its back, while other parts were adorned with terrifying phrases like ready for a fight, Ashura, and tempura. However, the boy himself was just as fearsome as those words. If someone were to pass him on the street, they would turn back in shock, unable to put their feelings into words, and do a double take at his appearance. His hairstyle was that striking. The color was a fiery red, as if reflecting his intense emotions. The bangs stood up as if reaching for the heavens, resembling a grand tower. The hair, sharply styled at the top, was so strong that it could not be disturbed by the wind, flowing smoothly to the back. It was as if flames were blazing above his head. Truly, it was a manifestation of timeless strength and self-assertion, perfectly reflecting the boy's character. Geez, what a pathetic voice to hear right after waking up. My hair, which I took the time to style, is going to droop. As I said this, I used a folding comb to tidy my hair. Hair and PL respond to the care you give them. That was the lesson from my father, who entrusted me with my beloved machine and pirate crew. Captain, this is no time to be so relaxed. Everyone else has been taken out. What? However, at those words from my subordinate, my hand froze in place with the comb. At the same time, a fierce smile appeared on my face, which, despite my youth, bore a predatory ferocity. Hey, what's going on? Normally, in such a situation, one would scold their subordinates. But the boy did not do that. He simply felt genuine joy at the arrival of a situation that would wake him from his drowsiness. This is a situation worth getting excited about. As if in response to the boy's words, the planet reactor of the machine he was piloting emitted a noise unlike that of the regular army, a sound that was almost chaotic. This sound also thrilled the boy, the captain of the Scavengers. Jog Renansama has finally encountered worthy prey after a long time. Surrounding the boy was a clearly larger-than-normal monster machine that could only be described as a hunk of iron. The machine, infused with human ferocity, switched to combat mode to unleash its hidden mobility. Chapter 23, versus Khalidbalg Part 1. Guerrilla. When one sees the silhouette of the PL that Jog is piloting, the first thing that comes to mind is that ape-like creature. This machine is already larger than the standard military PL, but its arms are particularly thick and robust, capable of performing the knuckle-walking characteristic of that primate. Its thick armor is dyed a deep crimson. The legs adopt a bird-like reverse-jointed design. Moreover, from the head protrudes a particle vibration blade, reminiscent of an anti-ship sword, seemingly inheriting the hairstyle that is a hallmark of its master. However, the most distinctive feature of this machine is the oversized booster pods strapped to both shoulders. Originally, these are components meant to be mounted on ships. Forcing them onto a PL is a reckless modification that is all too fitting for a lawless individual. Yet the power that this recklessness brings is immense. Well then, inside the cockpit, Jog murmurs quietly. In sync with this, the part of the machine that has received the most attention, the thoroughly tuned planet reactor, explodes in output. Here we go. With the operation of the foot pedals, the power that had built up within the massive frame is unleashed. From the booster pods on both shoulders, an excessive plasma jet is expelled, propelling the large machine at a speed akin to teleportation. Hiya, here comes Jog Renand and Khalidbalg. For the fastest machine in the entire galaxy, the distance to the transport ship being attacked by his subordinates is almost negligible. The machine, now a red meteor, swiftly closes in on the target vessel. Whoever you are, you've been treating my crew well. With the scavengers, we repay 1,000-fold. Under Jog's command, the Khalidbalg, in high-speed maneuvering, readies its powerful arms. For the captain of the scavengers, unnecessary weaponry is superfluous. Its overwhelming mobility and the punching power derived from its strong arms. Or perhaps it is customary to slay enemies with the blade on its head. The enemies, having scattered Jog's subordinates, likely believe the battle has concluded and are greatly complacent. That's when bam! No machine in this galaxy could withstand the punch of Khalidbalg, suddenly unleashed. The foolish voice that escaped Jog, befitting his age, was due to what appeared on the main monitor. It looked like a spider's web. Clearly, something sticky had been deployed in multiple strands ahead of Khalidbalg's trajectory. Wait a minute. Though Khalidbalg boasts the title of the fastest in the galaxy, everything has its pros and cons. Strengths can easily turn into weaknesses, as is the way of the world. In other words, Khalidbalg suddenly cannot stop. No waza. There is an Eastern proverb that goes like this. A summer insect flying into the fire. The dashing pirate leader had unwittingly leaped into a trap laid out for him. Gotcha. Seeing the situation displayed on the monitor, I mutter to myself. What is truly terrifying is the enemy's overwhelming mobility. B. The alert for enemy aircraft approaching is delayed. That's practically teleportation. Seeing it in a visual novel and facing it in reality are two entirely different things. I felt a shiver at the speed of the enemy machine, which seemed like a different kind of machine altogether. Just now, the machine that had been ensnared in the barrier I had set up. Its name is Khalidbalg. In the game Personal Lovers, it is the personal machine of one of the targets, Jog Renand. Moreover, it also serves as the captain's personal machine for the space pirates, the scavengers. Knowing the enemy's affiliation and formation, I keenly sensed that it was lurking nearby. Given the personality depicted in the game, it wouldn't be the type to sit back and relax without joining the fray. Lady, what is that? Did you expect this? Right now is not the time for that. I briefly answered Irina and Yuri's questions and maneuvered the machine. The enemy, startled by the sticky barrier, seemed to have hurriedly reversed the thrust of its booster pods. But it was too late to stop, and it had become ensnared in the strong adhesive resin meant for colony repairs. However, that did not mean it had lost all combat capability. As proof, the fighting spirit of the pilot emanated from the machine. A new foe, Lady Camille. The panicked voice coming through the communication was Errol. Indeed, looking back now, the last Viking had been fleeing clumsily because he had been counting on Khalidbalg. After neutralizing the other machines, he had been able to chase with ease, resulting in Errol's Mistletoe being quite far from the transport ship. For Jog, who ignites his fighting spirit upon encountering a strong enemy, it was an unnecessary concern, but considering the situation had been created where the transport ship could easily be taken hostage, his subordinate's judgment was correct. Well, even knowing he could take hostages, Jog wouldn't do such a thing, and it is precisely that bravery that makes him one of the targets. I must do something about this. Irina, prepare yourself. What kind of preparation? She likely didn't know what to do. To her, who was stiff with tension, I answered succinctly. Various kinds of preparations. The weapon I chose was the winch that had been installed in my groin area the other day. I pulled it out to its maximum length and swung the electromagnetic hook at the end like a weighted chain. I could predict what action the enemy would take. However, could it react to me? The answer is no. One more move, one more clever idea is needed. Errol, please transfer control of the shield to me. What came to mind was the shield of Misteltein, which had been left embedded in one of the Vikings. Got it. Errol, understanding my intent, immediately sent over control of the shield. The reason I hadn't retrieved that shield was simply that it hadn't been necessary. My prediction was correct, and the pure white large shield, a smart weapon unit, quickly detached from the pirate PL it had been stuck to and flew toward me. Lady, it's coming. Arena shouted just then. Indeed, Khalidbalg had been ensnared by the sticky substance I had launched, significantly reducing its range of motion at each joint. However, the two large booster pods, which are vital to that machine, were still intact. They roared to life with full force, charging toward us once more at a speed that seemed like teleportation. If a shield, an unexpected presence for it, were to fly in, it hit. The shield that flew in from the side successfully struck the large crimson PL. However, Khalidbalg is not the kind of machine that can be halted by such a minor impact. But if the timing is even slightly off, then even with my reaction speed, I might make it in time. Toa. Though there is no concept of up or down in space, I launched my machine above the incoming Khalidbalg, which was slightly delayed in its timing. At the same time, I released the wire winch connected to my groin. Got it. The electromagnetic hook at the end of the wire latched onto Khalidbalg just as I had aimed. Chapter 24, versus Khalidbalg Part 2. Damn it. I've been played. Inside the cockpit of Khalidbalg, Jog Renand shouted with all the frustration he could muster. However, even the emotion of anger comes in various forms. If one were to classify this anger succinctly, it would be anger at the incomprehensibility of the situation. Everything was baffling. First and foremost, what was strange was that the odd web had been spun in the direction he was charging toward. As a result of charging in without knowing, his beloved machine had sticky threads embedded in its joints, rendering it immobile. Particularly significant was the fact that his prized arms had been sealed, leaving Khalidbalg with no means of attack other than to rely on the boosters on its undamaged shoulders, and the particle vibration blade on its head to either headbutt or tackle. If it had been a barrage of beams, the situation would have been different. That was what the robust armor was for. Khalidbalg was a machine capable of closing in and attacking without concern for minor assaults. However, the compatibility with the ensnaring spider silk was the worst possible. This sticky substance was not only strong, but also showed no signs of peeling off, no matter how much the machine struggled. In other words, the opponent had laid the most effective trap from a position where they could not possibly know that Khalidbalg was about to launch an assault. That bastard, is it reading the future or something? The one he cursed was Ritter, lying in wait near the transport ship. The opponent was now behind Khalidbalg, not just behind it. It was literally clinging to his back. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say they had merged. The enemy machine, having evaded his charge while he was caught off guard by the incoming shield, had entangled him with a wire winch extending from its groin. Naturally, this meant that Khalidbalg and the enemy machine were now bound together by a sturdy wire. Moreover, the opponent, who was stuck to his back, was attempting to bind him with the wire without concern for the spider silk that clung to Khalidbalg's body, making it impossible to discern how they could separate. The boosters on his shoulders, which had remained intact, were the first to be restrained by the wire, sealing off all possible movement, and with Ritter's dead weight added to his back, Khalidbalg had plummeted from the most free PL in space to the most constrained PL in the universe. Get off me, I don't have a hobby of being hugged by a bastard. Cursing like that, he desperately manipulated the control stick and foot pedals. Then, it seemed that the contact line had opened. A communication window popped up on the sub-monitor, displaying the opponent's face. But this was, what do you mean by bastard when talking to a girl? W at a girl, and she looks like a kid too. The girl, clad in what appeared to be an expensive pilot suit, looked to be around Jog's age. No, she was not just any girl. Her silver hair shone brighter than any coating used on a PL. Her icy blue eyes were cold, yet captivating. The features of her face were something Jog, raised in a household of boys, had never seen before. Yet, he could instinctively sense that the girl was beautiful. What do you mean by kid? You're not that much older, are you? Shut up, it's fine for me. Look, because I'm a guy. Being a guy or a girl doesn't matter. How outdated is your way of thinking? Outdated? Shut up. You've been saying a lot of things I don't understand since earlier. The reason you don't understand is that you lack education. Instead of being a pirate, you should take correspondence courses. Don't act like you know everything. Are you my mom or something? I have no recollection of having a big child like you. I don't remember having a shorty like you as my mom either. What on earth was going on? As they engaged in the most barren argument in the galaxy, Kalidbalg raced around at the speed of light. While the enemy Ritter was trying to restrain Kalidbalg with wires and sticky substances, both Jog and the girl found themselves in a state of uncontrollable chaos. Anyway, get off me, and fight me fairly. You've been using nothing but underhanded tactics since earlier. It's not underhanded. It's a strategy. Moreover, restraining a superior opponent with wires to find a chance of victory is a traditional way of fighting that has been passed down through the ages. There's no PL in ancient times. You keep arguing back. That's you. Shut up, ugly. Did you just call me ugly? This Sassy-san hairstyle. Sassy-san, who's that? Anyway, I won't forgive anyone who mocks this hairstyle. Anyone who belittles hair that has been meticulously styled deserves 1,000 deaths. Responding to Jog's desperate piloting, the booster pod finally moved, albeit slightly. Its nozzle was aimed at the enemy machine clinging to his back. The plasma jet of the booster, originally designed for ship-mounted specifications, was supposed to incinerate the enemy machine with power surpassing that of ordinary beam weapons. Haha, finally got you. I'm going to roast you with Kalidbalg's booster. From the opponent's perspective, this was a life-or-death situation. The beautiful girl displayed on the communication window gritted her teeth as if trying to hold back something. Ha 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 ha, are you scared? I'm going to roast you. The beautiful girl in the communication window gritted her teeth as if trying to hold back something. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The beautiful girl in the communication window gritted her teeth as if trying to hold back something. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Cough cough. Jog choked from laughing too much. Meanwhile, the beautiful girl in the communication window gritted her teeth as if trying to hold back something. Come on, hurry up. Finally, a retort came from the opponent. I'm going to burn you. It's amazing. High firepower. I know that, so hurry up and do it. I'm deliberately making the booster move, trying to pull the wire at the moment of ignition to clash the flames of the boosters against each other. Why you? Were you plotting something so terrifying? For reasons he didn't fully understand, Jog hesitated to ignite the boosters. It seemed that was what had saved Kalidbalg. If that had happened, the high-output booster pods would have exploded against each other, and the main body of the machine would not have come out unscathed. But that was. Wait, if you do that, you'll be caught in it too. Being a girl, you should take better care of yourself. You're the one attacking me, so what are you talking about? Besides, risking my life to seize victory is the best scenario, and it's worth betting my life on. Elena, who's with me, is prepared to die too. Elena, she's not prepared. It seemed there was another passenger. Kalidbalg, having stopped the booster's ignition, was in a state of dancing like an octopus with Ritter on its back. Slash. What abruptly stopped that was a strike from the anti-ship sword, severing the particle vibration blade from its base. Chapter 25, Those Who Gathered. Good grief, she's even more of a tomboy than I heard. Who would have thought that the daughter of the Romanov Duke would be grappling with a pirate captain aboard a PL's? A young man's voice echoed through the cockpit of Ritter. The one transmitting the message was a blue PL that had suddenly appeared before us, entangled in sticky traps and wires. Though it wasn't as if it had emerged from an empty space. In the vacuum of space, it was a strange expression to use. But this one was silent. Being humanoid, a PL typically conveys the pilot's breath and presence from within, whether one wants it to or not. At least, whether it was Errol or Jog, who had engaged in a petty argument, I could feel the personality and character of the pilots speaking to me more eloquently than their motion patterns. In contrast, this one had none of that. It was simply minimal and optimal. Every movement of the machine was devoid of any waste, creating a deathly silence. This machine is. Despite its quietly graceful movements, the PL itself had an extremely distinctive design. Its overall silhouette was slender. While Misteltein excelled in terms of sleekness, this design had even more of its armor stripped away. As a result, the range of motion at each joint was clearly expanded. It was evident that this was a machine focused on close combat. Supporting that assumption was the armament configuration of the machine. The latest PL featured a familiar smart weapon unit format, with ultra-large anti-ship swords floating autonomously on either side of the machine. However, only a true connoisseur could immediately identify them as particle vibration blades at first glance. After all, they were massive. They exceeded the length of the machine itself and, at first sight, looked like shields. Yet, unlike defensive armaments, the blade sections beneath were clearly different. Moreover, I knew from my past life's knowledge that this was, in fact, an armament composed of various particle vibration blades folded and combined together. Anti-ship sword, longsword, katana, short sword, dagger. This armament, which combined 5 types of blades, established that machine as the ultimate sword-fighting PL. The name of this machine was Kusanagi. If one were to describe it as straightforward, it was excessively so. If one were to call it greedy, it was overly so. Yet, this PL, specialized solely in cutting down any enemies that stood in its way, bore the name of a divine sword from Japanese mythology. Hey, space pirate! Kusanagi, holding one of the anti-ship swords with its manipulator, pointed its tip toward us. The thick blade was surrounded by heavy metal particles, vibrating at high speed, undeniably hinting at its hidden sharpness. Checkmate, surrender quietly. If you still wish to resist, I shall take your life in the name of the Lord of the Tanaka family. Under normal circumstances, I would say otherwise, but do not think you can win in that state. In the cockpit of Kalidbalg, Jog groaned in frustration. Since the communication line was still connected, his situation was being relayed to us in real time. Kenji, I'm sorry, you saved me. Just as that exchange was happening, Errol entered from the side. It seemed he had taken care of the last Viking. The Misteltein he piloted was flying toward us with tremendous speed. I hadn't realized in my frenzy, but Kalidbalg's overwhelming mobility had carried us quite far from the transport ship. Errol, I let my guard down. I never thought you would let a lady face such danger. I have no words to return. More importantly, what are you doing here? In response to Errol's words, Kusanagi shrugged. What? I was informed that you were coming incognito. I thought it might be rude, but as the head of the Tanaka family, I decided to wait and greet you unofficially. Though you strayed a bit from the shortest route, which caused our timing to be off. After all, it's an incognito trip. It was a choice to avoid unnecessary trouble. As a result, we ended up being attacked by pirates. So you drew the short straw. The one exchanging friendly banter with Errol was Kenji Tanaka, the head of the Tanaka family. He was the lord of the space colony Chako we were heading to, and at this time, 4 years before the main story of Personal Lovers, he should be around 20 years old. Lady, are you safe? Just then, a communication came in from Yuri. His transport ship was approaching us from even further behind Misteltein. Damn it. While we were giving off a vibe that we were done, Jog was cursing from the other side of the communication window. Behind Kalidbalg, Ritter was stuck to it with wires and sticky traps, while Kusanagi was unwaveringly pointing its anti-ship sword at us. Moreover, seeing that Misteltein was also arriving, it seemed he realized there was no room left for resistance. Lady, it's over, isn't it? Erina, seated in the subseat, sighed in relief, her hand resting on her chest. Yes, it was over, the pirate attack. And then, a one-on-one with an extremely powerful custom PL. Having overcome the crisis, here we were, all in one piece. Yet I couldn't let my guard down at all, merely leaning back in my seat. And it was no wonder. By some twist of fate, or perhaps coincidence, at this moment, all the targets from Personal Lovers had gathered in one place. The nobleman piloting the white machine, Errol Rannog. the blind samurai living in the galaxy, Kenji Tanaka. The captain of the space pirate scavengers, Jog Renand. The genius mechanic who would eventually lead the Allied forces, Yuri Dwightening. With their diverse personalities, and excluding one who had yet to be built, their piloted machines were all striking in their own ways. The variety was not limited to their personalities and specialized machines. It also extended to my own, Camille Romanov's, demise in the game. Engulfed by a torrent of charged particles, evaporating without a trace. Confronted in my flesh and blood, brutally slaughtered by skills. Crushed by manipulators, turning into fresh tomatoes at times. Even if they spared me without killing, it was clearly suggested that there was no bright future ahead. Ah, what a predicament. Gentlemen who seemed to bring nothing but trouble were surrounding me from all sides. And it was clear from the atmosphere that this was not going to end with a simple, "Thank you for your hard work, take care." Ah, right, in times like this it's that, me, what's going to happen to me now? Chapter 26, Chako. Even when simply referred to as a space colony, various forms have been imagined in the world before my reincarnation. However, for us mecha enthusiasts, the most familiar design is undoubtedly the cylindrical one with mirrors. By rotating the main body of the colony, gravity is secured. In this cylindrical structure, 3 sides are designated as living quarters for people, while the remaining 3 sides are made of reinforced glass for natural lighting, making efficient use of the internal space. Mirrors connected like wings generate solar power, ensuring a very ecological supply of electricity. Ah, what a well-thought-out shape it is. And now, I find myself living in a world where a long time has passed since humanity ventured into space. Thanks to the establishment of warp drive technology, many cases involve colonization of planets, but, due to various circumstances, there are instances where space colonies serve as living environments. What kind of shape does a colony used in such situations take? The answer is a shell-like structure utilizing a superdimensional method. Typically, the upper lid opens like a bivalve shell, revealing living blocks covered by reinforced glass. Then, in the event of an emergency, the upper lid closes, forming a complete shell shape, providing an ironclad defense to protect the residents. This shape is made possible by the gravity control system also used in PL. Artificial gravity generated by gravity particles provides comfortable g-forces without the need to rotate the colony itself. This knowledge comes from my research in my previous life, but fundamentally, if the same method as the cylindrical colony is employed, it seems that a leisurely rotational motion like in anime would be far from sufficient to achieve the target gravity. It's easy to understand if you think of swinging a bucket filled with water. Generating gravity through centrifugal force is much more challenging than one might imagine. Living in such a super-rotating structure would predictably lead to various complications. Yes, one could say gravity particles are quite remarkable. Now, having explained the general concept of space colonies, Chako has a slightly different appearance compared to those typical colonies. That said, the shape of the colony itself remains unchanged. However, a resource satellite, larger than the colony itself, is attached to its lower part. To be precise, one should say that the colony is clinging to the resource satellite like a remora. The reason Chako has this shape is tied to its history. Namely, its history as a major production hub in the central part of the Galactic Empire. After all, being in the heart of an empire that has expanded its territory to the farthest corners of the galaxy means there are countless industrial products that need to be manufactured. To efficiently manage this, Chako was established as a colony combining resource and production hubs, leading to its current state. By the way, as the name suggests, the core members involved in the construction of Chako were Japanese immigrants. This influence, along with its nature as an industrial production hub, resulted in a unique culture forming within the colony, distinct from any other. To make the most of the limited land within the colony compared to colonized planets, countless high-rise buildings line the interior. As a result, to compensate for the complicated land traffic situation, drones buzz through the skies. And the sky is dark. This is because there are no stars nearby worthy of illuminating the colony. Instead, the streets are lit by countless neon signs attached to each building. Looking down, The streets are filled with sharply dressed salarymen sporting neatly combed hairstyles. Although Chako is an industrial production hub, contrary to the image that comes with it, the number of so-called blue-collar workers is not particularly high. This is because the production lines in each factory are highly automated, and it is the people who handle and sell the products that are prioritized over those involved in manufacturing. That said, one might wonder if there are only salarymen resembling clones. In this colony, where only night exists, there is no way to tell the time other than by a clock, but the current time happens to be 8 o'clock. To provide some refreshment to the salarymen who have just finished their overtime and are leaving their workplaces, the sight of geishas calling out in front of buildings stands out. Indeed, a cyberpunk version of Japan. This place evokes a sense of possibility that, had things gone differently, pre-reincarnation Japan could have turned out this way. This is the space colony, Chako. Now, as I look down at the scenery of Chako, one might wonder where I am observing it from. Do you find the night view here to your liking? This is the most prestigious hotel in our Chako. The one who provided the answer was Kenji Tanaka, the Lord of Chako, who appeared, guided by a service dog. He wore a flowing garment of the same color as his machine. He seemed to be around 20 years old, but he gave an impression of being more mature than his actual age. His eyes were covered by sunglasses. Moreover, he was looking in a direction completely different from where I stood. In this world, there are countless technologies to assist with vision. In fact, when he boards his beloved machine, Kusanagi, he uses specialized goggles to achieve vision comparable to that of a healthy person. So why does he not use them in normal times and instead rely on a service dog? That aspect reflects his complex personality. I think it's a truly wonderful view. It's like the culmination of capitalism or something. Even though it has developed, it feels like it's stuck in a dead end. It gives the impression of a dystopia, created in the pursuit of a utopia. Responding with the highest praise I could muster, I moved from the edge of the rooftop to the prepared wooden floor and sat in seiza. By the way, what I'm wearing now is a kimono with a white base and blue flowers. It's not something I brought myself. It's a rental from the Hotel New Edo. I still feel a bit out of place in women's clothing, but this is quite similar in comfort to a yukata, so it feels much more fitting. I arrived in appropriate attire to entertain my guest and offered words of praise. I must say, my behavior is worthy of a perfect score as a daughter of the Romanov family. However, the impression I left on him seemed to differ from my intentions. Ahem. He turned his gaze toward me, drawn by my voice, and after a moment of looking blank, he rested his chin on his hand in thought. Then he broke into a cheerful laugh. Ha ha ha. I see, you are indeed a rather unique young lady, more so than I had heard. Did I say something that unique? Woof. In response to my puzzled expression, his service dog barked with an exasperated look. Chapter 27, Things I Want. I hope you can forgive me for bringing a dog. As you can see, I can't see. Kenji, guided by a guide dog, apologized while directing his gaze somewhere slightly off. Not a problem at all. What a clever little dog you have. His name is Yasuk. He's my pride and joy. He compensates for his inadequate owner like this. The Labrador Retriever, given a name that didn't quite suit him, invited his master to sit across from me. Thus, Kenji also settled into a formal sitting position on the wooden floor. Yasuk, on the other hand, sat obediently beside him. When you're on the PL, I see you wear goggles for vision assistance, but do you not use them in daily life? I do this as a reminder. Living like this, helped by a dog, makes me aware that I am just an immature human. In response to my question, Kenji returned the same line he had spoken in the main story of Personal Lovers. The reason I asked a question I already knew the answer to was not just for small talk. There was another reason. That was Kenji loves dogs. Always and everywhere he is with Yasuk. In most of the stills depicting him, his beloved dog Yasuk is present as well. When discussing Personal Lovers online, referring to his root as the dog root is perfectly understood. By the way, Kenji's root, being a dog lover, had a certain characteristic. Typically, that game does not display any clumsy system messages, but only when you are about to enter his route does a warning appear. It states, "Warning, if you proceed on the Kenji route, there will be scenes of cruelty. Those who are sensitive should take caution." Indeed. The Kenji before me is a samurai living in the galaxy. Perhaps to reinforce that impression, his route features physical battles with the same frequency as the PL battles, and each time, enemies are cut down one after another. Thus, this warning is displayed. However, there is a continuation to this. As I trembled with the anticipation of cruel expressions and advanced the text, it displayed. However, the dog will not suffer even a scratch. Yay, the safety of the dog is guaranteed. I don't care how many humans die, but it pains my heart if the dog suffers. As he engages in real-life sword fights, Yasuke, the guide dog, is always by his side, and no matter how many bullets fly or blades clash, the dog remains unharmed. Players can immerse themselves in the game without stress and enjoy the flirtation with Kenji and Yasuke. Really, what a clever child. He understands that this is an important conversation and is sitting up straight. I can tell that he is focusing, even with these blind eyes. He may not understand every word, but he surely senses the atmosphere. Kenji responded with a smile to my words. In any case, what is important when conversing with Kenji is to keep a dog-first mindset. It is often said that if you want to shoot the general, you must first shoot the horse. But if you want to shoot Kenji, you must shoot, and shoot the dog. It's not that I want to conquer him like in the game. However, in his route, Camille Romanov, would attack the protagonist with a knife, only to be slain by him when he arrives. To avoid a life-threatening crisis, I wanted to keep him in a good mood as much as possible. First, let me prepare some tea. As he said this and clapped his hands, the black-clad attendants, why they are dressed like that is a question not to ponder deeply, quickly began to set up a tea service in front of us. However, this was not the kind of tea served in Japan in a past life. First, what was placed between us was green tea in an iron kettle. In front of each of us were glass teacups and sushi arranged on glass plates. Just like the streets, the tea service was filled with an indescribable sense of mistaken Japan. But it was great, because it's sushi. Sushi. The primary reason I visited this Chako was for ramen, but if I can eat sushi, I want to. There were only 3 small hand-rolled sushi pieces on the plate, but since I am currently a 12-year-old girl, this amount is just right. Kenji Tanaka, this guy is a good person. If history were to unfold normally, right after he discarded me, he would probably mutter something like, "I cut down something boring, but he is a good person." Among the targets I encountered, he has given me the highest favorability. Oh, by the way, the lowest favorability goes to Jog. I hope the sushi suits your taste. As I, a villainess, was raising my favorability, Kenji said this while picking up the iron kettle. Though he can't see, he skillfully poured tea into my cup without spilling a drop. I have heard about the unique food culture of Chako. I came here looking forward to it. Tuna, salmon, shrimp, which should I eat first? While I pondered this in my heart, I responded elegantly, as befits a noble lady. I carefully timed my responses to avoid being rude while making sure to finish the sushi. This is quite a challenging mission. Haha, I hope you enjoy it. Not only sushi, but there are many dishes like sukiyaki and tempura that are popular among guests from outside. Personally, I also recommend ramen. Oh, ramen, hi. After all, as mentioned earlier, this body has a small stomach. There are limited opportunities during my stay. Thus, I wanted to delve deeper into that topic, but he brought up another subject. By the way, this may not be a topic suitable for inviting a noble lady from the Duke's family in such an informal manner. But, according to what Errol told me, it seems that Lady Camille has grasped the characteristics of the enemy PL and took preemptive measures. How on earth did you come to know such a thing? Sparkle, I felt a sharp light in Kenji's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses. Well, it's understandable that he would be curious about that. Since Kenji desired a one-on-one meeting, Errol and Yuri were not present, but they must be quite interested as well. I merely acted based on my knowledge from my previous life, but from their perspective, it must have seemed like I had foreseen the future. However, I had already found the answer I needed to give. This too was knowledge from my previous life. The website. The website. That pirate group, the Scavengers, has set up a website. Right here. I took out my mobile device from my kimono's obi and after a few operations, brought up the page. Excuse me, but since you can't see Kenji-sama, I will convey the contents instead. It contains various information about the members of the pirate group and the PL they use. Of course, they have concealed their base, but it explains their operational area and the infamous red machine, Kalidbolg, complete with a video. I happened to be looking at this website, so I judged from the enemy composition that this machine and the captain, a boy named Jog, were involved. Well, what a ridiculous story. It is a blind spot, but to think there are such foolish people. Well, if they were smart, they wouldn't be pirates. From the photos posted, they seem to have quite a strong desire for approval. Ah, this seems like the right moment. I reached for the sushi to take a bite. However, this provides quite a bit of information. The interrogation has only just begun, but they seem to be quite stubborn. My hand, which had reached for the chopsticks, stopped when the conversation turned to the arrested scavengers. No, I didn't care about the humans. Especially since Jog, in the game, though he pointed a gun at the protagonist, turned me into a fresh tomato, and my actual impression of him was the worst. But the machine. By the way, Kenji-sama. According to the Empire's customs, the belongings of pirates can be claimed by those who defeat them. Of course, I am fully aware that you were the decisive factor, but may I take the machine that the captain was piloting? I made my request carefully, but clearly. After all, Kalidbolg is a PL so high performance that it doesn't seem like an old modified machine. I expected Kenji would have seized it. Of course, I am not so shameless as to claim credit for merely interfering like that. Also, the rights to the machine that the underling was piloting belonged to Errol, who shot it down. He said he would give it to you. Of course, for the sake of public safety, we will need to share the data remaining in the machine. Is that true? I was filled with excitement, as I received what I had wanted so easily. My eyes sparkled, even more than when the sushi was served. Chapter 28, Sense. On their part, they likely had no intention of engaging in political maneuvering with a child. They simply wanted to maintain a connection. Perhaps it was because I had shown interest in the episode with Yasuke as a way to break the ice. After that, my conversation with Kenji revolved entirely around Yasuke, who was sitting beside him. Of course, I never forgot to flatter them at every opportunity. The fact that Kalidbolg was handed over so easily might have been influenced by my initial praise for Yasuke, which earned me some goodwill. Moreover, I was well aware of Yasuke's intelligence and loyalty from the main game, so it wasn't entirely flattery. Thus, after our dog talk, I finished off the sushi thoroughly. Yes, as expected of you, Yuri-kun. It fits me perfectly. Having changed into my pilot suit, I climbed into the cockpit of Kalidbolg. For a child like me, the shortness of my limbs posed a problem when getting into a PL, and my beloved Ritter had been modified for that reason. However, since Kalidbolg was a machine that Jog, who was around my age, piloted, it only required a few adjustments to be in a drivable state. This much is no big deal. More importantly, please be careful to check that there's no residue from the adhesive in the joints. It has been removed with a solvent, but let's make that part of our confirmation test. I replied to Yuri, who was watching from the maintenance arm. This was the PL maintenance dock within Chako, provided by Kenji. On the other side of the double bulkhead lay the vacuum of outer space. Immediately, to check the ride of this machine, I released Kalidbolg from the restraints in the hangar and made it walk. The machine, having received a simple maintenance check from Yuri, seemed to be in perfect condition, except for the loss of the head blade that hit the corner. Thud, it feels a bit heavy in its movements. It has been well maintained, and it seems a skilled technician modified it, but fundamentally, it is an older model. I don't think its maneuverability can match that of Ritter. The act of walking is the very foundation for a humanoid mecha like a PL. As I felt a slight heaviness in its movements, Yuri explained through the intercom. After all, the galaxy's fastest is defined by its acceleration and agility. Kalidbolg is not designed to win based on the lightness of its movements. That's also why it has heavy armor and a charge tactic, and in the main game of Personal Lovers, the original pilot, Jog, swept away swarming enemy machines using that fighting style. From what I've seen of the combat footage, I think it should be fine. But it's a machine that has undergone quite a reckless modification. Once you're outside, don't suddenly stomp on the pedals, ease into it. Understood. Since Errol is waiting over there as well, I'll rely on him if anything happens. While I answered briefly, the machine reached the airlock. Like a disinfection room, the space was completely isolated from the outside, and the air was being evacuated. Once it reached a complete vacuum, the hatch leading to the outside into space was opened. I've always dreamed of launching from an electromagnetic catapult, but I suppose this one doesn't have it. Well, I'll save that for another time. I had heard from the Black Knights that their mothership, the Shadoroo, was equipped with a catapult that could launch PLs like wearing Geta. That sounds great. Launching from a catapult. Emerging from a pool has its flair and is cool, but I really like the military aspect of catapult launches. That's quite a troublesome piece of equipment to maintain. Unless it's a vessel designed specifically for PL operations, it won't be equipped. Did I just say that out loud? Errol's voice came through from Misteltein, which was waiting in the external space. Still, what a tough young lady. While the young lady Arena, who piloted the same machine, is bedridden at the hotel. She wasn't piloting, so the mental strain must have been greater for her. I was able to move the machine as I wished, so I'm completely fine. There's a kind of nourishment that can only be gained from piloting a PL. What kind of nourishment is that? Well, you did manage to convince me to allow you to skip various foundational courses to maneuver in space, so I'll give you that. In the end, Misteltein, which hadn't taken any hits during that battle, shrugged. Now, please go ahead and move it. As Yuri-kun mentioned, that machine possesses an extraordinary level of maneuverability. Just be careful not to press the pedals too hard. Of course, even though the gravity control system adjusts the G-forces in the cockpit, I'd rather not be tossed around by lethal acceleration. As I replied to Errol, I activated the equipment that was Kalidbolg's greatest feature and weapon, the booster pods on both shoulders. Repurposed from ship equipment, they synchronized with the noticeably louder planet reactor than Ritter, completing the startup sequence in the blink of an eye. All right, here I go. Gently, I thought. I tapped the pedal lightly with my small foot. Whoa. In an instant, Kalidbolg shot off with terrifying acceleration, quickly distancing itself from Chako. B. At the same time, a warning sound blared. Before me was a small meteorite about the size of a PL. Ugh. Instead of pressing the brake pedal, I instinctively maneuvered the control stick. Kalidbolg's acceleration was far too overwhelming. I judged that if I tried to reverse thrust, I would collide while the booster pods were changing direction. What was regrettable was that, in my tension, I had inadvertently pressed the accelerator pedal a bit too hard. As Kalidbolg made a sharp turn, the main monitor's visuals became a blur, and I lost my sense of direction. Moreover, the G-forces aren't being mitigated. The gravity particles filling the cockpit pressed me into the seat, amplified by the G-forces generated by the booster pods. Ahikaya. At this point, it was beyond my control. Having removed my foot from the accelerator pedal, I gradually applied reverse thrust to bring the machine to a stop without adding reverse G-forces. Camille Dono. Are you all right? Errol's panicked voice echoed through the communicator. Though Misteltein, which he piloted, also had considerable maneuverability, it was still left far behind. That was a bit surprising. The G-forces weren't mitigated. Perhaps the gravity control is set to a weaker level. Some pilots intentionally do that. It's not something you typically adjust, so Yuri-kun might not have noticed. Finally freed from the pressure of G-forces, I gasped for breath as Errol explained over the communication line. But what truly surprised me was the machine's sensitivity to control. Just a slight press, and it reacts like this. That boy pilot had a natural talent, it seems. If he had it customized thoroughly to match, then it's a machine that others cannot handle. Others cannot handle, you say? I whispered to myself, careful not to be picked up by the communicator. Jog had handled such an outrageous machine as if it were an extension of his limbs. And in the main game of personal lovers, Errol and the others fought evenly against such machines and pilots. In other words, those targets of conquest, pilots of the highest level in the galaxy, possessed that level of sense and piloting skill. Skills can be acquired, they will definitely be acquired. But sense, is it something I was born with? I need to think about this. If I'm going to pilot a PL, I have no other goal than to aim for the strongest pilot. I felt like I could see the path needed to achieve that. Chapter 29, Yuri-chan. In the end, We spent last night examining the captured Khalidbalg until nearly midnight. The next day, we welcomed the morning at the Hotel New Eid, assigned to us by Kenji. After enjoying a late breakfast and some rest in the morning, we were finally about to head out just before noon. Though, to be honest, there's no concept of day and night in this Chakyo. Well then, shall we go? As I declared this while passing through the lobby, where giant golden statues of a dragon and a tiger glared at each other, I turned back to everyone. My outfit was not my usual gothic Lolita style. On top, I wore a pure white frilled blouse, and below, I sported an elegantly designed pleated mini skirt, a so-called landmine fashion. I wanted to avoid such a gaudy and cumbersome outfit that screamed rich girl, but this compromise was the result of Irina insisting on a minimum level of elegance. Does it even have elegance? With the knowledge of my past life, it felt more like I was sipping a can of high-alcohol chuhai through a straw while loitering on the street. My lady, it suits you very well. Irina, dressed in a neutral pants outfit, clapped her hands as she said this. Indeed, your usual attire is lovely, but this look is also quite active. Right, Yuri-kun. Don't you think so? Errol, dressed casually in a jacket and hiding his face behind sunglasses due to his celebrity status, glanced over. Yes, it suits you very well. I think it does, but... Yuri, who had been addressed, trembled slightly as he replied. Why was he shaking like that? The answer lay in the formal outfit he had been assigned, just like everyone else. Why am I wearing girls' clothes too? Yes, the clothes he was wearing were spare pieces from the landmine fashion that Irina had brought. Since I was in white and he was in black, when we stood side by side, it looked like we were playing Othello. And where is that voice coming from? Because it suits you. Sparkle, with a suspicious glint in her eyes, Irina answered quickly. Really, it looks so good on you. I placed my hand on my mouth, following Irina's opinion. You're laughing way too much, aren't you? Why am I dressed like this? Regarding that, I think it's Yuri-kun's fault for not bringing any casual clothes. Did you really think you could accompany nobles in your work uniform from maintenance? Irina's opinion was, as they say, a solid argument. In fact, during breakfast at the restaurant, appropriate for a high-class hotel, everyone else had changed into their current outfits, while he had shown up in his work uniform. Last night, I was snacking on the sushi Kenji brought to the maintenance dock. I didn't realize I didn't have any casual clothes. While not laughing as openly as Irina and me, Errol spoke with a hint of amusement he couldn't hide. Well, it is a high-class hotel. They didn't throw me out, but I'd rather not be in that state again. You certainly attracted all the attention in the restaurant. Nodding at Irina's words, I recalled the breakfast scene. It was terrifyingly eye-catching. It was only natural to have him change. Still, if you could have rented something from the hotel, it would have been a different story. I never imagined it would be that expensive. I do get a decent salary, but... Yuri, dressed in landmine fashion, drooped his shoulders. As expected of a first-class hotel, New Eid had a range of services and items, but using them required a corresponding payment. The amount was far beyond what an ordinary person like Yuri could afford. Well, it's all right, isn't it? It looks really good on you, and if you want, I'll just give it to you as a gift. I said this to him, no to her, with a big, cheerful smile. The reason I felt so good was that I felt like I had found a comrade. Perhaps influenced by memories of my past life, wearing a mini skirt felt somewhat unsettling, as if I were cross-dressing even though I was a girl now. It was like gaining a fellow cross-dresser. This is too much. That's right. If we could stop by a more common clothing store, I could change there. Now, let's go right away, my lady. Yes, our schedule is tight. First, let's head to the PL manufacturing factory that Kenji arranged for us to visit. To seize the initiative from Yuri, who had realized the situation, Irina and I exchanged such exaggerated conversation. It was just the right timing when the taxi I had arranged arrived. Haha, now that the taxi is here, we have no choice but to accept it. We should get in quickly, or we'll block the entrance for other guests. Here. Prompted by Errol Yuri, no Yuri-chan stepped forward fidgeting. Unlike spaceships and PLs, vehicles like passenger cars were fully automated. Humans only needed to board in situations requiring quick and immediate judgment, but if all vehicles were automated and traffic conditions were entirely under computer control, there would be no need for such urgent decisions. This meant that unless we got in, the taxi we had arranged would continue to block the hotel entrance like a delayed train or bus. There was no choice but to accept it. Yuri-chan stepped out of the hotel. Welcome. You stepped out into the world, dressed as a girl from a closed-off space. You opened a new door. Welcome to the world of the Otakanoko. The factory was dimly lit because, aside from a few people, there was nothing that required light. A massive arm moved in a mechanical manner, assembling frames, while parts were continuously transported on a conveyor belt, being precisely joined by a laser welder. The air was cold, with a faint smell of ozone, and a giant monitor in the operation room displayed the progress of each process without a hitch. Finally, one ritter was nearing completion on a stage-like platform in the center. As a symbol of humanoid combat machinery, its head still absent, the headless torso was fixed to the hanger while a crane transported the head. The head, lowered by the crane, was completely connected to the torso frame by machine arms extending from around it, and various cables were also joined together. And now complete, another Galactic Empire main mass production machine, Ritter had let out its first cry into this universe. Cool. That's so cool. Yuri-chan and I gazed down at the scene from the observation window, our eyes sparkling. Chapter 30, Kenji learns about space. As Yuri-chan and I pressed our faces against the observation window, trying to etch every moment of the scene before us into our memories. Clack, clack, clack. With the sound of a white cane echoing louder than the footsteps, the person who effectively ruled this factory made their appearance. Ah, it seems you're enjoying yourselves, which is wonderful. What do you think? The manufacturing line of PL, proudly presented by our Count Tanaka, Chako. Isn't it a magnificent sight? The one asking was Kenji, dressed the same as last night, his gaze slightly directed off to the side as he approached. There was just one difference from yesterday. I'm surprised. I didn't think you would separate from Yasuke during normal times. Since Kenji was a friend, he must have visited this place before. Though his interest as a pilot controlling PL was evident as he looked toward the manufacturing line. It was Errol, acting as our guide, who spoke to his friend. Haha. Indeed, Yasuke and I are like two halves of a whole, but I can't ignore the time and place. I wouldn't bring my beloved dog into a factory that handles precision parts. I know better than to mix business with pleasure. After saying that, Kenji, holding a white cane instead of a guide dog, suddenly shifted his gaze. So, what do you think? What are your impressions of actually seeing the PL manufacturing line? Well, I don't really understand that sort of thing, to be honest. I'm not well versed. The person being questioned. Irina fumbled her response to the unexpected question. Kenji, that's the maid, Irina. What? I see, no, my apologies. It seems that without Yasuke, I can't handle these things well. The Galaxy's samurai, having made a blunder, scratched his head. And then, take two. So, what do you think? What are your impressions of actually seeing the PL manufacturing line? This guy has a strong heart. Thinking that, I finally opened my mouth as he directed his gaze toward me. I find it very interesting to observe, right, Yuri-chan? Chan. Yes, that's right. Was it wrong to use the honorific? Just a moment ago, Yuri had been so excited, captivated by the line below, but now he hesitated to respond. But if I addressed him with you, in his current outfit, it would only raise suspicion from those around us, wouldn't it? Just as I thought that, another possibility struck me. This was knowledge I had gained from Kenji's root in my previous life. It would be unnatural for me to suddenly say something like that, so I had kept quiet. Apparently, the genius mechanic Yuri had naturally come to that realization from his own insights. However, even if he understood, he couldn't bring himself to say it. The result of his hesitation was that indecisive response. Then, it was my turn to step in. I let a slightly mischievous smile appear. And then I said to Yuri, "You really do have something you've noticed, don't you?" And no, I don't have anything like that. Yuri, clearly flustered, flailed his frilly sleeves and hands. Oh, he was easy to read. You don't need to hide it. After all, ever since we came to this factory, you've been acting so fidgety, haven't you? Well, if I was made to wear something like this, of course I'd be fidgety. Wait, that's not what I meant. The people around us watched our exchange. For Irina and Errol, it was teasing about his cross-dressing. For the operators working in the factory, It likely appeared as playful banter toward a friend trying out unfamiliar fashion. But just one person. Kenji reacted differently. Something you've noticed, huh? Boy, do you have something. At Kenji's words, the operators looked at each other with expressions of huh. Of course, if you called such a cute girl a boy, that would be the reaction. Speaking of which, Kenji had brought sushi to the dock last night, hadn't he? He might have either introduced himself directly there or heard about us from Errol, thus grasping our numbers and composition. But Kenji, you can't see it, but that information is already outdated. Yuri-chan blatantly averted his gaze. I pinched his rear gently, making sure no one else could see. Hiya. That's not very manly. If you think it's time to say something, you must speak up, or the path won't open. You say that after making me wear something like this. I whispered softly in his ear so others wouldn't hear, and he shot me a resentful glance. But it seemed that had given him the resolve he needed. Yuri directed a sharp gaze at Kenji. Actually, I'm a little disappointed. Disappointed, huh? I take pride in this facility as a gathering of Chako's wisdom. Kenji replied, his gaze slightly off-kilter. To that, Yuri pressed on. I do believe the wisdom is gathered here, but the technology is not, is it? Oh. For just a moment, the atmosphere around Kenji changed. Until now, he had seemed to be indulging a child's whims, but now he was clearly on guard. Naturally, Yuri must have sensed that too, but he stated it outright. In this place, in this factory, the PL that you, Kenji, piloted cannot be created. Am I wrong? Kenji fell silent. What? Errol, the third party, widened his eyes in surprise. Just as it had been said in Kenji's route in Personal Lovers, this secret had not even been leaked to friends. Why do you think that? Slowly, Kenji opened his mouth. His tone held none of the cheerfulness from before. What is the name of that machine? Kusanagi. Thank you. I've only seen Kusanagi through external cameras. But even that is enough for me to understand. Each part is a crystallization of craftsmanship, adjusted to finer units than millimeters. That cannot be produced on such a mechanical line. That's how I feel. Silence. A stillness enveloped the operation room. It lasted for a while, but... It was Kenji who broke the silence, having had his secret revealed. Well, I'm surprised. Even Errol over there didn't notice this. What do you mean? Just as the boy said. Kenji answered Errol while looking slightly askew. This factory is not only a large-scale production facility for PL, but also a cover. To conceal Chako's true technological prowess. I never expected to be seen through by such a child. If one were to call it candid, it was an exceedingly candid attitude. What must be going through the heart of a samurai living in the galaxy? Heh. When I lightly greeted you yesterday, I thought you were just an apprentice boy. But it seems you're a full-fledged man. Well, right now, I'm wearing a frilly mini-skirt. At Errol's words, Kenji made a face like a cat sensing the cosmos. Chapter 30, One Secret Factory. Ultimately, the greatest weapon in the Tanaka Count family is none other than technology. However, is there any field in this world more difficult to handle than technology? Since ancient times, it has been the fate of the world to learn from and steal the excellent. Even if one temporarily creates outstanding technology, it is quickly imitated and eventually transforms into something commonplace. Yet, the Tanaka Count family has reigned as the greatest technological power since the establishment of the Galactic Empire, and even now, there are no signs of its authority being threatened. It is not that they monopolize the market. For instance, there are companies in the Lanog Duke's territory and the Romanov Grand Duchy that also manufacture PL. The pilots of PL say, in unison, a Ritter is a good machine. Especially, the one manufactured in Chako is a good machine. So they say. When entering into licensing agreements with companies from other territories, the technology used for Ritter is generously provided, and the blueprints are exactly the same as those used in Chako. Despite this, the pilots who entrust their lives to these machines all claim that there is a difference in quality. Why does such a quality difference arise? This has been the secret that the Tanaka Count family has maintained for many years. And now, it was about to be revealed by a boy who was still quite young. Moreover, for some reason, that boy was wearing a frilly mini-skirt. Should I be afraid? Should I show respect? Or rather, should I make a quip? Is this perhaps a situation waiting for a quip? In Kenji's mind, various thoughts and noises clashed chaotically. After a moment of sparks from their collision, as you have discerned, this factory, while called a production facility, is merely responsible for assembly. And that is only for mass-produced machines. The head of the Tanaka count family chose to ignore this. After all, he couldn't see it anyway, and there are all sorts of people in the world with various hobbies. Thus, he deliberately overlooked the fact that the boy was cross-dressing and focused solely on the main topic. I knew it. Moreover, it is common knowledge among engineers that the parts manufactured in Chako are superior in quality to the same products from other companies, with which we have licensing agreements. In such a standardized line, that explanation does not hold. Even if you have come to that conclusion, others interpret it as using superior machine arms and programs, he said with a wry smile to the modest boy. And then he realized, I see. I am happy. Thinking back, including Errol, who was there. The dignitaries who came to tour this dizzying facility were all captivated by the performance-like automation technology and had never contemplated the true essence of what Chako represented. Only one person. This boy alone showed understanding and insight into it. What could be more joyful than this? Kenji, who knew well the effort that those people put in to maintain superior quality, naturally felt it was regrettable that it would never be understood by anyone in the true sense. Originally, this is a closely guarded secret for Chako. It is something that must never be revealed to outsiders. Errol stiffened slightly at Kenji's words. In noble families, having one or two secrets is customary. However, what the boy named Yuri had revealed was a matter of extreme confidentiality that set it apart from such commonplace secrets. If that were the case, in the worst scenario, he might try to silence everyone present. Though Errol knew Kenji was not foolish enough to turn against the two great noble families of the Lanog Duke and the Romanov Grand Duke, it was only natural for him to brace for the worst. To dispel his friend's tension, Kenji waved his hand nonchalantly. Then, in a tone surprisingly buoyant, he made this suggestion. But if it has been discovered, there is nothing we can do. And surprisingly, I do not think it is so bad that it has been discovered. Rather, it is the opposite. You have seen through it well. Am I truly facing the promising boy? No, I must be facing him without a doubt. As proof, it is clearly reflected in these eyes that have lost their light. In my line of sight, there is a fire of spirit burning hotter than a smelting furnace. What do you think? If you would like, I would like to invite you to a place that we can truly call the essence of our technology. Upon my words. Yes, I would love to. A strong reply came back. However, it was not the boy's voice, but that of the girl, Camille Romanov. I'm over here. The boy's voice, sounding a bit apologetic, came from a slightly off angle. It seems I had been looking in the wrong direction. The machine arms and laser welding machines were busily operating, just like the factory prepared as a distraction. However, the number of such machines was clearly fewer than over there. Yet, each machine had a distinctly more refined design. It was easy for even an amateur to imagine that they achieved even greater working precision than those over there. The most significant difference from the factory over there was that the entire factory was brightly illuminated. This means that the beings who require light, humans, are the main characters in this factory. As proof, look and see. The machines operating on the line and platforms are not automated. Beside them, living humans are donning gloves and goggles, engaged in operations. Notably, as the importance of the components increases, such as the auto-balancer essential for humanoid mobile weapons or the planet reactor, the operators are older individuals whose cultivated skills exude an air of dignity. Hearing about parts made in small factories being used in space development was something I had heard in my previous life. This is precisely that PL version. No, it seems they are even manufacturing PL itself, so it is an even upgraded version. To put it simply, sacred ground. As Kenji said, the essence of the essence of technology in this world is gathered here. Did you just cry? The surprised voices of Irina and the others echoed as I crouched down, shedding tears of emotion. Chapter 32, The robbery is easily done as a vinyl umbrella. Hey boss, how long do you think we have to stay like this? The pitiful voice echoed from the adjacent cell. What was that? You already giving up after just one day? The response came from Jog Renand, who was sprawled out on the bed in the cramped cell. This detention center within Chako isn't so bad, really. Aside from the wall-mounted bed, the space is completely empty, not a speck of dust in sight, and the toilet is a proper stall, ensuring a degree of privacy. Though the food is a bit bland and the portions leave something to be desired, it is still adequately provided. The reinforced glass covering the front makes one feel like an observed animal, but in reality, we are prisoners who should be monitored, so it's pointless to complain about that. Admittedly, with nothing to do, time drags on, but since we have comrades crammed into adjacent cells, we can still converse. Overall, I felt it wasn't a bad situation. So, I was somewhat exasperated by my subordinate's premature whining. Come on. The fate of captured pirates is usually a noose, you know. Or do you have some kind of plan, boss? Ah, is he scared? Understanding that, I can only smooth my prideful hair with my fingers. After being doused with water, Jog's one-sprout pompadour had been reduced to mere long hair. However, the provided prison uniform is a bright orange jumpsuit, which is somewhat flashy, and I actually kind of like it. That aside, as the captain of the scavengers, there is only one thing I need to tell my captured subordinate. I don't have a plan. The mothership's combat power alone can't come to rescue us, and we have no means to escape on our own. If it comes to killing, we'll just be killed, and if we're forced into hard labor, we'll just have to work. Having lost, we have no choice but to accept it. That's just unfair. However, I smirk at the pitiful voice that doesn't match its large frame, still lying on the bed. If I have any luck, there might come a chance to escape and get back at that woman. Is this a fantasy held by a pirate in dire straits? No, it isn't. There is something, which can only be described as the gears of fate, turning. And Jog sensed it with a sixth sense. The parts used for the ritter made by Chako are adjusted by craftsmen here and then transported to the factory. That creates the differences between this and the same model produced elsewhere. In the secret factory we were shown, Kenji, leaning on his white cane, explained while scanning the surroundings through his sunglasses. The entire factory is enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Such incredible concentration. Yuri, dressed in a landmine-themed fashion, echoed the sentiment as he surveyed the factory. Indeed, the operators working on each machine wore taut expressions, and it felt as if they could be repelled by something if one were to touch them. Creating a wall of the heart, impressive. So this is the environment where a delicate machine like Kusanagi is produced. No matter how hard our engineers try to analyze it, it would all be in vain. In the end, what truly matters is the masterful skill of the consummate craftsman. The atmosphere Errol exuded was one of astonishment, or perhaps exasperation, something of that sort. He must have understood that this was a secret of his friend, but he also likely felt it was something that had to remain confidential. It seems to me that it would only make things more difficult. It must be similar to cooking. Even if the appearance is the same, there's a difference in taste between a dish made by a skilled chef and one made by a machine. Cooking and machinery are the same in that they both create. Young lady, you're quite hitting the nail on the head. Kenji nodded, albeit slightly off-kilter, at Irina's words. As for me, I was wide-eyed, trying to imprint every detail of this scene into my mind without saying anything unnecessary. Kenji, with his white cane, walked confidently deeper into the factory. But the true value here is not just the final adjustments of the parts. Every day, they work on prototypes of PL, constantly striving to be at the forefront of the times. What they are making now is that. Following him, we all raised our heads. At the farthest end of the factory, on a platform, stood something towering. Secured by a hanger, it was a PL that no one had ever seen before. It looks incredible. However, as a PL, I feel uneasy about the shoulder joint. As Errol had said, the machine standing there was clearly designed with a completely different philosophy from the usual PL. The aircraft, characterized by its linear lines, had a massive design overall. Yet its arms were thin and somewhat small, and the shoulder joints were not connected to the torso frame, existing independently. Instead, the large backpack on its back connected the torso and arms, extending parts resembling inverted gull wings from the shoulder. The overall color was predominantly black, and on the cockpit hatch of the chest, there was a large number, perhaps the prototype number. The bold 5 was emblazoned there. It's not that black is exclusively a Romanov trademark, but perhaps my feelings as Camille are rebelling against it, making it a bit uninteresting. Well, it's probably this color to avoid being conspicuous during top-secret tests in space. That aside, it seems to be a prototype. This uniquely shaped PL had not even appeared in the main story of Personal Lovers from my previous life. What kind of machine could it be? Could it be a transformable machine? It was Yuri-chan who hit the nail on the head. You got it right on the mark. Kenji replied with a wry smile. Many engineers have aspired to transformation, but I've heard it has never been practical due to issues with frame strength during close combat. Are they trying to realize that here? Indeed. At Errol's words, Kenji now wore a cheerful smile. Currently, PLs fly within the atmosphere by forcefully using gravity control and thrusters. However, this machine is expected to enable supersonic flight within the atmosphere through transformation. Moreover, in space, the concentration of thrusters can be achieved through transformation, allowing for a significant increase in forward thrust. It truly deserves to be called a next-generation PL. Even while holding his white cane, he spread his arms wide, resembling a famous entrepreneur announcing a groundbreaking new product. That said, that's only if it gets completed, and until it sees the light of day, I'd like to ask you to keep this off the record. But he added a touch of playfulness, perhaps a reflection of his personality. While striving for lightweight construction, we must maintain the strength of the frame and parts. This can only be done here. It's truly a crystallization of craftsmanship. Ha ha ha, make sure to burn this into your memory. Once it's completed, the silhouette might change as well. Especially the color of the machine. If we don't change it, we might get complaints from the Romanov family. That's not the case, but it really is an incredible machine. I lightly brushed off Kenji's joke while gazing up at the machine in awe. The machine itself was magnificent, but the situation was even better. A prototype being developed in secrecy, and a talented young person who could identify its features at a glance. For me, it was a situation I could savor. If only a pinch of spice in the form of a new model theft could be added, it would be an even more preferred scenario. Though I was reborn into a world that was once fiction in my previous life, reality is not that sweet. Even before arriving here, several ninjas serving the Count Tanaka family had been on guard, and there was unlikely to be any room for anyone to infiltrate. In the first place, if such a thing were to happen, it would mean that I, who am face-to-face with them, would not get off scot-free. It's something that must not happen. Wahaha, vun. It was then that a high, quiet startup sound, reminiscent of a mosquito, echoed. Simultaneously, a red light illuminated the camera eye of the prototype machine hidden behind the visor. Ehud. As we all uttered foolish voices. Zun, the prototype machine took a step forward, tearing away the cables connected to various parts. This is. Kira, it moved. Chapter 32.1, Character Chart. Romanov Grand Duke Family. Camille Romanov, protagonist, 12 years old. Wolgaf Romanov, 40 years old, head of the Romanov Grand Duke family. Sebastian, 58 years old, chief butler of the Romanov Grand Duke family. Irina, 13 years old, Camille's attendant maid. Targets of pursuit. Errol Ranog, 16 years old, head of the Ranog Duke family. Kenji Tanaka, 20 years old, head of the Tanaka Count family. Yasuke, Kenji's beloved dog, serves as a guide dog. Yuri Dwightening, 10 years old, Camille's dedicated mechanic. Jog Renand, 12 years old, captain of the space pirates Scavengers. PL. Ritter, Imperial Army's mass production machine. Tiffing, Wolgaf's dedicated machine. Misteltain, Errol's dedicated machine. Trisha's, Black Knight Corps dedicated machine. Viking, irregular PL used by pirates. Khalidbalg, Jog's dedicated machine. Kusanagi, Kenji's dedicated machine. Prototype. Spaceships. Chinonso, the mothership owned by the Black Knight Corps. Planets and colonies. Tarrant, capital star of the Romanov Grand Duke family. Chukzo, capital colony of the Tanaka Count family. Chapter 33, The Attack of the Ninjas. Suddenly, as the prototype began to move, an anomaly occurred above. Given that this factory is equipped with PL manufacturing capability, the ceiling is exceptionally high, and maintenance walkways are strung across like spider webs. There they are. It's Count Kenji. And his guests are all here too. From above, shadows began to appear from nowhere. Shadows of people. Yes, the term shadows of people is fitting, because they were hiding their faces behind pitch-black masks, and their bodies were covered in skin-tight black bodysuits. The ominous sight was their armament, each wielding bows, arrows, spears, and swords. Ninjas. They were the shadow warriors, the pride of the Tanaka family. Sometimes they served as bold security, and at other times, they were executors of covert operations that could not be made public. It is a well-known secret across the galaxy that the Tanaka family is supported by them, both in the shadows and in the light. What is often heard is their high close combat prowess. Despite their weaponry appearing archaic, they are said to surpass the special forces of various noble families. In other words, they were the subordinates of Kenji, who stood there in shock. Those ninjas were looking down at us, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. At this point, there was only one thing I could do. That is, AOTH. Ninjas, why are there ninjas? Before I could act, everyone working in the factory began to shout while pointing upwards. To be honest, thinking calmly, this was no time to be acting like heads. Because right in front of us, the prototype that had taken a step forward was about to take another. Everyone run. At Errol's words, we snapped to attention and hurriedly ran toward the corner of the factory, toward the exit. What the hell is going on? How could I possibly know? Just run. I urged the confused arena, moving my legs as fast as I could. Looking around, the factory was in utter chaos, with craftsmen crouching down or running around in confusion. The sight of the ninjas triggered a genetically imprinted fear in the Chako people's brains, rendering them incapable of rational judgment. However, there was no need for them to worry. Why, you ask? Because the ninjas who had jumped down from the ceiling were heading straight for us. YHHH. One of the ninjas lunged at Kenji, with a sword in hand as he descended. But Kenji was not someone who could be easily killed. With a click of his white cane, the cane split apart, and slender blades shot out from within. A sword cane? It's a trope for blind characters to conceal blades in their walking canes. The blades crossed. GWHH. The ninja struck by Kenji's blade crashed to the floor without landing. Miss, you mustn't look. Blocking my view was Yuri-chan, who, despite being dressed as a girl, was quite valiant. He shielded me while keeping a vigilant eye on the ninjas. From his demeanor, he must have sensed something. Boy, use this. Kenji tossed a handgun to Yuri from his pocket. Yuri caught it effortlessly and quickly racked the slide. Though the gun was too large for his small hands, he didn't seem to mind. Huh, is he someone who can fight in hand-to-hand combat? Such a scene had never occurred in Personal Lovers. What the hell is going on? Errol, pulling out his own handgun, cursed as he hesitated to aim. I don't know, but it seems we have no choice but to fight our way through. Kenji, glancing slightly upward, readied his sword cane. It wasn't that he didn't know where the enemies were. He was simply concentrating all his senses except for sight. Yuri-kun, can you do this? I'd rather not, but... Yuri replied to Errol's question. His stance while holding the handgun was composed, clearly indicating he had undergone some training or had combat experience. In fact, he looked far more capable than Errol, who was asking, "Ladies, stay down." Why yes. Why yes. At this point, there was nothing I or Irina could do. We could only crouch down, holding our heads in despair. Thus, I could only sense the battle that unfolded around us. YHHH. GWHH. YHHH. GWHH. YHHH. GWHH. The shouts and screams of the ninjas, leaping down from above, and the sounds of clashing swords and gunfire were inescapably etched in my ears. All right, let's move. After a brief lull, Kenji spoke calmly. Move where? It seems they've taken the PL over there. Looking up, Errol exchanged the magazine in his handgun while glancing at the prototype. As he said, it appeared that the prototype, which someone had boarded, was attempting to walk toward the gate leading outside the factory. Don't worry about that. The fact that they haven't attacked us with the stolen PL means they don't want to cause damage to this facility. It seems we are the only ones they've targeted. How did he perceive that with his unseen eyes? Indeed, as Kenji said, the other craftsmen were merely cowering in fear, and it seemed there were no casualties. But if we stay here, new enemies might come. However, if we rush out without a plan, we'll just be beaten up right. Receiving a new magazine thrown by Kenji, Yuri-chan quickly finished loading it, scanning the surroundings with a cold gaze. There's a secret escape route within this factory. Today is quite the grand reveal of secrets. Follow me. As he spoke, Kenji strode forward confidently. At this point, we had no choice but to follow him. Miss. Yes. With Erina supporting me, I stood up and followed behind the others. Chapter 34 Knowledge and Current State of Games. The Promise. There may be no words more fitting for this space colony called Chako. The streets resemble the very essence of the science fiction from an era when Western countries felt threatened by Japan's technological and economic prowess. And as evidenced by the recent attack, it is well equipped with ninjas. The presence of several sumo warriors among the security staff at the Hotel New Ede seemed almost like a joke. Truly, as promised cyberpunk Nippon, the world that people overseas adore, and that we, as purebred Japanese, also love, has become a reality in this colony. Thus, Chakyo, which wholeheartedly embraces the promise, and by extension, the Count Tanaka family, led us through a corridor where numerous ninjas, those guarding this factory, lay fallen in pools of blood, and beyond a concealed door disguised as an unremarkable wall was indeed, a hidden passage as promised. In other words, a sewer. This is enough to make one's nose curl, I muttered as we walked through the cramped passage. Right next to the narrow corridor, foul-smelling wastewater flowed, a scent I had no desire to describe, and I silently vowed to be extra careful not to misstep. Well, there's no such thing as fragrant sewage. Considering the role of a sewer, this is unavoidable, Kenji, leading the way, replied while tapping the ground with his white cane. For us, it was a dark world where we could only rely on the light function of our mobile devices, but for Kenji, who had already lost his sight, it made no difference. As always, he moved with a steady stride. I never thought there would come a day when I would have to walk in a place like this with a lady eek. Erina, who had been walking ahead of me with a disgruntled expression, nearly lost her footing. Please be careful. In this darkness, the ground is slippery. We must pay close attention with every step, or we might fall. Yuri-chan, who was positioned behind Kenji and in front of Erina, said as he turned back while holding a handgun pointed downwards. His demeanor was composed, and he looked neither like a cute boy nor a novice mechanic. I thought the same when the ninjas attacked, but Yuri-kun is remarkably skilled. No, it's not even a matter of skill. After all, you were able to turn the attacking ninjas back on themselves. To be frank, you are far more reliable than I am. What kind of hellish experiences have you gone through at your age? Errol, positioned at the back, asked while occasionally glancing behind. The caution in his voice was likely not just due to the position he held. Though he hadn't seen it directly, it seemed that Yuri's combat ability was abnormal. It was hard to believe he was just a child younger than me. Naturally, I was curious about how he had come to be this way. In fact, I was quite interested. I knew he was a genius mechanic and a top-tier pilot, but I hadn't heard that he was strong enough to take down ninjas in hand-to-hand combat. In the game Personal Lovers, there hadn't even been a scene like that in any of the individual routes. Moreover, his detailed background remained a mystery. In the game, he was only described as an orphan from the slums who made a living tinkering with machines. It was a very vague past. After all, it hadn't even been mentioned that he worked for the Romanov family. So, while I didn't pursue it further with Errol, I was intrigued and waited for Yuri's words. I was born an orphan and learned various things from the person who took me in. Among those was how to fight. I don't want to talk about it any more than that. The response was curt. Well, that was to be expected. Even in the individual route where he became the protagonist's lover, secrets like that had not been revealed. Rather, it felt like the kind of secret he would prefer not to share with anyone, even those who had grown closer to him. Then, let's set the past aside. What's important now is that Yuri-chan is a skilled mechanic and a reliable girl. Please don't try to change my gender in the midst of all this. More importantly, the issue is the identity of the attackers. Who could they be? Ignoring Yuri-chan's protest, I spoke up. This was another significant mystery. Of course, there was a literal sense of mystery. However, the biggest mystery was that even for me, it remained a mystery. After all, I had played through Personal Lovers multiple times and remembered the content of each character's ending. I had cleared all the endings, including Kenji's route, but none of them mentioned such a commotion. Indeed, in the game, it was merely an event from 4 years ago, and it had nothing to do with the game's protagonist. But what did it mean that it had never been touched upon? Was it simply that the game was just a slice of the world? No, I didn't even understand why I had been reincarnated. Was this a world similar to Personal Lovers, yet with different details? Thoughts like these raced through my mind. One thing seemed certain. If I relied too heavily on my knowledge of the game moving forward, I would end up in trouble. After all, I had already caused a significant event that would greatly impact the world regarding Jog Renan's capture. He was a man who, if things had gone as they should, would have become a major force comparable to Errol and Kenji, leading a band of rogues 4 years from now. And now he was imprisoned, so who knew what kind of butterfly effect would arise from that? I have more than enough ideas about this. This Chako, and by extension the Tanaka family, is certainly not a monolith. However, to launch a direct attack like this, it can only be said that it was a lapse in judgment not to have sensed the signs. Kenji, walking at the front, replied in a flat voice. There was a slight sense of familiarity in that statement. If I recalled correctly, it had been mentioned in Kenji's individual route that he had purged numerous rebellious factions to reach this point. This was a story set 4 years from now, counting from the current timeline in the game. If I combined that with his current words, it meant that the purging had not yet been completed. Thinking about it, Kenji was still only 20 years old at this point. Though not as sudden as Errol, who had inherited the title due to his father's misfortune, he was still too young to be entrusted with the reins of the Count's family. There would surely be some discontented elements who wouldn't want to leave the steering wheel in the hands of such a young lad. 14, huh? All right, let's go up here. Kenji placed his hand against the wall and came to a complete stop to declare. When I pointed my mobile device's light, just as he said, the number 14 was painted in the paint, and it seemed he had read it by touch. At the same time, the light illuminated a ladder installed in the wall leading up to the surface. A ladder, huh? It's not very high, but please be careful not to slip. Errol, waiting calmly at the back as if it were obvious, said coolly. To him, Irina and I exchanged exasperated glances. What's wrong? Errol-sama, please go up first, I said coldly while holding down the hem of my skirt. Chapter 30, 5 more than that. All right, hold on. I'm going to pull you up. Errol, who had climbed up ahead of the women, including Yuri-chan after being scolded by me, said this as he grabbed my arm while I climbed the last rung of the ladder. What awaited us after being pulled up with unexpected strength for such a gentleman was a cramped little room. However, one distinctive feature was the desk in one corner of the dimly lit room, equipped with multiple monitors. What is this place? This is one of the safety rooms intended for use in emergencies. Since it's an emergency, I've invited everyone here. Kenji, who had planted his white cane on the floor, replied with a calm expression. But what I wanted to know wasn't that. I mean, given the situation and appearance, I could figure that much out. What piqued my curiosity was something else. Even with monitors and computers, isn't it impossible for you, Kenji-sama, to use them? I hadn't considered that. Kenji scratched his black hair, looking somewhat embarrassed. Well, the fact that the head of the family, Kenji, is here alone already deviates from the situation one would normally expect. So, where exactly are we? It's just a very ordinary apartment room. Only a few people know about this place. At least the thieves won't have any knowledge of it, so you can rest easy. In response to Errol's question, Kenji answered with his chest puffed out this time. Really? Is that so? In situations like this, it's a classic trope to be betrayed by someone you trusted who knew about the secret location, right? This allows access to various data banks within Chako, including the police, no less, and it's well equipped to prevent reverse tracking. With this, it seems we can take various actions from here. Yuri-chan, don't touch anything without permission. Irina admonished Yuri-chan, who had already pulled out the keyboard and was entering a system check. No, let's have someone who can use it do so. After all, it's an emergency. There's no point in being stingy. After saying that, Kenji added quietly, "Why has the password been breached?" Upon closer inspection, there's something plugged into the computer unit under the desk. Even if the owner didn't mind, I think hacking like this is a bit much. Anyway, I want to understand the current situation. If we can access the data banks, we might find out if anything is happening at various agencies, right? We can access all surveillance cameras of major facilities, and adjustments have been made so that no traces of our peeking remain. As for the operation, well, you can't see it, but there's no need to teach you. While Errol and Kenji discussed, Yuri-chan, who had become what one might call a chairperson, continued to busily move the keyboard and mouse. It seemed I could leave the information gathering to him. Regarding the mastermind, it might not even be necessary to investigate. Surprisingly, it was Erina who raised her hand here. What do you mean? It's just that. In response to my question, Erina, holding her mobile device, began to operate it. Right now, there's a live stream on the internet. The mastermind of the coup. What? It seemed she had been adjusting the volume. Erina turned the screen of her device toward the three of us, excluding Yuri-chan. What I want you, dear people, to know is that our armed uprising is not for selfish reasons. The person appearing on the screen. Well, how should I put it? He was a bald man dressed like a Yakuza boss, wearing a traditional black haori and hakama. The first impression of his face was like that of an eagle. He exuded a sharp gaze and an extraordinary presence. That man was passionately addressing the camera, and there was another concerning issue. The place filming him was a maintenance dock for PL somewhere. Behind the old man stood the prototype PL that had just been stolen. Look at this PL. To an amateur, its functions may be incomprehensible. Thus, I will explain. This is a prototype equipped with the ability to transform into a fighter jet. This machine was constructed in a secret factory within Chako. What does this fact imply? Kenji has been plotting an invasion against other noble families that possess colonial planets. Otherwise, there would be no reason to engage in the secret development of a craft that excels in the atmosphere. This is an act of betrayal against all who live in the Tanaka Count's territory. Is that so? Absolutely not. All machines developed there are led by the engineers. I merely approve. Errol shot a piercing glance at Kenji, the lord of a nearby noble family that possesses colonial planets, who shrugged in response. Ah, so you wanted to make it and ended up making it. I can understand that feeling. Yuri-chan glanced at Erina's device before returning to his chairperson duties. Meanwhile, the old man delivering the live speech appeared to be in high spirits. We, the people of the Tanaka Count family, have been born and raised in space colonies and eventually died. Indeed, there were voices yearning for gravity, for the Earth. However, colonization and development have already progressed to the farthest corners of the galaxy, leaving no room for us to enter anew, and we have avoided unnecessary conflicts. This is by no means due to cowardice, but rooted in a noble aspiration to live on artificial land and support the empire itself with superior technology. Kenji has betrayed that noble spirit that has been passed down through generations. The shape of that treachery is the machine behind me. It is utterly unforgivable. So who is this old man? Mosakato. As you can see, he's a Yakuza boss, but that's just one aspect of him. In reality, he is the representative of the dark side of our Count family, overseeing numerous ninja clans and the underworld itself. Mosakato, The name that came up in Errol and Kenji's conversation was indeed unfamiliar to me. Naturally, the face displayed on Erina's device was one I hadn't seen in the main story of Personal Lovers. Even so, I could draw a conclusion. So, you're saying that someone who has been working in the shadows now wants to gain power in the open. You're quite insightful, young lady. Generally speaking, that understanding is correct. It seems he's using the prototype as material for theoretical armament. While Kenji smiled wryly, Kato's speech was nearing its conclusion. Therefore, we have risen up. We can no longer leave the Tanaka Count family in the hands of the young and ignorant Kenji. Let me repeat, this is not a rebellion against the imperial family. Rather, we are trying to defeat the traitors who were attempting to instigate conflict in the galaxy. To all of you watching this, I sincerely hope for your understanding and cooperation. With that, the stream ended. There were various comments being posted, but there was no need to address each one. The speech is being held at a maintenance dock on the outer perimeter of the colony. It seems to be completely under enemy occupation. This includes other administrative agencies as well. First, we seize the heart. Once we have it, we can either crush it. Kato, you understand. Kenji frowned at Yuri-chan's words. So, does that mean Mistletoe has also been taken by the enemy? If that's the case, while it's understandable that they don't know about you, Camille Dono, I can assume they know I'm with Kenji. Kato's aim isn't me or Camille Dono, but given the forcefulness of their methods, I have a feeling they might try to pin the label of a conspirator for an invasion plan on me. Now, what should we do? Errol also stroked his chin, deep in thought. Meanwhile, I had been thinking about something for a while now. Looking at the time displayed on the mobile device, it was now 2 p.m. And I had come to Chako for a specific purpose. That is, more importantly, I'm hungry. Shall we go eat some ramen? Chapter 36, Holding Hands. What a bold young lady this is. More than that, I'm hungry. At that thought, an indescribable amusement washed over Kenji. Miss, in this situation, that's... No, it's precisely because of this situation. She replied to the maid accompanying Camille, who had tried to admonish her. Indeed, that's certainly the case. Those who failed to know their place have instigated a reckless rebellion. It's merely a matter of that degree. So, is there any need for us to panic? To be honest, the situation was considerably worse than what I had imagined while in the sewer. Perhaps the uprising itself was the result of a lightning-fast decision. It was truly impressive, as expected of Kato. The speed with which they occupied the main facilities and the preparations made were commendable. However, a situation is just a situation. Even if we panic, the past won't change. Then, it would be wise to have a meal and brace ourselves, as befits those in power. Considering the time, it might just be that I'm purely hungry, but I felt that Camille Romanov's words carried such composure. Well, indeed, staying cooped up here won't change the situation for the better. From the atmosphere, it seemed Errol had placed his hands on his hips, somewhat exasperated. The emotions emanating from him didn't seem bad at all. That's right. Besides, having walked through the sewer, the smell must be bothering you ladies. Aye, that's true. The maid named Irina seemed to have covered her nose with her sleeve. Having lost my sight, my other senses were sharper than those of an average person, so I could clearly understand the stench that had clung to us. It was a source of stress, and for the frail young ladies, it could even be a breeding ground for illness. The area outside this room is disguised to look like an ordinary household. Of course, there are changes of clothes, but unfortunately they're all for men. Moreover, they're adult-sized. In any case, it's impossible to remain hidden for long in our current state. Do you have any idea where we should go? From what I've checked on this terminal, it seems there are Kato's henchmen wandering outside. The boy Yuri, who for some reason was dressed as a girl, asked from his chair. Of course I do. I nodded vigorously. After all, Kato is part of the underworld. There are limits to the territory he can control. Chako is not under his influence, and there are plenty of factions that are on friendly terms with me. Then, it's better to move quickly. I apologize to you ladies, but Yuri and I will disguise ourselves with the clothes here. However, the problem is my eyesight. I nodded at Errol's words. There are goggles for vision assistance here, but they're conspicuous. And if I continue to use a cane, it's the same as announcing my blindness. Even if I disguise my hairstyle and clothes, it's meaningless if that gets exposed. The goggles used when boarding the Kusanagi were mechanical and quite large. Wearing something like that would undoubtedly draw attention. Oh, that can be easily solved. However, Camille snapped her fingers as she said this. Now please take my hand. Stand tall and confident. Stepping out of the safe room in the apartment. I placed my hand on the one she offered, relying on my sense of presence. What I felt in her hand was small and soft, yet cool to the touch. This sensation had a fragility that seemed it would break at the slightest pressure, leaving me with no choice but to hesitate. Now, grip it tighter. Right now, you are my father. But Camille, the one offering her hand, seemed unconcerned with my hesitation and gripped firmly. Though we are of different races, and you're still not of that age. Then I'll be your older brother. I want a little sister. What was that? Camille kept repeating, "Ah," like a computer spitting out a bug. What's wrong? No, I've wanted a little sister, and I've wanted an older brother too. Heh. She seemed to be covering her mouth for some reason. What was going on? Well, regardless of whether it's an older brother or sister, this is a good idea. It naturally compensates for Kenji's eyesight, and to outsiders, we'll appear as a friendly group with little sisters. What will my position be in that case? You'll be the older sister to the young lady, and the young lady is fond of Kenji. How about I set myself as Errol's younger brother? No, it should be a little sister. Yuri's suggestion was met with a chorus of objections. I will definitely wear men's clothes for the disguise. Well, putting aside Yuri-chan's gender issues, solidifying our roles is a good idea. From here on, let's also be careful with how we address each other. Right. Reincarnated. Reincarnated, yes, Camille. Irina responded with a strangely cheerful and buoyant voice. As for names, none of us have particularly unusual ones, so it would be awkward to change them. Let's stick with what we have, so shall we go? Kenji-onishin. Led by Camille, we walked through the streets of Chako. For someone like me, who had lost their sight, this situation was quite stressful. After all, I couldn't freely let go of her hand. In such cases, it's standard to place a hand on the other person's shoulder or elbow, so that in an emergency, I could quickly release it. After all, what I saw with my eyes was darkness. Having let go of my cane to avoid suspicion, I could hardly gauge the distance. While I could perform quite well without assistance if I wanted to, I wasn't in a state to walk for long periods. So, this was literally entrusting my life and death to a young girl, having been instigated into rebellion. Now, I couldn't even step outside without being led by a little girl. Hey, what's wrong, Kenji-onishin? No, I just thought it was amusing. I replied to the girl, holding my hand with a faint smile. Surprisingly, everyone seems to be walking around without much concern. The black-clad figures we see here, and there must be the Yakuza, right? In situations like this, the people of Chako are either dull or bold. They often don't worry too much. If there were gunfights breaking out everywhere, it would be different. But for most people, political upheaval is something that unfolds far above them, like a distant cloud. Responding to Yuri's words, which seemed to carry a meaning directed at me, I felt Camille nodding beside me. Japanese people do have that tendency, don't they? You know quite a bit about this, don't you? You knew about ramen too. Have you been interested in Japan for a long time? Oh well. Hello. The girl spoke as if she knew the national character of a distant island nation, which was merely a tale of my ancestors, while laughing to cover it up. Well, those who have been Japan enthusiasts for a long time tend to have a somewhat underground vibe, so it's not something they want to be widely known. It's surprising that taxis are still running as usual. So, what should we do? Where should we go? Errol, who had changed into a suit like mine and disguised himself with slightly styled hair and sunglasses, asked while hailing a taxi. Neo Akiba. I briefly conveyed our destination to him. Chapter 37, Youth Classroom Cafe Harmony. Centuries had passed since humanity ventured into space, and the galactic empire was established. The culture born on the planet once called Earth had transformed into various forms, losing its former visage. However, the otaku had not yet perished. It was only natural that such a brain narration would play out in a voice reminiscent of a maintenance chief working in the Special Vehicles Division of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Before us, as we stepped out of the unmanned taxi, lay a uniquely special landscape within the colony known as Chako. The neon lights illuminated the night as they did in other places, but what was noteworthy was the holographic advertisements filling the gaps between the buildings. Moreover, those advertisements all featured beautiful girls singing or dancing, or battling with enormous swords and guns. While it was common for high-rise buildings to line the limited residential space of the colony, the neon signs, shining brightly in competition with the holographic ads, indicated a unique variety of establishments. Old-school arcade games, super retro, PS7 special price, hall of beautiful girl figures, virtual idols you can support up close. Such phrases filled every corner of our vision. Additionally, when discussing the streets, one cannot overlook the people living there. This was also different from other places where the majority were salarymen. First, It was standard to see backpacks that could rival the PL's back-mounted equipment. Some individuals had rolled-up posters sticking out from theirs, resembling mobile warriors. Their hair boasted an overwhelming prevalence of black, akin to the mass-produced salarymen, but what set them apart was their clearly unkempt hairstyles. Many wore headbands, but what exactly were they gearing up for? Ah, I see. This is Akihabara. Humanity, the otaku, had brought their sanctuary along as they ventured into space, establishing roots anew here. This is unique, or rather special, Errol murmured, grimacing at a holographic advertisement that left nothing to the imagination due to its angle, dressed in his sunglasses suit. Oh, but the selection of electronic components looks impressive. Wow, there's even a shop that deals in outdated PL parts. Meanwhile, Yuri-chan, dressed in frilly, landmine-style fashion, had spotted the electronic district among the many moe-themed advertisements and shop names, her face lighting up. Hey no Camille, you shouldn't stare so intently at that advertisement. Erina cautioned, but still I couldn't help it. I felt a certain artistic beauty in the folds of the panties. It was unavoidable. Given the nature of this place, Kato's influence doesn't reach here. Rather, he actively keeps his distance. Kenji, holding my hand, replied while ensuring his gaze didn't wander awkwardly. Now, from here, it's truly a digital maze. It's intricate, so please be careful as you guide us. First, turn left at the building that houses the used figure shop on the first floor to the south. Understood. Following Kenji's guidance, we walked through the alleyways lined with buildings. Dodging electronic parts shops and duelists engrossed in holographic card battles, we finally arrived at our destination. The floor was made of wooden tiles. Neatly arranged were simple, portable study desks, and at the back of the store stood school lockers without doors. At the front of the store, of course, was a blackboard. In front of it was a teacher's desk, allowing a view over the store. In essence, this was a classroom. However, unlike the countless scenes I had seen in my past life, women in sailor uniforms and gym bloomers were serving with trays. Kenji, where is this place? On the 32nd floor of a certain commercial building. Errol squinted at the scene that unfolded beyond the sliding door and asked the count, who was holding my hand. You saw the name when we entered, right? It's Youth Classroom Cafe Harmony. I know that. I'm asking if this is a place one would come to in this situation. The ramen here is delicious, just as you requested, my lady. Moreover, it has everything we currently need. As Kenji replied with a composed expression, a traditionally dressed female student approached us. Kenji-kun, it's been a while. I've been watching the news and that live stream, so I thought you might come. Kenji-kun, it's customary to treat each other as classmates here. Errol asked with a serious face, and Kenji returned the same seriousness. Kiko, I appreciate your help, but please handle the activities as student council. First, we need a complete set of outfits for the ladies and ramen for the number of people. It seemed the server's name was Kikyo. There was something about her that suggested she was no ordinary girl. Even in a place that was half like an adult entertainment venue, she exuded an air of nobility and had a flawless demeanor. She nodded at Kenji and turned her gaze toward us. Understood. Then ladies this way, oh, there's a boy too. This girl was definitely not ordinary. To recognize that Yuri-chan was actually a boy at first glance. But don't worry. I'll make sure to make you all look cute. No, Grip. Of course, it was me and Erina who had firmly secured Yuri-chan's elbows on either side, as expected of Kenji-sama's recommended place. You have a good eye, Erina said with a beaming smile. Come on, Yuri-chan, since she's saying that, let's take her up on her offer. I said, also smiling, I don't want to. It seemed Yuri-chan was strong enough to take down a ninja, but she was being led away by Kikyo, who was guiding us against our seemingly inexhaustible strength. Take care. Errol offered those emotionless words to Yuri-chan, a hidden gem in the truest sense. That was the sentiment the regulars held for the establishment known as Youth Classroom Cafe Harmony. After all, it operated on the 32nd floor of a building in the maze-like back alleys of New Akihabara. Unlike others, it had no neon decorations, and without guidance from regulars, one would hardly find it. In such a discreet location, it offered the utmost hospitality. In any case, the level of the cast here was astonishingly high. In such establishments, it was common for older women to work, but the staff here were all young, with well-defined features. Moreover, despite their youth, their service was incredibly refined, and their manner of speaking was polite. Thus, opting for a uniform-centric approach rather than a traditional maid cafe was, indeed, the right choice. In today's world, dominated by online education, the concept of school life exists only in fiction. The beautiful days of youth depicted in animation. Many who yearn for that, particularly in the otaku community, find this establishment, with its cast fulfilling that ideal, to be a veritable paradise born in Niwakihabara. Furthermore, the food served was delicious. Though the prices were high, it was worth every penny. For this reason, men who were actually executives of megacorporations donned the formal attire of Niwakihabara, otaku looks, and visited this cafe today. Consequently, the regulars who frequented here had discerning tastes and possessed a sense of refinement. Thus, normally, one wouldn't hear the kind of dufu, laughter found in other establishments. Duf, dufufu, ufu. But today, such strange, almost scream-like sounds echoed everywhere. However, that was to be expected. The class representative Kikyo had brought forth a girl who could only be described as an angel from above. She appeared to be around 12 or 13. Her features were noble and strikingly beautiful, yet perfectly blended with the softness appropriate for her age, exuding an otherworldly charm. Her silver hair shone like the moon in the ever-dark Chako. The light in her ice-blue eyes reminded one of the twinkling stars. She wore a classical, short sailor uniform, and on top of that, she wore pink-rimmed glasses. What an exquisite choice. First, the color was perfect. It further emphasized her youthfulness, yet the glasses as an accessory brought forth overwhelming intelligence. So cute, so smart, so cute, so smart. The regulars' minds had become mere traffic lights, flickering between those two words. Ay. How cute. The well-behaved customers, faced with such an overwhelming atmosphere of cuteness, stood up and shouted as if they had gone mad. Amidst them, one cry rang out, "Senpai, please call me senpai." The girl, shy yet responsive, obliged. Senpai. Senpai ye. Namu amida butsu, 1. Goodbye. The regulars, having lost all reason, fell one by one to the floor, wearing blissful smiles. Later, this day would be remembered as the day of kawaii and smart Camille-chan, but that is another story. As a side note, legends are built on a two-tiered foundation. This day would also be remembered as the day of the smart and cute Yuri-chan. I can't accept this. Chapter 38, Kill You. The amber-colored soup, clear yet glistening with a thin layer of floating fat, exuded a rich aroma of chicken that, whether one liked it or not, heightened the appetite. The thin noodles floating in the soup were folded like fabric, presenting an exquisite appearance. Scattered atop were ingredients of the highest quality. The chashu was thick, seemingly filled with chewiness and flavor. The extra-thick menma looked plump enough to dance in the mouth once bitten into. The boiled egg, whole and intact, offered no glimpse into its essence. But given the level of perfection in this ramen, I was certain it would enchant with the rich flavor of the soy sauce soaked into the egg white and the creaminess of the yolk. At the center was green onions. However, the richness of the green was anything but ordinary. Chopped at an angle and scattered, they created a three-dimensional green in the center of the bowl, significantly elevating the visual quality. Moreover, the hidden aroma would surely function as a refreshing agent, propelling us to eat more. Wow, this looks incredibly delicious. Inside the cafe, Seishun Kaiwashitsu Cafe Harmony, or rather the classroom. Amidst the chaos of various happenings, I gazed with sparkling eyes at the ramen placed before us at the joined desks. By the way, Irina and I had small appetites, so we ordered the mini ramen. Hee. Even if I can't see it, the rich aroma of this flavor heightens my expectations. As expected, it's a job well done. Kenji, who seemed to have eaten ramen here many times, said with a satisfied smile. How are we supposed to eat this? Do we scoop the soup with this spoon-like thing? It's a format I've never eaten before. As Errol and Yuri-chan, both ramen newbies, looked puzzled, it was Irina, disguised in a sailor uniform and glasses, who frowned. It seems like I'll inevitably make slurping sounds. Details don't matter. I clapped my hands and declared, since it's ramen, let's enjoy it while it's hot. Everything starts from there. Right. Kenji nodded in agreement with my words. And finally, we were about to eat the ramen we had literally dreamed of. Ahem. The military is still resisting. Even though Kenji has gone missing and all the leaders have been captured, they are quite stubborn. Inside the occupied Tanaka Count family mansion. In this galactic empire era, amidst a garden that recreated ancient Japanese architecture, Kato nodded grandly while listening to reports from his subordinate ninjas. It's all because my subordinates let Kenji slip away. If we could have eliminated him, that would have been the decisive blow. Good, our forces were sufficient. Then, it means there was a skilled individual among the unknown companions. In fact, judging by the aircraft in the hangar, one of them is a young man from the Lanog Duke's family. It's not surprising that a strong person was mixed in. Even while hiding his face with a menpo, Kato's ability to respond to the ninja, whose frustration was evident, was a testament to his character. Unexpected events do occur. As he was planning to cleanse Chako, and indeed the Tanaka Count territory itself, he couldn't afford to be shaken by minor issues. Regarding that Lanog Duke, what shall we do? If we're not careful, we might face criticism from outside, and the Duke's retainers won't remain silent either. We'll say that Kenji conspired with the young Lanog to plot an invasion of other territories. The communication interference is perfect, right? Of course. Satisfied with the ninja's response, Kato nodded. Then, good. Currently, we are the only faction able to communicate freely with the outside. If we don't receive any word from the young man, the people of the Lanog Duke's family won't be able to act carelessly. Moreover, if things go well, there might even be a family feud over there. If that happens, will there be room for an alliance? Indeed. However, it's pointless to think about other territories right now. First, we must deal with Kenji. Having said that, he tightened his expression. He seems to be hiding well, but he will surely take action. At that point, we must capture him for sure. Yes. As the ninja responded with his head bowed while gazing at the koi in the pond, one of the Yakuza under Kato hurriedly approached with a tablet in hand. Lord Kato. What is it? There's a communication from Duke Walgef Romanov. Oh. At those words, Kato's expression softened. Walgef Romanov, known as the Iron Man, was a man who harbored the flames of change within him. The previous live broadcast was, of course, being relayed not only to the Tanaka Count territory, but throughout the entire galaxy. It was no surprise that he had resonated with it. Well then, will it be assistance or perhaps an alliance? Fortune and misfortune are intertwined like a rope. As he adjusted the collar of his kimono in response to the unexpected good news, Kato commanded, "Connect." Ha. As the bowing Yakuza held up the device, the screen switched to communication mode. What appeared was a formidable figure, befitting the moniker of the Iron Man. Clad in a pitch-black military uniform, he was none other than Walgef Romanov himself. Hello, nice to meet you, Walgef-san. I am Kato. The bow with both hands together was a traditional greeting, said to be recorded in ancient texts. The utmost respect towards the other party. However, there was no response from the other side, only silence. Thank you for taking the trouble to communicate. Nonetheless, it was not uncommon for someone outside the Tanaka Count territory to react this way, so he quickly initiated the conversation. But again, all that returned was silence. Moreover, Walgef on the other side of the screen didn't even move an eyebrow. It was as if he had truly turned into the Iron Man, as his nickname suggested. One might suspect that every cell in his body had been replaced with metal. Could it be that there's a communication issue? Is jamming affecting it? He considered that possibility, but the communication status displayed in the corner of the screen was excellent. Even when he turned to the Yakuza holding the tablet, he was merely trembling in fear. Then, the lack of words and the eerie stillness could only be the Duke's own will. What is the matter, Walgef-san? The fact that you've contacted us like this means you must have some intention behind it, right? He didn't know the reason for the silence, but he had to hear what was being said. Kato asked with all the dignity he could muster, so as not to be looked down upon by the galaxy's greatest noble. Perhaps his feelings were conveyed, for at last, the Iron Man opened his mouth. However, the words he uttered were just a single phrase, namely, "I will kill you." Deadened, he was struck by the illusion that a sound had echoed from nowhere. Kato, caught off guard by the sudden death threat, had no time to respond, his eyes widening in shock. Moreover, Walgeff's words were just that. The communication was immediately cut off and the screen went black. Wah! The anger he felt through the screen, no. The killing intent was undeniably real. Unable to fathom the reason, Kato found himself frozen for a while. Chapter 39, The True Feelings of the Pirates. The previous summary, the ramen was delicious. While adhering to the basic format of Tokyo ramen, everything, from the ingredients to the cooking methods, was high-spec. Having savored the ramen at Seishun Kaiwashitsu Cafe Harmony, we were now enjoying the tea that had been served after our meal, our faces serious as we sat across from each other. Now that our stomachs are full, let's get to the main topic. What should we do from here on out? At Kenji's words, Errol took out a mobile device from his pocket. We need to share information, but we can no longer communicate with the outside. This device is a custom model, just so you know. Signal jamming. For instance, at concert venues, devices like this are used to prevent ringtones from going off. I believe what Kato's faction is using is a colony-compatible version of that. But we were able to receive Kato's live stream right. Erina, holding her own device, posed a question to Yuri-chan, who adjusted his glasses while explaining. It's classic filtering. After all, the ones setting it up are Kato's own faction. Making it so that only the live stream channel can be viewed isn't technically difficult. Of course, given the scale of the operation, the preparations must have been quite extensive. Kato must have mobilized after thorough preparations. However, that raises the question of why they chose this timing to act. Kenji, placing his glass of cold green tea down, let his unseeing eyes wander in a different direction. I have two possibilities in mind. Having achieved our initial goal of eating ramen, I raised my hand in serious mode. Oh, please, enlighten us. First, the variable prototype. Perhaps they were waiting for that to take shape. After all, judging by the statements made during the live stream, that machine itself is the very justification for their uprising. As I answered smoothly, Errol crossed his arms. That certainly is a major premise, so what about it? Has that machine recently reached that level of completion? Well, something like that. But even so, that alone would be weak as a reason to act today. After all, they have the capability to launch a surprise attack on the guarding ninjas and wipe them out. For example, it wouldn't be strange if they had attacked Hotel New Eid in the same manner last night. Now, for my second possibility. Though Kenji couldn't see it, I raised 2 fingers with my hand. I believe Kato's faction may have risen up because they learned that the space pirates, the scavengers, were imprisoned. Those pirates, I can't see how that would be related, Erina replied, her expression skeptical, and rightly so. Who would think that the imprisonment of mere space pirates would have any significant impact? However, perhaps I alone in this world had a different perspective. Though it had become quite dubious, my experience playing personal lovers in my previous life allowed me to understand this world on a macro level. When I considered that knowledge, that group known as the Scavengers possesses a level of military strength that sets them apart from ordinary space pirates. Take a look at this. I placed my mobile device on the table so that everyone except Kenji could see. What was displayed was the homepage of the Scavengers that I had browsed the other day. It seemed that the internet connection was down now, but I could still open the page I had preloaded. This is the homepage of those folks you mentioned the other day. Indeed, they disclose quite a bit of information. Errol wore a wry smile as he looked at the screen, just like I had done with Kenji last night. I had informed the others about this homepage and explained why we had gotten the jump on Khalidbalg. I hadn't seen it in person, but if the military strength listed here is accurate, it rivals a fleet. Yuri-chan's face lit up with surprise as he looked at the section detailing their military strength. 5 modified transport ships, 29 modified PLs. Khalidbalg, in terms of numbers alone, this far exceeded the forces of a minor noble. Considering the rear personnel hidden at some base, the total would surely surpass 3,000. Even if we take half of that as truth, it's still a considerable military force. Well, there's also the possibility that they're just exaggerating, and the captured ones are their total strength. No, it was Kenji who interrupted Errol's words. I haven't seen that homepage, but it's true that our territory has suffered significant damage from the space pirates who display crows. Embarrassingly, just the other day, a patrol squad I encountered was annihilated in an instant, and we lost our PL. So, it's not entirely an exaggeration. Irina looked astonished, but having played the game, I had additional information. That said, it's impossible for this many to sustain themselves in a single space region. In reality, they are likely dispersed across various territories, and when their parent calls for them, they will gather. If they do gather, it would be quite a large fleet. Since we haven't clashed with Kato's faction yet, it's highly likely that our forces are being restrained. But from Kato's perspective, they are merely sealed off, meaning they can only use their own military strength for action. The number of people resisting in various places would be somewhat insufficient to suppress them by force and successfully incite a rebellion. If the space pirates join forces, their strength would be sufficient. But would Kato's orders be followed without question? I think it depends on how you ask. I interjected into the discussion between Errol and Kenji. That pirate group, the Scavengers, clearly has a strong desire for recognition, as evidenced by their homepage. That, in turn, means they want to rise up. Rise up, you say? I nodded at Yuri-chan's words. They want to become legitimate. No matter how powerful their military strength, they are still pirates. Their lives remain uncertain, yet they have no means to escape their current lifestyle. This homepage reflects that inner turmoil. In truth, this wasn't something I had gleaned from the homepage, but rather something Jog himself had expressed in a specific route of the game. He said he wanted to become a king. To become a king and give those who had followed him thus far the best possible outcome. That was the reason he rose during the Galactic Warring States period. In the words of the Steel Flower Wind, he was someone who couldn't be stopped. They want to be acknowledged as their own existence. I had never considered pirates merely as a nuisance, without thinking about their position or feelings. They could also become good citizens under different circumstances. However, the long-standing rule of the Galactic Empire has made it impossible for them to live that way. But that would be a critique of the imperial family. As I added to Errol's words, Kenji shook his head. No, it's something that a ruler must consider, and I see. If we were to relinquish some colony and promise peace, there is a possibility the pirates would join our ranks. Now that you've grasped that, I have an idea. I smiled brightly and reached a conclusion. Let's bring those pirates into our fold before Kato does. Chapter 40, Prison Infiltration Operation. This is an ingenious plan. It reduces the enemy's potential strength while increasing our own. A strategy that yields the results of 2 moves with just 1. If I were to describe my proposal as sudden, it would be an understatement. The first to express agreement was Kenji. I believe there was something like this in Sun Tzu's Art of War. If I recall correctly, the example used was about military supplies. Indeed, if it can be realized, it is an attractive proposal. However, Errol finished his cold green tea and crossed his arms. Naturally, there are challenges that accompany this. In other words, can it actually be realized? That counterargument was as expected. So I replied with a composed expression. If I can meet with them while they are locked up, I believe it is entirely possible. Are you confident? After all, I have already communicated with the enemy captain through our contact line during the previous battle. I have a good grasp of his character. I answered Yuri-chan's question smoothly. Well, to be more precise, it's not just that conversation. I know his personality well from the main game. Meanwhile, Irina frowned. That was hardly a conversation. And how do you plan to meet them? No, before that, sending a young lady to a prison. Most likely, if I do not go directly, the negotiation will not succeed, you know. Moreover, the Count Tanaka family is in crisis right now. If this place, which supplies products throughout the empire, falls into chaos, it will have a significant impact not only on the Romanov duchy, but on the entire galaxy. If we can prevent that, what does it matter if I visit 1 or 2 prisons? You truly are a resolute young lady. Or perhaps I should say, you understand your responsibilities as a noble correctly. Kenji smiled faintly at my words. Noblesse oblige. If you bring that up, I cannot oppose it. Indeed, it is fundamentally someone else's business for me and Lady Camille. But if this Chako falls into the hands of those plotting rebellion, the impact on our territory would be immeasurable. I appreciate you saying that, my friend. There may be no true friendship among nobles, but because of that, cooperation born from calculation is reliable, though I do intend to sell it at a high price. So, if we are to adopt Lady Camille's strategy, do we have any means? Of course we do. At Errol's words, Kenji, who had been gazing slightly upward, nodded vigorously. What we should fear most in this Chako is, in fact, neither ninjas nor yakuza. It is the student council. In recent times, as the galaxy has been thrown into chaos and reports of space pirates have become commonplace, the position of a prison warden has transformed into a somewhat unique role within the legal organizations of each territory. After all, the duty entrusted to them is correction. In a universe where all resources are finite, their job is not only unproductive, but also involves rehabilitating those who worsen public safety, to maintain discipline within the prison, or to exert a deterrent effect on violent criminals even when unarmed. Naturally, the warden's position has been granted special and powerful authority, allowing prisons to operate almost independently as organizations, and it has become common for them to possess more firepower internally than police organizations. The prison located within Chako is a typical example of this, and the warden, Tengoku, was staring at a holographic image with a face far more sinister than any common thug. Understood, Kato-san. Then, I will arrange for a meeting with the troublesome pirates tomorrow. I appreciate it, Tengoku-san. The strength possessed by those pirates will be essential for us to achieve our great cause. Well, it is also beneficial for us. Once everything is settled, of course, I intend to welcome you and your trusted aides into the military. I plan to entrust the PL operational mothership and PL squad directly to you, Tengoku-san, captain of the PL operational mothership. That is one of the most honorable professions in this galaxy. Commanding the PLs, the stars of the battlefield, and overseeing a mothership with at least 100 elite personnel. This is akin to receiving a castle in ancient times. While the chair I am sitting in is not bad, there is a literal dimensional difference between societal honor and the independent use of military force. Nuhahaha, this is truly exciting. Nuhahaha. Tengoku, envisioning himself clad in a captain's uniform, laughed with the holographic image before him, Mosakato. Indeed, what a delightful feeling. Then I leave it to you. Nuhahaha. Thus, even after Kato-san's holographic image disappeared, Tengoku continued to laugh alone in his office for a while. How fortunate. Shall I have a sake? As he said this, he attempted to stand up to retrieve the shochu he had hidden in the cabinet. Beep, beep, beep. It was at that moment that a message came in from a subordinate via the intercom installed on his desk. It's me. What is it? Hello, Tengoku-san. Actually, a group of cute schoolgirls has gathered at the entrance. What? Cute schoolgirls? At those words, his eyes widened in surprise. All right, send me the holographic image immediately. And he promptly commanded. Tengoku was a man who was straightforward about his desires. Yay! As the subordinate shouted, a holographic image was immediately projected before Tengoku. Indeed, it could only be described as a group of cute schoolgirls. They wore various types of uniforms, such as sailor suits and blazers, and some were dressed in a gal style, showcasing a variety of skirt lengths and styles. However, what they all had in common was cuteness. Moreover, the girl at the front, making a provocative heart sign with both hands, was simply adorable. Despite her youthful appearance, her facial features were well-defined, and combined with the softness appropriate for her age, she radiated a unique charm that could only exist in this moment. She wore a classic sailor suit and pink-rimmed glasses, successfully imparting both a classical cuteness and an air of intelligence. As she made the heart sign, she bowed towards us. Hello, nice to meet you, Tengoku-san. These are indeed cute schoolgirls. Today, we have come to deliver curry to the hardworking staff, even amidst this chaos. If you would be so kind, please let us in. Cute, polite schoolgirls, yay. If he had possessed even a hint of calmness, he might have questioned. In this modern age of distance learning, how are there so many schoolgirls? However, the Chako people are inherently drawn to schoolgirls at a genetic level. Cute schoolgirls bringing curry. Yay, let them in with the utmost courtesy. Without a shred of doubt, he commanded the guards accordingly. 3 hours later. Thanks to a slow-acting yet potent sleeping drug hidden within the curry, all the prison staff fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 40, 1 Camille and Jog. It's trivial. Is this what they call effortless victory? The sleeping pills mixed into the curry must have taken effect. As I walked among the staff members, who were slumped against the wall in a deep sleep, I murmured to myself, I've already secured the internal map. The pirates are located over this way, right? Leading me along, the female students of Youth Classroom Cafe Harmony, under Chako's guidance, skillfully infiltrated the premises. They borrowed the card key from one of the sleeping staff members and bypassed the biometric authentication using the pupils of the sleeping staff member. It was as if we were traversing an uninhabited wilderness. So easy. Well, I imagined something a bit more dramatic than this. This is easier, so it's fine. Besides, the essence of those girls from the student council is that they are kanoichi. They are more than capable of fighting and subduing if necessary. I found some reassurance in Errol and Kenji's words, who had hidden among the curry equipment to infiltrate. Ah, I see. Kanoichi. Kanoichi had also played a significant role in the Kenji route of the game during crucial moments. Specifically, when they suffered significant damage from the Black Knights led by their father and were trying to make a comeback. Their information-gathering abilities and combat skills surpassed those of ordinary ninjas. For Kenji, they were his trump card, so Youth Classroom Cafe Harmony was a cover for them. Couldn't they have come up with a better cover? It seems the pirates are being held in the innermost section. Good to know. Try not to stare too much at the prisoners. I nodded lightly at the sight of Yuri-chan and Irina mingling with the group of female students. Beyond the security breach, lined up were prisoners confined in solitary cells reinforced with thick glass instead of iron bars. Irina's change in tone was to avoid giving them unnecessary information. We were only here to rescue the scavengers. Here we are, the security is even more robust. However, my classmate has obtained the highest level card key from the director's office. If we use this, Chako held the card key up to the card reader of a thick, sturdy door blocking our way. With an electronic sound reminiscent of cashless payments, the door slid open. Now, this is where the real challenge begins. She adjusted her disguise glasses with a click. Who would have thought we would actually be infiltrating a target, not just in the game? For prisoners not assigned to labor, there were only 3 things they could do. That is, talk, sleep, or stare blankly into space. Among these, conversations with subordinates in other solitary cells had run dry. And for Jog, who had slept so much that his body rejected any further sleep, the last option, staring blankly, was the only path left. What can I say? It feels like it's been a while since I've spent time like this. Lying on the bed that seemed to merge with the wall, such thoughts came to mind. Come to think of it, since my father fell in a gunfight and entrusted the pirate crew to me, I had been running headlong. Even though I was the son of the former captain, the adults' reactions to a boy just over 10 were cold. Some even plotted rebellion. I had crushed the rebellious spirits of such people. No one could wield Kalidbolg better than Jog. With the galaxy's super speed, I would engage the regular army cruisers alone, overwhelming them before they could even deploy their PL escorts, leading everyone to think it was better to comply than resist. By demonstrating power in this way and plundering one after another, I earned a living for my subordinates. Naturally, I couldn't cover all my needs through plunder alone, and I had been trading on equal terms with the filthy scum of the galaxy's underworld. Don't stop. Those were the last words my father left behind, and I had faithfully adhered to them as I charged forward. But now, at this moment, old man, I've stopped. Staring at the ceiling, I spoke to my father, who was likely in hell. Of course, no one would answer the words spoken in my heart, but still, this is. There were no guards, as if they were unnecessary with surveillance cameras in place, yet the entire prison felt strangely. It's quiet, isn't it? The prison guards might have all eaten the curry laced with sleeping pills. NNNGH. I jumped from the bed at the sudden words thrown from beyond the reinforced glass. That voice, I could never forget it. And there, beyond the sturdy glass, was indeed the girl I had seen at that time. W, what are you doing here? KO, long time no see, though we did just meet yesterday. The girl who had caused me to waste time here peered in from beyond the glass. She wasn't in a pilot suit, but wore a cartoonish sailor uniform and glasses. Seeing her charming appearance, only one word escaped my lips. "You bitch." I was worried you might be losing your edge being locked up, but it seems that's not the case. Huh? I let out a foolish sound at her sudden proposal. It seemed I had woken up the subordinates who had been sleeping nearby. They pressed their faces against the glass, wondering what was going on. Listen up, you have two choices. One is to stay in the cell and be hanged, closing your mouth like a clam. The other is to join us and confront the great evil. Great evil? What the hell are you talking about? I glared at the girl, who coughed and then delivered her lines as if they had been prepared in advance. But she continued speaking, unfazed by my intimidating gaze through the glass. As I just said, we are in need of strength for certain reasons. If you join our ranks, all your sins will be erased. Not only that, but your future will also be guaranteed. Seriously? Hey, this is too good to be true. The subordinates pressed against the glass, their previously gloomy faces now bright with joy. However, as the captain, I couldn't easily fall for such sweet talk. Even if you suddenly say something like that, I can't trust you. Besides, there's no way someone like you has that kind of power. Even if I don't, my father does. Moreover, once this matter is settled, there will be rewards in store. Above all. At that moment, the girl leaned in closer. You seem to be misunderstanding something, but while the others may be irrelevant, you are already my property. Huh? I'm your property. Are you out of your mind? This is a perfectly logical conclusion. The girl adjusted her glasses with a click in response to my question. Listen carefully. In this galactic empire, the property of a pirate is given to the one who defeats them. This naturally includes the life of the pirate themselves. Now, who do you think defeated you? At her question, the subordinates in the other solitary cells tilted their heads in confusion. They obviously didn't know. The one who had rendered me incapacitated using literal underhanded tactics against Khalidbalg was. Why you didn't deliver the finishing blow, did you? The decisive factor was that blue PL. That PL, Kenji, who was riding Kusanagi, acknowledged it as my achievement, which means, naturally, you are also my property. Oh, is that okay? The captain of the scavengers refusing to admit defeat like a man. Are you going to throw a tantrum here and die like a dog, along with your subordinates? Doesn't that sound incredibly pathetic? Let her say what she wants. I thought that, but seeing the desperate faces of my subordinates, I couldn't just refuse outright. So, what will you do? If you join me, the path to a legitimate life will open up. If you refuse, only death awaits. The only thing standing in your way is your pride, which is smaller than your height, right? As the captain of the scavengers, isn't there only one path you can choose? Why you? In that moment, Jog, the boy, displayed a spoonful of calmness amidst his boiling emotions. It was precisely because of this calmness that he could manipulate a monster machine like Khalidbalg with ease. That calmness allowed him to catch a word that should not be overlooked. Did you just say scavengers? That name didn't come up during the interrogation. Did you mention it? The subordinates shook their heads vigorously at my words. Then the girl pulled out a mobile device and showed it to me. Displayed on the screen was the Scavengers' homepage. I recognized it immediately when I saw the emblem. The noblest pirates in the universe, scavengers. No wonder they're tough. If luck hadn't been on my side, I wouldn't have made it out safely like this. That's why. At that point, the girl who had been taunting me suddenly wore a serious expression. I want you. The power you've cultivated, that you've had to use for evil from now on, use it for good. Who would have thought someone knew about us? That such a cute girl would know. The previous captain spent 3 days making the homepage, and it wasn't in vain. The subordinates, who had muscles instead of brains, were moved to tears. They wanted someone to know, they wanted to convey something. Even those who lived by plunder were still human beings. They were touched that their cries had been heard. Truly, they were simple-minded. But then again, I was just as simple-minded. Just to confirm, what is it? You want us because we're us, right? Not just anyone will do. Of course, I only choose friends. Is that so? I tousled my hair, which wasn't styled in a cool way at the moment. All right, I'm a man too. I'll admit defeat and follow you with dignity. Then, you will be my lifelong servant. And Khalidbalg will also be considered my property. Is that all right? Yeah. After answering on impulse, the girl began operating her mobile device. It seemed she wasn't opening the homepage this time. The proof of that was, "Then you will be my lifelong servant, and Khalidbalg will also be considered my property. Is that all right?" Yeah. The very conversation we had echoed from the device. "All right, I've got your words recorded. I look forward to working with you, my servant." "Why, you little..." I stood up in anger, but there was reinforced glass between us, and there was nothing I could do against it. So I hurled as many insults as I could, but the girl coolly brushed them off. "Ha ha. Okay, have you said everything you wanted to say? Then, as the proud pirate captain, please keep your promise." And after waiting for me to tire from shouting, she unlocked the prison door with the card key she had taken out. This was her true nature. With an angelic face, she hid a devilish form behind it. I will rise against you." On that day, the boy who became the captain and servant of the scavengers vowed firmly in his heart. Chapter 42, Through the Duct. "Hey, listen. Why do we have to go through this kind of nonsense?" Jog's voice echoed in the confined space, surrounded by metal on all sides. Naturally, the complaint reached not only Yuri-chan, who was at the front, but also me, crawling along at the back. Complaining like a boy. And yet, you're still the captain of the space pirate scavengers. You think just because you bring that up, I'll do whatever you say. Oh, have I been found out? It seems like there's more blood rushing to your head than I expected. Or perhaps, in a way, you really do look the part. Damn you. Jog, with his red hair pulled back in a prisoner's outfit, a look we hadn't seen in Personal Lovers, turned to glare at me. But I wasn't one to be intimidated by that. "What's the matter? It seems you're lacking in manners towards your master, don't you think?" I only provoked him further. I didn't even know why I was doing it, but when it came to him, insults and taunts just flowed out of me. It was probably because he had called me ugly during our communication, or because, in a possible future, one of the game's individual routes, he would turn me into a fresh tomato. "Both of you are so lively in this cramped space." Yuri-chan, who had stopped at the front, gave a wry smile as he paused our bickering. By the way, she was still wearing the same miniskirt sailor uniform as me, but she had leggings underneath, so she was safe in more ways than one. I, on the other hand, wasn't wearing anything like that, so I needed to be cautious. Still, given the current situation, there wasn't much to worry about. After all, this space we were crawling through was so narrow that only kids like us could manage to get through on all fours. And besides Yuri-chan and Jog in front, there were no other companions. If you're going to act like the captain of the scavengers, then you should break through boldly from the front. Why should we have to crawl through this air duct? As Jog grumbled, right now, the three of us little kids were indeed crawling on all fours inside an air duct. The space was covered in thin metal on all sides, a classic scenario in stealth games, but experiencing it firsthand was quite stressful. My harshness towards Jog might have stemmed from that stress. Charging straight into a place guarded by Yakuza and ninjas is the worst possible strategy. Even with the student council around, it's better to minimize damage. And even if we could cause a ruckus and win, it wouldn't matter if the PL was snatched away. I shot back at Jog, maintaining a provocative smile while delivering the cold hard truth. We need to reclaim the PL that's in the enemy's hands. This is essential for our counterattack against Kato's faction. That was the truth. I wasn't crawling through this cramped space for fun. There was only one reason for it. Because this was the air duct leading to the PL maintenance dock located on the outer wall of Chako. We, being small, will infiltrate through the air duct and reclaim the PL inside the maintenance dock. It's certainly the best method to ensure we get the PL back. But it's bold, to say the least. Yuri-chan looked a bit exasperated, but unlike Irina, who had vehemently opposed this plan, she didn't scold me. She probably understood that this was the best way. Well, I can't stand having Khalidbalg stolen from me. Don't get it twisted. Khalidbalg is my property. Remember, I'm only lending it to you. I'm the only one in the universe who can pilot that machine. If a novice gets in, they'll be tossed around by the acceleration and won't be able to control it properly. Sorry about that. I couldn't control it properly because I was tossed around by the acceleration. But I didn't want that fact to be known, so I refrained from arguing back. Now, if we keep chatting like this, we might get caught. Let's hurry ahead. Fine. Understood. Yuri-chan, who had memorized the internal structure diagram prepared by Chako, what an impressive feat, resumed moving forward. Jog and I, having stopped our argument, followed suit. Eventually, we reached our destination. Indeed, the security here is on another level. 3 ninjas and a lot of yakuza. Having finally arrived at our destination, the PL maintenance dock, Yuri-chan quickly relayed the situation on the other side as we reached the exit of the air duct. But even if you say that, I don't really get it. Let me take a look too. Please let me see as well. I'm worried about whether something strange is happening to my precious Ritter. Whoa, wait a minute. Even though we were kids, the duct was cramped. If Jog and I tried to push forward, it would inevitably lead to a tangled mess. Hey, miss, please don't press your face against me too much. But I can't see otherwise. Wait, where are you touching? It's your fault for pushing forward too. Don't say that while trying to move your hands. My skirt is going to flip up. Whoa, sorry. Both of you be quiet or we'll get caught. Of course, we lowered our voices to avoid alerting the guards, but it was best not to make noise at all. I shot a glare at Jog before peeking through the grates of the duct to observe the situation outside. The exit is about 2 meters high from the corridor. If we let Jog go first, we can use him as a stepping stool. Please don't look up. Well, that's fine, but shouldn't we be more concerned about how to get into the PL? Jog, who was being grumpy after being told off by both me and Yuri-chan, peered at the situation ahead. Inside were 3 PLs, Ritter, Misteltein, and Khalidbalg. Ritter and Khalidbalg were here because we used this facility, which was better equipped than the transport ship, to remove the sticky substance. Misteltein was here because it had accompanied Khalidbalg for its test afterward. As a result, it was fortunate that we could retrieve all the machines except for Kusanagi. Meanwhile, the maintenance arms were extended to the cockpit, making the PLs ready for boarding. And wandering around like minor enemies in a stealth game were a few ninjas and a large number of yakuza. I'll draw their attention with this as planned. After that, Yuri-chan will board Misteltein, and Jog-kun will get into Khalidbalg to scatter the living enemies. I'll wait and board my Ritter. Whoa, don't squirm around. Ignoring Jog's complaints, I pulled out something from my skirt. It was my mobile device. What was displayed was the pairing connection settings screen. The connection target was, of course, Ritter. Chapter 43, I'm home. Security and sentry duties are fundamental tasks in military operations. It is precisely because they are simple and monotonous that the level of training becomes vividly apparent. This is evident when observing the maintenance dock occupied by Kato's faction. Indeed, yakuza are nothing more than scarecrows. A ninja belonging to a certain clan muttered this in his mind while letting out a sigh through his face guard. Within this dock where he was stationed, there were 3 PL stored. One of them was merely a Ritter with some additional equipment. What is this winch for? But the remaining 2 were the real issues. One was the renowned Misteltein, the personal machine of the head of the Lanog Duke family. The other was a custom PL inherited by a pirate captain who was being persuaded to join their ranks. Both were more akin to works of art than weapons. Yet, they concealed overwhelming combat power that could never be contained in mere objects of admiration. If either were to be stolen, and if the thief were the owner capable of fully utilizing the machine's performance, it would undoubtedly become a calamity that Kato's faction could not afford to ignore. That is precisely why a suitable number of personnel had been allocated here, preparing for any eventuality. In effect, the only ones we can rely on for security are us ninjas. How utterly unreliable the yakuza, who have been thrown in by the dozens. They merely wander about, their gazes aimlessly drifting, occasionally shouting nonsensical yakuza slang like Zakanakora and Sazora. Though their eyes are open behind sunglasses, they might as well be blind. Though they have ears, they might as well be deaf. As for their brains, it's questionable whether they even have them. If it weren't for us ninjas, one could probably sneak in just by wearing a cardboard box. We are the only ones we can rely on. He exchanged nods with the 2 other ninjas stationed with him. It was at that moment that the anomaly occurred. Prololololo. From the external speaker, equipped on one of the PLs, Ritter, suddenly came a mysterious electronic sound. Andakura, Sazura. The yakuza were thrown into confusion, But Ritter's anomaly did not stop there. It actually released its upper body from its restraints and raised both hands beside its head. Then, once again, a mysterious voice. Ritter, what is this? In the face of this completely incomprehensible situation, he exchanged glances with his fellow ninjas. Yet, there was one thing that was certain. Zakinakura, Andakura, Sazura. That was the moment when the Yakuza, who were incessantly shouting Yakuza slang, gathered in a swarm before Ritter. If that's the case, then this is a decoy. He quickly scanned the surroundings with his fellow ninjas. And there they were, 2 girls in sailor uniforms and 1 boy in a prisoner's outfit, emerging from the entrance of an air duct that had been removed from the inside. Yalla, yalla, yalla. Together with his comrades, he leaped forward with ninja agility to stand before the children. Hello, nice to meet you. We are patrol. Hello, nice to meet you. We are security. Hello, nice to meet you. We are genome. Then the 3 of them offered polite greetings. Up to this point, the patrol had committed no fault whatsoever. As ninjas, their response could be deemed exemplary. However, if there was one flaw, the intruders did not particularly place importance on greetings. Darn, gua. Darn, gua. One of the intruders, a slightly boyish girl in a brown-haired sailor uniform, unleashed gunfire upon Security-san and Genome-san, who were left defenseless right after bowing. Though the ninja had a bullet-resistant face guard protecting his head, he could not escape the impact of the lead bullet. You coward! He shouted, drawing a shuriken from his pocket. The skill of shuriken darting is essential for ninjas, and naturally, Patrol had undergone rigorous training. Thus, the time it took to draw a shuriken and throw it was nearly equivalent to the time it would take an untrained newbie to pull the trigger of a handgun. Moreover, the number of shurikens thrown by Patrol was not just 1. 3. The shurikens, drawn in succession, split into 3 directions, each heading toward the intruders. This was Patrol's ultimate technique, the 3 shuriken. But oh, what a feat for someone so young. Among the 3 intruders, the youngest, the girl in the glasses and sailor uniform, surpassed Patrol even further. What? The girl executed a super-low sliding maneuver to evade the shuriken aimed at her. Moreover, as she passed by, she fired 2 shots backward, shooting down the shurikens aimed at her companions. And since she had slid in, it meant she had closed the distance to Patrol's feet. Patrol, having unleashed his ultimate technique with the resolve to take them down together, could not respond. Darn. Igwa. When it was all over, Patrol, like his fellow ninjas, had been taken down as if he were a mere underling. Come on, hurry up. The young lady needs to stay hidden for a while. Why, yeah. I understand. Ignoring the astonished expressions of me and Jog. In the blink of an eye, Yuri-chan, who had taken down the 3 ninjas, dashed toward Mistletoe. Of course, since the ninjas had introduced themselves and gunfire had echoed, there was no way the Yakuza guarding this maintenance dock could remain oblivious to the intruders. Zakinakura, Sazura. With intimidating Yakuza slang, they drew their handguns, but Yuri-chan was unfazed by such things. Darn, darn, gua. Igwa, 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 igwa. While running, he managed to reload his magazine and fired bullets faster than the Yakuza could shoot. What incredible shooting accuracy it was. Just like the acrobatic feat of shooting down shurikens earlier, despite the unstable posture, he hit the Yakuza's guns with pinpoint precision without missing a shot. I'm not an expert, but isn't it supposed to be difficult to hit with a handgun? No, I didn't see it while lying down, but apparently he had bravely fought back when the secret factory was attacked, and this infiltration operation was recognized by Kenji and Errol because of Yuri-chan. A genius with machines, I don't know how his current skills are, but he also has talent as a pilot and is incredibly strong even in hand-to-hand combat. Compared to the other targets, he's on a whole different level, almost like a bug in the world. While I was thinking this, it seemed that Yuri-chan and Jog had successfully boarded their respective PLs. The mosquito-like activation sound of Mistletoe's planet reactor and the loud activation sound of Kalidbalg echoed throughout the maintenance dock. From there on, it was a rampage. Since the PLs lacked head-mounted Vulcan cannons, the Yakuza were driven back with bare hands. AAH. Help! At this point, they were nothing more than underlings, lacking the will to fight. Moreover, they had neither the ingenuity nor the courage to confront me and my ritter. The Yakuza fled the dock in disarray. "Lady. Hey, hurry up." Urged by the two over the external speaker, I climbed into my ritter. Ah, my beloved cockpit. Once inside, there was only one thing to say. "I'm back." In response to my words, the ritter, activated in an emergency, emitted a slightly higher-pitched reactor sound than usual. Chapter 44, The surprise attack is going smoothly. Today has truly been a hectic day. It began with a factory tour, followed by a visit to the secret factory that Chako had kept hidden. After a commotion involving a theft and an attack, we escaped through the sewers to a safe house. Then, for the first time in both this life and my past life, I donned a sailor uniform and distributed sleeping pill curry in a prison. After turning Jog and his minions into my subordinates, I swiftly infiltrated here to retrieve the 3 PL units without giving the enemy any time to respond. Wow, it's been tough. It's hard to believe that a sheltered young lady, barely 12 years old and among the top in the galaxy, would experience something like this. Naturally, my body is exhausted and my legs feel swollen. I thought muscle soreness was inevitable unless I did some thorough stretching and got a massage, but I wonder why. Once I enter this cockpit, all that fatigue just vanishes. Not only that, but an infinite courage wells up within me. Let's do this, Ritter. I release the hangar restraints via external controls and command the unit to walk. Then, I retrieve a large beam rifle for Ritter from the weapon rack on the wall and attach it to the hard point on its right arm. Looking over, I see that Yuri-chan's Misteltane is similarly equipped with a rifle and shield. Meanwhile, Khalidbalg, having lost its head-mounted particle vibration blade, is carrying an unconscious ninja to the dock entrance by hand. This way, the door will close automatically, preventing those who were swiftly defeated from being thrown into space. Now then, with our weapons restored and aftercare completed, we have no further use for this maintenance dock. We will now proceed outside. After that, let's storm the dock where Kusanagi is stored from the outside. As Yuri-chan said this, he fired a beam at the hatch leading outside. The bulkhead, struck by the charged particle beam from within, glowed red and swelled before melting away like candy. Igoria, what was no longer functioning as an entrance was blown away by Khalidbalg's mighty arm. B, the alarm blaring throughout the dock signaled a state of emergency. Simultaneously, all entrances leading here from the outside were sealed off, and emergency shutters began to descend. The air from inside the dock was expelled into the vacuum of space through the destroyed hatch. Let's go. Kenji-sama and the others should respond as well. The 3 PL units we control burst into outer space to re-enter from the outside. It seems those young ladies have managed quite well. Kenji murmured as he drew his sword, his gaze no longer wandering aimlessly as usual. Now wearing vision-enhancing goggles, his view was as clear as or clearer than that of a normal person, allowing the samurai who inherited skills from his ancestors to unleash his full power. This meant that the Yakuza, whom Kato's faction used as private soldiers, were nothing more than trifles. Zakin Gua, Suz Gua, the Yakuza guarding the entrance from the suburbs to the dock, became rust to the blade before they could even finish their Yakuza slang. These guys were armed with handguns and daggers, but to Kenji now, they were no more of an obstacle than pebbles by the roadside. The only thing to watch out for were the occasional ninjas mixed in with the enemies. As expected, with the large number of student council members, including Errol and the scavengers, these guys wouldn't casually greet us. They launched ambushes without hesitation, but this was suppressed by the Kunoichi, who pulled out deadly weapons like yo-yos, hammers, and machine guns from their uniforms, forcing the enemies to retreat. Hey, Kenji, where did those girls pull out such weapons from? You're young, Errol. In this world, there are plenty of things that you lose by merely worrying about them. I answered Errol, who had asked while casually armed with a handgun and providing modest cover fire, as if it were nothing. In truth, Kenji had no idea what was going on either, so he couldn't provide an answer. Anyway, the children have created a good opportunity for us. Let's seize it and push in all at once. Well, that's true. Errol seemed somewhat unconvinced, but his combat skills, honed through formal training, were solid, albeit unflashy. With his support, the samurai living in the galaxy dodged enemy bullets, cutting down one enemy after another. The first target should be the PL maintenance dock. In modern warfare, there's no doubt that those weapons are the main players, and even 1,000 infantry cannot stand against a single PL. Thus, by coordinating with Camille and the others to seize this place all at once, we aim to turn the tide. However, the enemy is likely thinking the same. Did the space pirates escape from the prison? Moreover, Kenji has appeared and is launching a surprise attack on the maintenance dock. If I can take care of Kenji here, the rebellion will be completely successful. But is there no way to manage this? Kato, who received the report, was not in the mansion of the subdued Count Tanaka family. He was in the bridge of his PL operation mothership, Osaka, waiting at the spaceport. He had just visited this ship, which he could call his castle, to rally his forces. The bridge, equipped with a massive main screen, was arranged with numerous instruments and operator Yakuza in a grid-like order. Despite the reports from the Yakuza being a series of emergencies, Kato spoke in a calm voice, as if he had anticipated this. Behind the captain's seat, where he sat, hung a large scroll reading "calm" and "collected." Those 4 characters, which few could read now, embodied his demeanor. Thanks to this, the operator Yakuza on the bridge could report the current situation with composure. The situation on site appears to be very dire. It seems that Kenji's forces have infiltrated the maintenance dock and stolen the custom PL that was stored there. They have since escaped to the outside and are threatening with beams, making it impossible for both Yakuza and ninjas to handle. As for the hand-to-hand combat with Kenji and his crew who have entered the dock, at that point, the operator Yakuza placed a hand on his earpiece. It seemed he was scrutinizing the reports from the field. Eventually, he shook his head and continued his report. There are numerous reports that are vague, mentioning uniforms and cuteness, making it difficult to grasp the exact situation. However, considering everything, it seems that Kenji has secured a considerable number of skilled individuals that we were not aware of. So he's deployed them here. That young brat is quite something. Where on earth did he hide skilled individuals who wouldn't even show up on the Yakuza or ninja information networks? Kato's expression was utterly calm. He was convinced that what was meant to come had simply arrived. Thus, his decision was decisive. Tell those who were guarding the maintenance dock to escape if they can, and for those who cannot to surrender. That way, Kenji won't kill unnecessarily, and their advance will be delayed for capture. Understood. What about the PL? If they are completely reclaimed, it will pose a significant threat. Deploy the Ritter we have on board, and destroy it with an attack from outside the dock. It's a shame we couldn't acquire it, but it's better than letting it fall into the enemy's hands. It seems we have an unexpected situation on our hands, doesn't it? It was then that a voice communication echoed through the bridge. Chapter 45 Vanguard. Display the video on the screen. Without flinching at the sudden voice communication, Kato commanded the operator Yakuza. Sure thing. Thanks to the operator Yakuza's actions, the figure of the communication partner appeared on the main screen that covered the front of the bridge. He was likely inside the cockpit of a PL. Behind the communication partner, the cockpit seat was visible. Even so, he was an incredibly eye-catching individual. The attire he wore was a pitch-black coat, which Kato, accustomed to rough situations, could tell had considerable bullet resistance and stab resistance. This alone was quite an eccentric outfit, but what stood out the most was undoubtedly the full-face helmet he wore. It resembled the helmets worn by ancient Japanese warriors. The design was imposing, exuding an aura that intimidated those who looked upon it. However, what set it apart from the armor used by ancient humans was the various digital device functionalities it possessed. Vision, hearing, smell. Kato thought that these representative external information functions were likely designed to analyze and relay data to the wearer with precision. No, it was probably not limited to that. There might even be AI-assisted functionalities for hand-to-hand combat and gunfights. The pitch-black coat and full-face helmet. The name of this remarkably distinctive and eccentric figure was Vanguard-san. I apologize for showing you such an embarrassing sight, Kato said to the communication partner, Vanguard, without changing his expression. This attitude was neither overly familiar nor overly cautious. It reflected a delicate distance. There is no need to be ashamed. You are attempting to achieve a transformation that no one else could accomplish. It is only natural for unforeseen circumstances to arise in that process. Moreover, I have come precisely to assist in such situations. After all, with the entirety of his face concealed by the helmet, there was no way to gauge his expression. However, the voice, clear enough to not seem like it was coming through a helmet, belonged to a young man and was very refreshing. By the way, could you please refrain from calling me San? I am not a ninja, after all. My apologies. Then, Vanguard Dono, may I request your assistance? Of course. This prototype I am currently piloting. If I recall correctly, it is named Kagurasu. May I borrow it? Certainly. There is no one better suited to handle that machine than you. Hahaha, it seems I have been overestimated. Then, I shall do my utmost to live up to your expectations. A conversation that felt both casual and subtly competitive. After it concluded, Vanguard's demeanor noticeably changed. Then, Kagurasu will launch with Vanguard. The armament will be a beam machine gun. Sure thing. Following Vanguard's request, the operator Yakuza promptly arranged the desired armament. It would be delivered to the PL, preparing for launch via the robotic arm in the hangar. Launch. At last, the preparations for launch seemed to be complete. With the operator Yakuza's voice, the prototype, Kagurasu, was catapulted into space via the electromagnetic catapult. As a prototype, it naturally had only the beam machine gun that had just been provided. However, it seemed that excessive armament was unnecessary for that machine, which had incorporated the characteristics of an aircraft into a humanoid form. The prototype PL, controlled by the masked man, burst out into space from the open colony spaceport, finally demonstrating its true worth. Transformation. The various parts of the machine activated, reshaping and swapping positions. It transitioned from a massive humanoid form to a fighter jet form equipped with reverse gull wings. With the transformation, the thrusters concentrated at the rear, granting the machine a straight-line propulsion power that was incomparable to its humanoid state, disappearing at a speed reminiscent of teleportation. Its destination was the PL maintenance dock on the outer wall of Chako. It would arrive literally in the blink of an eye. Hey, if you don't hurry up and escape, I'll crush you. Jog-kun. That's not something you should say, even as a joke. In another maintenance dock, where Kusanagi was secured, against Jog, who was threatening with Kalidbolg's powerful arm through the external hatch, I not only communicated, but also restrained Ritter's movements. What the hell, man? You really think I'd do that? Jog in the communication window frowned as if he were offended. Well, of course, I knew he wouldn't commit such a brutal act unless it was an extreme emergency. But every time I saw his face, I flashed back to the moment in the personal lover's individual route when I was crushed by Kalidbolg's manipulator and turned into a fresh tomato. I definitely wanted to avoid dying like that, and if possible, I didn't want to witness anyone else going through the same fate right in front of me. Anyway, 3 minutes have passed since the warning. As planned, I will destroy the hatch from the outside with the blade. I believe the people inside are already escaping, but please direct the camera elsewhere, my lady. Understood. Following Yuri-chan's words, I obediently pointed the main camera of the head into the void of space. What the hell, man? Your reaction is completely different from when it was my turn. And unlike me, who was just threatening, this guy is actually going to do it. This is a planned operation. Besides, he's the same gender. My lady. Well, whatever. With a resigned tone, Misteltein, controlled by Yuri-chan, mounted the beam rifle on the hard point at its lower back. In exchange, it pulled out the 2 deployable particle vibration blades equipped on its back. The threat was made by aiming the beam rifle, but it wouldn't be used for the actual intrusion. If I fired a beam inside, the friendly machine I needed to capture would be destroyed. Well, in any case, it was still about destroying the hatch from the outside, so those inside had no choice but to evacuate. Then, here we go. I noticed this just as Yuri-chan was about to destroy the hatch. Thruster light. At the tip of Chako, shaped like 2 clams attached to a resource satellite. From that part, which corresponded to the spaceport, a small light flickered. And in just a moment, that point of light grew larger, transforming into a massive silhouette that closed in. Ugh. A tingling sensation like a slight electric current ran down my neck. Driven by that sensation, I pushed Ritter's left side forward to minimize the hit area. Gagagaga, kaire. Vibrations and impacts assaulted Ritter's entire body. Was I shot? For a brief moment, I perceived a shadow that resembled a fighter jet with reverse gull wings. The beam machine gun it held in its lower abdomen unleashed several rounds of charged particle bullets. The strong composite armor of Ritter, centered around the shielded left arm, melted and shattered. However, the enemy's attack did not stop there. In an instant, the enemy machine completed its transformation, taking on the form of the prototype I had seen in the factory. It came to a halt right in front of me and unleashed a terrifying left kick. The vibrations that the gravity control system couldn't fully absorb surged through the cockpit. Chapter 46, Mysterious Enemy. Could it be a leak? What could be the intention behind this? Or perhaps it has brought out the PL that was used for work. While holding back with kicks to avoid direct hits against the Ritter equipped with a wire winch in its groin, the vanguard muttered this. It could simply be interpreted as having good instincts. However, in that brief moment, it certainly felt as if its intention to attack and its means had been anticipated. Well, in any case, my goal is not to defeat you all. As he murmured, his gaze fell upon a large custom PL painted entirely in red. Could it be that the base model is considered outdated in the Imperial territory? Yet, after thorough modifications, there was hardly any trace of its original appearance left. Moreover, the super-large booster pods, mounted on both shoulders, exhibited terrifying acceleration. Combined with that charge, the punch powered by its gorilla-like arms was nothing short of astonishing. If it were to land a hit, the Kagurasu, with its fragile structure as a variable machine, would stand no chance. If it were to land a hit, that's a telegraphed punch. Equipped with a device helm, the Vanguard, with senses beyond the ordinary and excellent dynamic vision, accurately discerned the enemy machine's powerful arm and deftly maneuvered his own machine backward. A perfect sway, and from here he would unleash not a punch, but a close-range barrage from his beam machine gun. Charged particle bullets were fired in rapid succession into the enemy machine's torso. The impact was certain, yet light. Quite sturdy, it seems difficult to bring this machine down. Though its movements were slightly hindered, the pilot's fighting spirit remained unextinguished. Quickly distancing itself from the red machine that swung its fist again, he executed a maneuver with a slight turn, causing the enemy machine, which had committed all its thrust to a straight charge, to be thrown off balance. You have good instincts, but unfortunately your swings are too wide. That won't connect against a superior opponent. Inside the helm, he tightened his expression slightly. The last remaining enemy machine, Infiltrating, the white PL, said to be exclusively for the head of the Lanog Duke's household, approached with an ancient knight-like armament of a particle vibration blade and a shield. However, the true threat did not lie in the machine itself. This is definitely a leak. Goodness, I seem to be encountering rare things today. Accurately picking up the thought waves emitted by the enemy pilot, he mixed in its own intentions and retransmitted them, creating a mutual reading situation. One could say this was like a game of poker where both sides had revealed their hands. The blade was swung, but the main attack was a sweeping kick with the left foot. As he received that with the sole of Kagurasu's foot, without losing momentum, it unleashed a spinning kick that swept upward with the right foot. That pilot has a bad habit with their feet. Smirking, he fired up Kagurasu's thrusters and leaped backward. Designed for high mobility combat, this machine achieved excellent maneuverability even without transforming into fighter mode. Moreover, unlike that red machine, its forward thrust was entrusted to its fighter form, allowing for more flexible and agile responses. Still, it's a good machine. Our technological prowess is not to be underestimated. While expressing his thoughts on the machine, he pulled the trigger of the beam machine gun as a counterattack. The enemy seemed to have anticipated this. Infiltrating blocked it with its left-hand shield. However, the enemy machine's movements did not stop at mere defense. Is it pushing in with the shield? Even while being shot at by the beam machine gun, it relied on the shield's sturdiness and charged forward. Without any close combat weaponry, and, as a variable machine, Kagurasu inherently had a fragile frame. The enemy's reading was that it would avoid the ongoing close-quarters combat and try to distance itself further. Or so it seems, but the real target is over there. As he aimed to shoot from the side, Mistletane's face emerged from behind the shield. However, having triumphed in the mental battle of thought waves and anticipating the enemy's movements, the vanguard had already unleashed a barrage from his beam machine gun. Though each shot lacked in power, the charged particle rounds excelled in rapid-fire capability, striking the enemy's beam rifle directly. I read your thought of blocking my view with the smart weapon unit and firing from a blind spot. As he spoke, Kagurasu crouched down. A punch approached from behind at a speed reminiscent of teleportation, but it merely whiffed. Of course, I can read your movements as well. Now then, I would like to play with you a little longer, but while retreating, he formed a barrage with the beam machine gun. Mistletoe used its shield. The red PL crossed its arms to block each shot. Unfortunately, my objective is not a dogfight. At this point, he realized. The red machine could have relied on its heavy armor to forcefully close the distance. The reason it didn't was that there was a hatch leading to the maintenance dock behind it. Oh, it seems you've protected one of my attack targets. Surprisingly, you might be a quick-witted pilot. No. A glance was cast at the Ritter, which had been slightly damaged and had shown no notable movements since being kicked away. From this one, which was barely holding its beam rifle with its right arm, a predatory thought of observing its prey was felt. Is that the direction from which you're being instructed? Quite the broad-minded one. Whether it's a leak or not is still up in the air, but there's something worth noting. While evaluating the enemy, he glanced sideways. What was reflected in the vanguard's view was a different maintenance dock that the enemy machine was guarding. There were about 10 of them. Each dock could accommodate up to 5 PLs. Not all of them were operational, but before Kato stirred up trouble, the situation had been peaceful, so a considerable number of Tanaka family PLs were stored here. This meant that if destroyed from the outside, the enemy's combat power could be reduced effortlessly. The match is even. I shall take the victory in this game. Knowing they wouldn't hear, he tossed this remark to the enemy PLs and turned Kagurasu around. At the same time, transformation. Kagurasu, having quickly distanced itself from the enemy, transformed back into its humanoid form and unleashed a full-power barrage toward the maintenance dock's hatch. Of course, the enemy wouldn't just stand by and watch. The red machine approached with greater forward thrust than the transformed Kagurasu. Mistletoe closed in, wielding its intact particle vibration blade. For the vanguard, this was not an action that could be called interference. He easily brushed aside the red machine and occasionally used the beam machine gun to keep Mistletoe at bay. Even while doing so, the ability to destroy the maintenance docks one after another demonstrated the disparity in their strengths. Destruction complete. Well, that should do. Perhaps due to overuse, the barrel glowed red-hot, and he tossed aside the now unusable beam machine gun. Vanguard, how goes it? The communication from Kato aboard the battleship Osaka came in just then. I have destroyed most of the maintenance docks. However, having lost my weaponry, I can no longer continue the fight. Well done. We will advance our schedule and withdraw our fleet from the vicinity of Chako. You should join us as well. Understood. Nodding at the expected words, it transformed Kagurasu. The enemy PLs did not make a move. They were not foolish enough to think it was an opportunity just because they had lost their weaponry. Well then, if fate allows, we shall meet again. Leaving those words behind, even though they couldn't hear, the vanguard directed Kagurasu's nose toward the spaceport. I was completely outmatched. Inside the cockpit of the slightly damaged Ritter, I muttered to myself. All I managed to do was instruct Jog to guard the maintenance dock where Kusanagi was. A complete defeat. Those 2 words crossed my mind. Still, though, both Jog and Yuri-chan were perfectly piloting their machines, yet it felt like I was treated like a baby. Who on earth are they? Of course, there was no one to answer. I was left to be overwhelmed by the feeling of defeat. Chapter 47, Camille Romanov's quiet yet unquiet anger. Well, that was beautifully done. The enemy really went all out. As Kenji muttered this while watching footage of the destroyed maintenance dock and the stolen prototype, he gazed up at the enormous monitor, reminiscent of a movie theater screen. Surrounding him were various instruments and operator seats arranged like a grid. This room, evoking the bridge of a battleship, served as the operator room overseeing the maintenance dock. Typically, instructions were issued from here to each dock, and sometimes direct operations were carried out. However, the maintenance dock that should have been issuing those instructions was now in a state of near-total devastation. As a result of a direct hit from a charged particle shell through the hatch, the Ritter and the pirates' irregular PLs that had been housed inside were all in ruins, exposing their gruesomely destroyed internal mechanisms. Due to the limited space of the space colony's maintenance dock, the interior was designed to efficiently and compactly accommodate PLs. But the way they were crammed in there, much like figures displayed in a case in New Akiba, only exacerbated the extent of the damage. How much combat power do we have left? There's no precise report yet, but it seems Chako fired upon the docked ships as he set sail. We can't afford to be stabbed in the side while we're defenseless. Our flagship, the Azuchi, along with the Tanaka fleet, is in ruins. All the PLs on board are gone too. He shrugged lightly, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. It was a literal hands-up situation. What about the fleet stationed in our territory? Not looking good. If we move carelessly, we'll allow the pirates to rampage. In the first place, ever since Kato's uprising, those who were observing have been doing just that. If they do move, it will likely be when one side's victory is almost assured. It's tough for both of us. We can't grasp control of the house. Well, yes. Wearing vision-enhancing goggles, Kenji could now clearly see his friend's expression. The bitterness of the smile he wore was profound. The young man who had inherited a ducal house at a young age understood that the situation Kenji faced was not someone else's problem. What is the enemy thinking? No matter how much Chako's production capacity is, after suffering such damage, rebuilding won't be easy. Even if they were to take over the Count's house, there would be no profit in it. However, if they can't take over, it's just a pipe dream. In that regard, Chako understands well. First, he must win against Ikusa. Everything else can be thought about after that. If that's the case, then why did they destroy our mobile combat power and then deliberately retreat outside Chako's space? They could have settled the score right then and there. I believe what he's doing is not a lawless coup, but an uprising under a banner of righteousness. In that case, there are rules to how the conclusion should be reached. He likely wants to defeat me in a grand Ikusa and proclaim himself the new count to both the inside and outside. Probably, after a while, a declaration challenging us to a decisive battle will be issued, in a way that the entire galaxy will know. They should just wrap it up quickly. However, it is precisely because of that an opportunity for victory arises. We can sweep the feet out from under an opponent who is basking in their triumph. Woof! At that moment, an incongruous barking sound echoed through the room as they were having this conversation. Oh, I could never forget that voice. Yasuk. I turned around, unable to contain my excitement. At the entrance of the operator room stood a Labrador retriever obediently following a female student. It was a touching reunion. Trained as a guide dog, Yasuk did not express affection in the same way a typical pet might. However, the vigorously wagging tail told me that it had been anxious, and that it was overjoyed to reunite with its master, safely once again. I heard you were a good boy at the hotel. Is that so? Come here. Good boy, good boy, good boy. I bent down and showered affection on my beloved dog, petting its head, chin, belly, and back. I wonder if it's going to be okay like this. A voice of exasperation came from Errol behind me, but I didn't care at the moment. The scene that met my eyes was nothing short of horrific. Fortunately, it seemed the enemy had communicated in advance, and the Yakuza and ninja guarding inside had not been caught in the crossfire, resulting in a fate worse than mincemeat. Those who had escaped before the prototype's attack had surrendered quietly and were now restrained. In contrast, the gruesome corpses on display were the PLs that had been waiting for maintenance. With the safety shutters down, the airtight space was littered with the wreckage of 5 Vikings. Since the planet reactor had not been operational, they hadn't exploded like enemies in a mecha simulation game, but that only made the sight all the more sorrowful. The armor that had taken a direct hit from a beam was horrifically melted, and it was clear just by looking that the internal mechanisms and parts had completely fused together, rendering them utterly useless. Originally, most of these had suffered damage to their heads from attacks by Mistletoe. However, that had been a merciful blow, one that had left them capable of functioning again. The regret of having ended up in such a state seemed to emanate from the silent corpses of the Vikings. My pielse. I fell to my knees, muttering in a daze. Ah, this is completely finished. At this point, we can't even salvage parts. Jog, still in his orange prison uniform, sighed while scratching his red hair and backside. However, he and his subordinates didn't seem particularly shocked by the devastation, despite having been the ones to handle these machines. Well, we've been using them on borrowed time. That's right. They could have broken at any moment, and now they finally have. The pirates, also clad in orange prison uniforms, laughed heartily at that. Indeed, if something as symbolic as Khalidbalg had been destroyed, it would be a different story. But for pirates, the most important thing is their own lives. Even beloved PLs are merely tools, and considering they were originally in poor condition, they might not feel much regret. However, while that may be the case for them, it was a different story for me. Ho ho ho. As I stood up, a laugh escaped my lips, a type I had never let out in either my past life or this one. Yes, it was laughter. I was indeed laughing. Yet, with every sound I made, an unprecedented anger ignited within me. This is the first time someone has mocked me to this extent. Lady. Since returning, Yuri-chan, who had been wearing a serious expression alone, suddenly looked my way. However, disregarding her and those around me, I boldly declared, I will never forgive you, Mosakato. I will make you suffer slowly. Chapter 48, The New Captain of the Scavengers. For the space pirates known as the Scavengers, if Khalidbalg is a symbol of power, then the flagship, Harley, is the very embodiment of the crew itself. And for Jog, it is the home to which he was born and raised. The bridge is a uniquely distinctive place that could not be found on any other ship. The massive monitor that towers above everyone on the bridge, along with the instruments arranged in an orderly fashion based on naval engineering, are no different from those on typical vessels. However, the seats where the bridge crew sit and the various decorations that adorn the bridge are exquisite items collected over many years. First, regarding the seats, they have an unusually long backrest. The height is comparable to that of a child, and they recline deeply, allowing for a half-lying posture while working on the bridge. Such a design would never be adopted on the rigid ships of the official military. As for the decorations, typical bridges are either extremely inorganic and bland or reflect the tastes of the aristocrats who own them, resembling ancient European castles. But the scavengers would never adopt such clumsy designs. What first catches the eye is the large speakers set up on either side of the captain's chair, located further back. Repurposed from a defunct movie theater, these speakers can blast cheerful background music at high volume. From the ceiling, adorned with a disco ball, a constant shower of rainbow-colored prism light cascades down. The flags, haphazardly raised, bear powerful words like Yoroshiku and Butsujijiri. Moreover, each crew member's seat and instruments are decorated with stickers and spray paint to assert their individuality. This can be likened to a colorful crucible of personalities born into the inorganic and pitch-black universe. This is the very heart of the space pirates, the scavengers, the bridge of the flagship Harley. For those unaccustomed to it, the brightness might be blinding. Additionally, the loud music constantly blaring from the speakers could easily overwhelm the ears. Yet for Jog, this space is the most calming of all. In the infinite vastness of space, there is no other place where the soul truly belongs. This is a space that should be called the pride of the scavengers. All right, turn off the disco lights, and let's lower the volume on the speakers a bit. It's just too harsh on the eyes and ears. The cold declaration came from the seat of the head. Hey, however, the pirates responded with smiles, switching to normal lights as instructed and lowering the speaker volume to a pleasant level for background music. And also, the trash and grease stains are quite noticeable. While I think the decorations with stickers and paint are a matter of personal taste, we cannot overlook the mess and dirt. Understand? First comes cleaning, then comes work. Organization, tidiness, cleanliness, hygiene. Only after fulfilling these four can good work be born. From now on, I will ensure this becomes a habit, understood? Hey, ma'am. Each of them donned custom-made outfits called taco. their hair dyed in vibrant colors, spiked up, shaved, and styled. The robust members of the scavengers responded enthusiastically. Good response. And I, ma'am, that sounds good too. From today, the scavengers will be reborn. In the name of Camille Romanov, we will crush that bastard Chako as a proud official military force. Standing before the head seat, the girl boldly declared. Camille's appearance was different from the sailor uniform she wore earlier. On her head, she wore a pirate hat adorned with a skull. The coat she wore was long, resembling a cape. Her pleated skirt was short in contrast to the coat's length, but she wore long boots that reached her thighs, solidifying her stance. When one thinks of pirates, they are often too pirate-like. However, seeing a delicate girl dressed this way makes it seem like a costume for some party. Yet, she audaciously issued commands from her special seat located behind the captain's chair. The reaction from the strong pirates was dramatic. Yeah. Each raised their right arms and responded powerfully. What's with the yeah, you scrawny raccoons? The person who had just occupied that seat murmured. Jog Renand, while continuously moving the mop in his hand. His red hair, slicked back with pomade, returned to a style that expressed pride and fighting spirit. He had changed from a prison uniform into a crimson taco outfit, regaining attire befitting a pirate leader. However, he hung a sandwich board made from cardboard with the words, "Loser," written on it, which he had crafted from art paper. Muttering complaints while mopping, he looked every bit the underling. How did it come to this? He muttered, glancing at the men cleaning enthusiastically under the direction of the girl and her maid. The reason it had come to this was, we need strength. To crush Chako's faction, we need power. So let's summon my scavengers right now. Yes, let's do that. In the conference room, located within the reclaimed maintenance dock, I slammed my hand on the round table and declared, well, yes, we certainly need strength, and that's why we freed the pirates. With his sunglasses back on, Kenji absent-mindedly petted Yasuk beside him. What do you mean by my? Errol, wearing a refreshing smile, but looking puzzled, asked. To the two older men, I stood tall and proud. When we released them from prison, I made sure that Captain Jog swore absolute obedience. Thus, their belongings and forces are naturally mine. From now on, the scavengers will roar through the galaxy as my vanguard. No way, that's not acceptable. Bam! It was Jog who slammed the round table with equal force as I had. Wearing a prison uniform, his proud red hair was down due to the lack of styling products, but the anger bubbling within him made it seem like it could spike up at any moment. What are you talking about? The Chako Central area is still occupied by Chako's forces, and we have no means to reclaim it, do we? We have no choice but to gather our strength and defeat Chako. Don't say such things. I never swore absolute obedience. I mean, there's no way I can accept that the entire scavengers belong to you. Then what do you propose we do? I asked with a piercing gaze, and Jog, breathing heavily, shot me a fierce glare. And then he said this. Let's settle this. If you want to lead the scavengers, then defeat me in a challenge. Chapter 49, Camille versus Jog. Sports, among all forms of recreation, this is undoubtedly the most representative. The beneficial effects on both mind and body from physical activity are countless by the standards of Earth in the 21st century. Naturally, this holds true in this world as well. Thus, even within a colony like Chako, dominated by digital technology, or perhaps because of it, there exists a comprehensive gym that effectively utilizes the space of high-rise buildings. After accepting a challenge from Jog, we moved to one such gym. Isn't it strange? Even though the administration is completely occupied and paralyzed, various commercial facilities are operating smoothly like this. Having changed into rented basketball gear and standing on the basketball court inside the building, I spun the ball on my fingertips while expressing my thoughts. No matter how much the nobles squabble among themselves, it's of no concern to the common folk, right? Or is it that? Are you trying to distract me with trivial topics? Jog, now dressed in red basketball gear and having restored his pompadour with pomade, flashed a menacing grin while stretching. Dressed like this, he really looks like he could rebound well. But since it's one-on-one, it doesn't matter much if he can. Just a little observation. At least for the people living in Chako, it doesn't really matter who is in charge. If anything, they probably just want a quick resolution to lift that annoying communication jamming. Well, that's how it is. They want us to help with the squabbles of those pathetic nobles. They need to show some power. But the opponent is a woman. She probably can't match me in strength, so I'll settle for a sports match. After getting completely defeated in the PL match, you sure are confident. Isn't it embarrassing to challenge a girl to a sports match? I didn't get completely defeated. I was about to turn it around from there. And if you can't compare strength, then how else are we supposed to settle this in sports without it being embarrassing? For now, I could probably win a verbal argument against you. All right, I understand. Let's get started quickly. Thud, thud. With that, I declared the start of the match as I bounced the ball on the floor. The referee was Irina. The audience and witnesses were the scavengers, still dressed in prisoner uniforms. Kenji and the others had moved on to the secret factory, thinking they had better things to do than participate in this foolish match. Boss, show us what you can do. This is a chance to demonstrate the power of the scavengers. Let's keep this cute girl to 0 points. The pirates cheered loudly. Oh dear, don't I have anyone on my side? Well, whether I have support or not doesn't affect my performance at all. Peep. Still in her sailor uniform, Irina blew her whistle. 10-0, the young lady wins. Ehate. That was easy. As Jog knelt down, having fallen for every feint and not managing to make a single shot, I declared with a smile. Not yet, I'm better at soccer. Let's compete in that. Well, I guess that can't be helped. I placed my hands on my hips and nodded, exasperated. 20-0, the young lady wins. Oh my, weren't you supposed to be better at soccer? Jog, who had fallen for every feint, and despite having possession of the ball, could only move straight ahead, was now face down on the ground, while I casually juggled the ball with a smug smile. Not yet. At this point, I won't hold back just because you're a girl. Judo, let's compete in judo. Honestly, you're impossible. I balanced the ball on my forehead, reluctantly agreeing to restart the match. 1 point. That's it. Why? How could you fall for such an obvious outer reap? It's just a matter of countering with a shoulder throw. Still, it's rare for a shoulder throw to go so smoothly. You really are like a wild boar. Your momentum was so strong that I barely had to exert any effort to throw you. As Jog lay sprawled on the tatami, flailing his arms and legs in frustration, I stuck my tongue out at him and declared, "Damn it, you're messing with me. You must be some highborn lady, right? Why are you so strong at basketball, soccer, and judo?" I'll answer that question for you. Irina, who had been serving as the referee, adjusted her stylish glasses with a click. First of all, as the daughter of the Romanov Duke family, the young lady has received a perfect education. This applies to sports as well. She has been trained one-on-one by top-tier instructors and active professional athletes invited to her mansion. I don't care who you are, but she won't fall behind a self-taught child. Irina explained proudly. As a side note, she had received the same level of education as I did, making her a far more formidable opponent than Jog. Well, she can't overwhelm adults in gunfights like Yuri-chan, but neither Irina nor I are the delicate girls we appear to be. Now do you understand? I'm stronger than you and also cute. If you're led by a girl like this, don't you think the rough pirate business would become glamorous? Hey, everyone. I turned my gaze to the members of the pirate crew who were watching. Their reactions were quite honest. I won in a fair match. As the new boss, I acknowledge you. Yeah, I'll make sure to tell the others about this match. Besides, the old boss is just too embarrassing. By the way, is the Romanov Duke family, the one ruled by the Iron Man? I nodded vigorously at their words, directed at the flailing Jog. Without a doubt, that Romanov Duke family. Ah, I forgot to mention the power of the family. To come under me means you can become vassals of the Duke family. In that case, there's no reason to complain. Yeah, we can finally become legitimate. Well, in the end, that's what it comes down to. Even without showing any concrete evidence, they were excited without doubting my origins. Ignoring them, I looked down at the fallen Jog. Now then, even though I'm saying this while being a noble in an imperial state, the top is determined by the will of the people. As you can see, the members chose me over you. Moreover, I've won every match you proposed. Now that it's come to this, you know what you have to do, right? Reincarnation. Damn it. And so it was. With the communication jamming still ongoing, Jog, riding Khalidbalg, rushed to the flagship Harley as the fastest Pashiri in the universe. In fact, the main fleet of the scavengers, centered around Harley, had come to the vicinity of Chako, worried about the captain's safety. With an unexpectedly swift pace, I was able to bring them under my command. Now, old captain, please make sure to polish the floor in the bridge, all right. You bastard. The old captain's shout echoed through the bridge. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 50, Unreasonable Demands on Yuri. For the reasons stated above, we had no choice but to execute the attack. I hope you understand that it was with a heavy heart that I ordered the destruction of the port area of the colony city, Chako. Furthermore, I sincerely apologize for the significant damage this has caused not only to the normal operations of the city, but also to various enterprises due to the communication control measures we have implemented since a few days ago. However, such days will continue only until the day after tomorrow. On that day, we shall decisively defeat Kenji in a grand fleet battle, demonstrating to both our allies and enemies who is truly worthy to lead the Tanaka Countship, and we intend to lift this state of emergency control. Kenji, if you hear this declaration and wish to flee, then by all means do so. However, what awaits you in your escape is the realization that you are unworthy of bearing the heavy responsibility of account, and that you are the root cause of this chaos. Just as the radio finished its announcement, Kenji switched the broadcast channel. After fumbling with the controls, the vintage portable radio began to play last year's galactic hit chart. "Kato, this is what it means to be in top form," he remarked. "To unilaterally initiate an attack, seize control of the city's functions, and weaken our forces, then brazenly challenge us to a decisive battle. What a thick-skinned tale this is." Kenji muttered bitterly, and Errol shrugged in agreement. "I've been wondering, doesn't the Emperor ever intervene in situations like this? There's a rebellion happening right under his feet, after all." "That's impossible. Our royal family's power and prestige have already fallen to the ground. We lack the strength to intervene in this chaos, which is precisely why pirates are rampant. Moreover, we nobles have been allowed a great deal of freedom during peacetime. We act without regard for the Emperor's will. It's unreasonable to cling to that authority only when we find ourselves in trouble." "Well, it depends on the situation. Of course, each noble family is independent and self-respecting. Problems within the household must be resolved internally. That's the reality." In response to Yuri's inquiry, Kenji and Errol answered smoothly. What a strange reality the Galactic Empire presents. Yet perhaps that is how the world often is, and if one looks closely, there are likely countries in history that have fallen into the same deadlock. So, with a deadline imposed, we must prepare our forces. "Kenji, do you think your fleet can be rebuilt?" "The investigation is complete. Kato likely wanted to avoid it, but we should be grateful that there were no casualties. However, there are far too few ships and machines for those who survived. We might be able to secure 3 old cruisers and 1 PL squadron. As for the ships, we'll have to make do with patchwork repairs, so I can't guarantee they'll function properly. What about you?" I had Jog send a message while he was outside the jamming zone, but we didn't have time to wait for a reply. In fact, the lack of an immediate response speaks volumes. Even if my household decides to send reinforcements in my absence, the preparations and dispatching will take far too long to make it in time for battle. If there's any glimmer of hope, it's the news we received from the Romanov Duke's household and the main pirate fleet. What about you personally? To be frank, this is a conflict that doesn't concern you. You, as the pillar of the Lanog Duke's family, don't need to risk your life. That's something I'll decide moving forward. If a chance for victory arises, it wouldn't be a bad idea to bet on it. I see, so coming here was indeed the right choice. As he spoke, Kenji scanned the area with his unseen gaze. Could he see it, despite having lost his sight? The storage room that existed within this factory. A space that could rival a small stadium filled with prototype parts arranged like a collection. So, here's the thing. Yuri, whether we can overturn this disparity in strength depends entirely on you. Boy, as the head of the Tanaka family, I acknowledge that you can freely use the materials and the factory workers here at your discretion. Can you create a machine that can turn this overwhelming disadvantage around? No, please don't say such unreasonable things. Finally dressed in work clothes, having regained his masculine appearance, Yuri protested against the older men who had brought him to the secret factory and were now making outrageous demands. I'm just a kid, a lowly mechanic, you know. Is it sane to entrust the fate of everything to someone like me? You are not just a kid. In fact, that invention of yours has bridged the performance gap between the pirate's custom PL and the Ritter, allowing Miss Camille to seize victory. I won't question where you learned such skills, but having seen Mistletane's recorder, I can say you are more than adequate as a pilot. I forgot to mention, the machine you create should be designed for you to pilot. No, I really can't do that. He shook his head again at their insistence. What finally made Yuri resolve himself were Kenji's words. However, this is a recommendation and a wish from Miss Camille. From her, yes, she believes you can undoubtedly create the best PL. If the materials, equipment, and personnel are all in place here. By the way, she also mentioned she would like you to enhance and modify the Ritter she will be piloting. You've certainly earned quite a bit of trust from Miss Camille. To think she would think so highly of me. The image of that wildly unconventional girl flashed through his mind. Up until now, one could say that Yuri's life had been one of missed opportunities. Moreover, the pilot who had flown that variable prototype. Without a doubt, they were on the other side. If they were involved in this matter, there was no doubt about it, and Yuri felt that it might be better to forget everything and flee. However, Camille had placed her full trust in him, a person whose background she didn't fully understand and brought him to this situation. Even with his limited life experience, Yuri understood that there was something he must not betray. I'll do my best to try. I'm counting on you. Even with the facilities here, the remaining time limits us to producing one new model and modifying the Ritter that Miss Camille will pilot. Everything depends on you. As Yuri spoke, Kenji nodded and tapped his white cane. Thus began Yuri's first experience in custom PL manufacturing. That said, what should I do? If I combine the past prototypes here, I could create various things, but I need to make it work in reality, and there are reliability issues. Before him was a holographic projection of a three-dimensional blueprint. The base was the Ritter. He tried connecting the stored prototype parts, sighing as he stepped back. Honestly, he felt utterly at a loss. Moreover, even now, skilled craftsmen were waiting in the workshop beyond. What kind of creation would that boy produce? With an expectation he had never experienced before. Realistically, I should increase the generators and equip it with a high-output rifle. Then, I'll proceed with various adjustments. He began to consolidate his thoughts on the three-dimensional blueprint. What he assembled was a solid yet unexciting machine. I guess compromising on this is the best option. It was then that a communication came in. Sent through a classic cable was a message from a pirate ship called Harley. Yes. Yuri-kun, are you working on it? Displayed as a holographic image was Camille, dressed in a pirate costume she must have acquired around Niwakiba, holding a sketchbook. Chapter 51, Imagination. My lady. Why the communication? Well, I asked Kenji to request enhancements for Ritter, but I forgot to convey the specific ideas. So, I prepared some sketches of my ideas. With her eyes sparkling like stars, Camille said this while flipping through the sketchbook in her hands. As a result, whether one wanted to or not, they found themselves peering into the fruits of her sketches thus far. Oh my, if there is an inexhaustible wellspring, it must surely be the imagination of Camille Romanov. The sketches depicted a truly diverse array of PL designs. One machine had an arm that seemed to be entirely encased in a Gatling gun. Could it be that she intended to gain lift with that? There was also a machine bearing enormous bat-like wings on its back. What on earth could that possibly mean? There was even a concept where multiple PLs would transform and combine to form limbs, becoming one super gigantic PL. The weapons depicted were equally varied. Rifles, blades, and bazookas were the cute ones, while there were PLs wielding impractical scythes and chain weights, as well as PLs that could unleash countless wires from their arms, manipulating them like tentacles. At this point, it was no longer a proposal for enhancing PLs, but rather a cartoon. It was a creation born from free and unrestricted thought. That's all well and good. First, the idea that came to mind was the use of a birdlime launcher. Instead of carrying it like a bazooka, I thought of creating a launch device in the arm to shoot it out like spider silk. The applications seemed limitless. restraining enemies, creating barriers to halt them like the other day, making sudden directional changes or movements while hanging onto something. It felt like a groundbreaking idea. However, there was a rather obvious problem. Yes, it would stick to oneself as well. While it might be fine in a one-on-one situation like the battle against Khalidbalg, in actual combat, that would be fatal. Thus, I had to abandon this idea. Next, I thought about using wires, but upon calculation, I found that securing strength meant I couldn't achieve much length. In other words, it was too short for movement purposes, and in combat, it would only be usable for close-range engagements that were better than blades but still limited. Moreover, since I would inevitably be bound to the enemy with the wire, it would lead to a situation of a standstill and brawling. I did consider establishing a disconnection mechanism, but based on the lessons learned from the battle against Khalidbalg, it was anticipated that I would get entangled with considerable force myself, making it impossible to avoid restraining both myself and the enemy. So, I regrettably decided against the modification proposal that pushed forward the equipment we utilized the other day. Like her ideas, Camille's words flowed endlessly. As she showed the dreamlike sketches of PLs in her sketchbook, her words spun forth with the intensity of a beam machine gun. Thus, while I discarded the modification proposal using the highly applicable birdlime, or rather, webs and wires, I thought again about how to ensure versatility and applicability. So I considered this. What if we made a part of the machine specifically, the backpack, interchangeable, allowing for characteristics like balance type, close combat type, and artillery type to be added later? However, there was, unfortunately, a realistic problem with this as well. To operate this, it would require dedicated facilities on the mothership, which would worsen maintainability. Moreover, even with all that, we could only send one PL into battle. If that's the case, it would be far easier and more effective to fit 2 Ritters in that space and spread out the armaments. It was strange. In the torrent of words spoken with terrifying speed and enthusiasm, Yuri felt a sense of fondness, or perhaps empathy. Indeed, tinkering with PLs was a delightful endeavor, the steel giant that endlessly stimulated a man's heart. How exhilarating it was to dye it in one's own colors and actually climb aboard. As a practical matter, it was true that being a mechanic was suitable for earning a living. But if that were the only motivation, I wouldn't be diligently collecting junk parts and creating original PL equipment. Ah, that's right. Speaking of which, during the recent battle against the pirates, I am very frustrated about this. I wanted to shout, "Scramble cross," while performing a cool aerial transformation and stand up with solid defenses. However, since there is no money, time, or meaning to prepare the facilities, it can't be helped. "Yuri, what's wrong?" Noticing the laugh that had escaped her, Camille asked, her eyes losing their mysterious light. "Oh no, I'm sorry. I just remembered the battle against Khalidbalg. I was happy, you know." Happy. Holographic communication is fundamentally about facing each other. As I averted my gaze from the cuteness of the girl who tilted her head, I continued. With such a makeshift, junk-like equipment, you managed to outmaneuver a heavily customized PL, so for the creator, that was truly rewarding. I could never have thought of such a usage. You must know, Yuri. Let's unleash our imagination. Imagination. I couldn't help but ask back when the girl suddenly adopted a serious expression. Yes, imagination. Robots are free. It's perfectly fine for justice to be hiding inside a costume that seems utterly impossible. It's okay for a mecha to stab each other in midair and sprout arms and legs from nowhere. It's fine if a mecha that connects trains ends up with a process that makes it look like a phallus. That's what freedom is. The examples you gave are so free that I'm not quite sure I understand. In any case, there's no need for boring constraints. Listen carefully. Right now, Yuri, you are given the most well-equipped environment and staff in the galaxy. On top of that, the budget is limitless. Then, what are you waiting for to throw yourself into what you love? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to do what you can't do as just a mechanic, so let's go all out. Go all out, huh? I glanced at the 3D projection of the design beside me. Based on Ritter, this was assuredly a masterpiece, so its level of completion could be guaranteed. But, thanks to that, I've made up my mind. Since we're at it, I'll aim for the strongest PL in the galaxy. That's the spirit. Returning to the topic, let's go with my Ritter modification proposal. As she said this, Camille opened her sketchbook. What was drawn there was a modification proposal that far exceeded Yuri's imagination. This is, is it really like this? It shouldn't be too difficult, right? The key components are safe with the transport craft that came along, so all that's left is to replace the armor and widen the joint areas. It's within the normal range of customization, and with you and the craftsman there, it should be a piece of cake, right? Oh, and please make the color Romanov black. That's true, but... It was no wonder Yuri was taken aback. Camille's modification proposal was something that was far removed from the idea of the strongest PL he envisioned. Yuri, if it's a machine that you, Errol or Kenji or Jog ride, then it's fine to aim for simple high specs. With her eyes closed, Camille began to speak solemnly, but the next moment she wore a mischievous smile like a little rascal. However, what I need is not just a strong machine. It's a PL that creates opportunities for victory. Chapter 52, Determination and Strategy. And then, time passed in the blink of an eye, and before long, the moment of the decisive battle arrived. During that time, all Erina had done was improve the living conditions of the pirates through cooking, laundry, and cleaning. After all, it was a household of men gathered from the ranks of rogues. For Erina, who had lived in the Romanov ducal family since birth, the living environment was enough to make one faint. Dishes piled up in the sink. The only food available was frozen or pre-packaged. Laundry was stacked high, with some even wearing the same socks for a week. There was no choice but to act. It was only natural for Erina, who had been trained in the ways of a maid since childhood, to rise to the occasion. She mobilized the pirates without a word of complaint, and the kitchen sparkled from corner to corner. The laundry was washed in the washing machine and hung on ropes strung throughout the ship. She ordered the unsanitary pirates to take turns showering. As trade had come to a halt, the market resembled a battlefield, and she personally went to procure ingredients with the money power entrusted to her by her grandfather, Sebastian. She cooked and served hearty stews filled with root vegetables. The effect was nothing short of remarkable. The most important person in the scavengers is Camille-chan. The next most important is Erina-chan. In just one day, this became the common understanding among the members of the scavengers. In this state of emergency, it could be said that Erina was able to immerse herself in such work because she felt a sense of relief. After all, they had reclaimed PL and brought the pirates into their ranks. With this, the young lady would no longer be in danger. That was what she believed. So when Camille appeared from the flagship Harley's conference room alongside the gentleman, Erina was genuinely taken aback. Why, young lady? What are you doing here? I heard you were having a strategy meeting for the battle here. Erina, first calm down and put down the bucket and mop. The water inside will spill, you know. And the reason I participated in the discussion about the battle is simple. I'm joining the fight. Why? Splash, in her excitement, water spilled from the bucket she was holding. However, her master seemed unfazed, wearing a composed expression. First of all, I am the one leading this pirate crew. The pirates are not so soft as to follow a leader who does not fight alongside them. Well, that's only natural. We scavengers have a custom where the head leads from the front. You should be quiet. Yes. The former pirate captain, now a mere boy, retreated to a corner, intimidated by Erina's presence. For some reason, his oddly shaped red hair seemed to droop as well, but that was of no concern at the moment. Then, why not hand over command to Kenji or Errol? Erina, this is not a cold contract conducted through electronic documents. It is a living contract of loyalty exchanged between people. I promised to have them under my command, and they accepted it. At this stage, I have the responsibility to act in a manner befitting a leader. Surprisingly, Errol and Kenji nodded seriously at Camille's words. Both were heads of great noble families, and from their standpoint, Camille's reasoning was entirely justifiable. But, if that's the case, why not just hide away with the pirates? They don't have the time to call back their subordinates scattered across the galaxy, so they aren't much of a fighting force, right? If that's the case, it wouldn't matter whether you're there or not. Besides, as you know, father. Camille interrupted, raising a finger towards her. This gesture bore a gravitas that belied her 12 years of age. Even if they aren't much of a fighting force, they are extremely important to us right now, especially considering the strategy we just adopted. As for your father, there is no guarantee that he will be in time. Therefore, thinking about the future of the galaxy, including the Romanov duchy, we must hold our ground with the forces we currently have. And there's no need to worry. The new Ritter that Yuri-kun adjusted is quite something, you know. Ritter, you mean not only will you command the fleet, but you will also deploy in PL yourself. This is a battle where you might die. Surely, that should be left to someone else. No, we absolutely need Camille's strength. I believe in that, and I have judged that with her power, we can win, which is why I am joining the fight. The one who interjected was Errol, as expected of someone who leads a ducal house at a young age. Unlike the earlier boy, he remained unshaken even under Irina's glare. And if we are to join the battle, we will treat you as a full-fledged warrior. I won't say things like we will take care to ensure your safety. That thought doesn't even cross my mind. I genuinely believe that Lady Camille can survive. Kenji, too, spoke firmly, though his gaze wandered. What is this? Two grown men, both together. Are you saying that's what nobility is? Yes, that is what nobility is. In response to Irina's words, it was none other than Camille herself who replied. And I am Gustav's granddaughter, Walgaf's child, Camille Romanov. Among the nobility in the Galactic Empire, I am of the highest rank. As such, I must fulfill my duties. I will surely defeat the embodiment of tyranny like Mosakato. Camille's unwavering gaze was truly that of a Romanov. Her stance was filled with a dignity that seemed far beyond that of a child. And when her master revealed a glimpse of iron-blooded resolve, the only words that Irina, born to be a servant, could offer in return were one. I understand. I'm sorry, your worries are entirely justified. But this is something that must be done. Camille gently caressed Irina's downcast cheek. Just a little while ago, she had been a doll-like girl who rarely expressed her emotions. Now, she felt immensely larger than life. However, let me ask you this one last thing. Do we have a chance of winning? I hear you all devised a strategy, but what exactly? Well, it was more us than you who came up with it. Mainly, it was Lady Camille who devised it, and we merely reinforced it. Errol and Kenji exchanged awkward expressions in response to her question. The young lady. Irina could only be astonished. After all, none of the elite education Camille had received involved military matters. To think that such a girl had devised a strategy that could sway the Count's house in battle. Yes, it's not a grand strategy. Camille gently closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she revealed a terrifyingly wicked smile. This is something I picked up. What humans can never defeat is hunger and fear. We will use fear to control Kato's faction. Chapter 53, The Battle Begins. The remnants of abandoned colonies and decaying spaceships gathered in countless numbers, each connected by makeshift corridors fashioned from junk parts, presenting a complex appearance akin to a genetic sequence. Those who congregated within, untroubled by the fear of disintegration that a sane person might feel, were all rough characters, fully aware that the only thing they could truly rely on was their own strength. Inhabitants of the underworld. There were yakuza, there were pirates, there were ninjas, and occasionally one could spot the figures of shadowy merchants who profited from dealings with them rather than engaging in legitimate business. Such individuals gathered in a bar converted from the hangar of a discarded transport ship, each enjoying their own dances, music, and drinks. Naturally, in other sections, facilities for all manner of debauchery were established, as well as clandestine workshops for the manufacture of various weapons, including PL. This place was, in essence, a Sodom and Gomorrah birthed in the galaxy. As humanity advanced into space with its wisdom, it also brought along the vices recorded in the Old Testament. It's painful that we couldn't incorporate the scavengers. However, the others I've summoned here to the Rose Garden have agreed with my intentions and joined under my banner. All in all, I would say things are going smoothly. Kato, looking down from the second-floor seating at the raucous scene below, downed a glass filled with tequila. The fact that he remained steady despite the high alcohol content was not merely due to his tolerance. He understood that the true intoxication should come from the battles ahead. In contrast, their fighting force has been whittled down. Heh, it feels a bit ticklish to be praising myself, but The one who responded was Vanguard, who was also looking down at the commotion below. Dressed in a full helm reminiscent of a Japanese armored warrior and a pitch-black coat, as was his custom. At the moment, he held a drink, a cold green tea, and due to this, the mouth portion of his attire was open, revealing lips that could be deemed handsome. This bizarre figure gave off a cyborg-like impression, yet the act of consuming food and drink revealed that he was indeed a living human. Muahaha, I am grateful for your efforts. I would like you to convey that to the one who sent you. After all, without your information and technology, I would not have been able to construct this rose garden in secrecy or act as swiftly as I have. We haven't done anything so remarkable. As for this rose garden, what we provided was merely a small gravity control device. What has been built here is entirely thanks to your strength, Kato Dono. Even if I have strength, if there are no opportunities to wield it, it is the same as a rusty katana. I, along with those gathered from the underworld, am grateful for the environment you have created. Miss Hiri. With that, Kato replied, exerting force into the glass-shot glass. We have lived in this ravaged imperial society with our own convictions and have brought about a certain order. But what have those in the light, starting with Kenji, done for us? Nothing at all. On the contrary, they are eager to hunt us down at any opportunity. This is a holy war. To overturn the surface and announce our existence throughout the galaxy. I fully understand the nobility of your aspirations. Though I am weak, I shall lend you my strength. Yes, I am counting on you. That said, with so many strong individuals gathered here, we will likely adopt the straightforward strategy of overwhelming them with numbers in the decisive battle. After all, the disparity in our fighting forces is overwhelming. No, we must not let our guard down. It is precisely at times like this that we must straighten our collars. As he spoke, Kato adjusted the collar of his kimono. Boo, boo, boo. It was then that the emergency alarm blared throughout the rose garden. Here it comes. The information was provided by the scavengers who descended upon us. The Yakuza and ninjas have been subtly spreading word of this place hidden in the asteroid belt. Even so, to come at us rather than defend, Kenji has more guts than I expected. The side at a disadvantage in numbers is making a concerted offensive, so they must have some sort of secret strategy. I think I will hold back for now and observe their moves. That would be fine. Stop the music. Everyone, it's time for battle. In accordance with Kato's command, the raucous music ceased, and the strong ruffians began to return to their respective motherships. At last, the grand battle to overthrow the Count Tanaka family was about to commence. Kenji, have you set up a scarecrow? Kato, now on the bridge of the flagship Osaka, gazed intently at the radar display projected on the massive screen, instantly discerning the enemy's tactics. They've floated the wreckage of destroyed PL to create a facade of numbers. For the remaining PL, it serves as a shield, and those operational vessels likely have turret functions as well. That's quite a clever move to compensate for their small numbers. Vanguard, standing beside Kato in the captain's seat, assessed the enemy's strategy. Indeed, judging solely by the radar display, the enemy's total fighting force seemed to match Kato's army, which had absorbed the rogues. However, this was merely a facade. It was clear that they had tethered the wrecked PL with their few operational ships. Then, there's no need to regard them as a significant threat. All ships prepare for bombardment. The PL squad will charge into the enemy lines after the bombardment and tear them apart. Yorikant. In response to Kato's command, the operator Yakuza crowding the bridge relayed the orders to their allied forces. Before long, the fleet deployed in front of the Rose Garden began to unleash beams and missiles from their ship cannons one after another. This is the beginning, a signal announcing the dawn of a new era. Watching the scene, Kato murmured to himself, "It has begun." Clad in my recovered pilot suit, I whispered softly within the cockpit of my beloved machine. Kato, who had been so adamant about a grand confrontation, was now determined to crush the enemy that appeared before him head-on, despite any slight suspicion, just as I had calculated. Now, it's up to us to see how well we can maneuver from here. As I spoke, I checked the settings of the machine. The technicians from Yuri and Chako were flawless in their execution. To enhance stealth, the planet reactor, which had been operated at an extremely low output, was gradually beginning to unleash its power. Chapter 54, Arch Ritter. Has it begun? I'm just riding the winning horse, watching the battle from the back. There's no easier job than this. You're not wrong. The pilot, having boarded a Viking, witnessed the beams of naval gunfire shining in the front space and engaged in such conversation with his comrades. Their assigned mission was defense. They were to guard this space base, given the uncreative name of Rose Garden. That said, the Kato faction, which originally had a considerable scale, was now joined by even the rogues of space like themselves. Moreover, due to the commotion caused by Chako, the Tanaka Count family's military strength had been thoroughly depleted. It was hard to imagine a future where the opposing fleet would break through and infiltrate this far, and that gave the pilots an optimistic mindset. If we win this battle, we'll be officially recognized as pilots of the Imperial Army, right? What will you do then? That's obvious. First, women, they have shops ready here, but they're just a bunch of loose women. Once we become official pilots, the geishas of Chako won't stay silent. You're not wrong. The pilots of the regular army are celebrated as knights and samurais. Yeah, from now on, it'll be our turn to be lifted up like that. What the pilots saw was not the scene displayed by the Vikings' crude camera eye. It was the bright prospect that lay ahead. There, they would walk through the streets as official soldiers, having transformed from outcasts, cutting through the air with confidence. Beside them, women would cling to their arms. There would be no need to hold back on shopping or dining, and certainly, they wouldn't have to worry about payments. Buying a house somewhere or renting an apartment would be nice too. They would settle down with women, eventually have children, and build a happy family. Such modest and utterly ordinary desires seemed unimaginable for those who had lived in the shadows of the underworld. Yet, considering their origins, it was a dream they could never attain. The galaxy, this empire, is rotten. Those without are further deprived, while those who already possess continue to grow fatter, amassing wealth. That's why people like them, driven to desperation, turn to piracy. Ah, it really is nice to do all the things we couldn't do until now. The words could not go further. Suddenly, a shock struck the back armor of the machine, penetrating deep inside. Eventually, it tore through the front armor, dragging the internal mechanisms out like entrails. It was fortunate that it did not directly hit the cockpit. Beep, beeps, beeps, beep. What the hell? Shaking from the shock that the gravity control system could not absorb, he shouted. What appeared on the main monitor was an arrow. I was shot with an arrow. Indeed. Amidst the tangled wires and power pipes, the object floating in the void was an arrow, akin to those used by ancient hunters. Naturally, not only the arrowhead but the shaft was made of some alloy, and there were no useless feathers attached, but this was undoubtedly an arrow manufactured to fit the giant size of a PL. What on earth, An arrow flew from somewhere and struck his partner's Viking. This time, it pierced through the head from the side. The companion machine, having all the necessary components for control destroyed, fell silent, slumping down. What the hell, what's going on? The time left for this machine was short. It had already sustained a fatal injury as a PL, and the planet reactor, having lost its communication pathways, quickly ceased its functions due to safety mechanisms. It was on the verge of a state akin to cardiac arrest. Summoning his last strength, he searched for the enemy's presence. Did that single-minded determination bear fruit? The Viking's camera discovered the silhouette of an enemy machine hiding in the asteroid belt surrounding the Rose Garden. Judging from its overall lines, it was presumed to be a black-painted PL version of the Imperial Army's main mass-production machine, Ritter. However, it was equipped with a blade antenna, likely to enhance communication capabilities. It was evident that the armor had been stripped away, and efforts had been made to enhance its range of motion. Most notably, its armament. On its left arm, a folding longbow was directly mounted. In its right hand, it grasped a somewhat smaller middle bow. Currently, it was the middle bow that was drawn, and he understood that this primitive weapon had inflicted fatal damage on the Viking, which was meant for combat. This enemy machine is an archer. As the pilot shouted, the Viking he was on came to a halt. First, 2 machines. Not bad for a warm-up, but this is just the beginning. Arch Ritter. I, who had been holding my breath in the cockpit, confirmed that the enemy machine had ceased functioning and called out to my beloved machine. Yes, This machine was no longer just a mass-produced model. Following my orders, Yuri and the others had repaired and upgraded it, rebirthing it as a custom PL. Its name, Archritter. The armament consisted solely of a handheld middle bow and a folding longbow integrated into the left arm. No other weapons were carried, just an arrow rack on the back. The two bows were originally inventions of Yuri, which had been loaded onto the transport ship, and since it only required enhancing the range of motion to unleash their true value and a slight tuning of the reactor, the modifications had gone extremely smoothly. The reason I came to conceive such a machine was that I remembered why PLs, as weapons, were practical in this world. Indeed, the essence of PLs, or rather, the mobile weapons in this world, lies in their stealth capabilities. For instance, just like when the scavengers attacked the transport ship we were on, the standard composite armor has the ability to absorb electromagnetic waves, and if one truly silenced the reactor and hid, it would be exceedingly difficult to capture. That's why humanoid mobile weapons, which are predicated on close combat in visible range, have taken center stage. So, if we eliminate beam weapons and other highly reactive equipment and suppress reactor output with each attack, what will happen? The answer begins here. Now, rebel scum. How long can you endure the fear of being attacked from behind by an unseen enemy? The reactor, tuned by the genius Yuri and skilled craftsmen, transitioned from its instantaneous maximum output to one for stealth, cloaking itself from radar. The Steel Knight, having gained new power, responded to my will and leaped from a small asteroid to the next sniping point. Chapter 55, Invisible Fear. An enemy attack at D-Point. Where the hell did they set their sights on us? Enemy aircraft suddenly appeared around the Rose Garden. The chaos it brought inside was considerable. The Vikings, who had launched to defend, moved their head cameras as if the pilot's vigilance had possessed them. In the operator room of the Rose Garden, repurposed from the bridge of a decommissioned cruiser, various commands were flying around in an attempt to capture the enemy's appearance. Overall disarray. The PL stationed at C Point is to launch immediately and take up reconnaissance duties. No, the units already deployed at B Point should hurry here. First, we need to send personnel to the radar observation post. The instructions from the Yakuza operators lacked consistency. If we follow the Yakuza's orders, we'll never get anywhere. Damn it, were we just supposed to sit back and watch? If we take care of this enemy, then we can do that. Operator, the PL at E Point is launching. Meanwhile, the pilots on the scene were also starting to prepare for launch on their own judgment. This was greatly influenced by the psychological state of those Chako had gathered. After all, even if they tried to deceive with the numbers of PL scarecrows, the enemy forces were overwhelmingly outnumbered. Everyone was taking it for granted that they could simply crush them head-on with their ample military strength. Just then, they were struck in their soft underbelly. Moreover, the opponent that struck was hiding much more stealthily than Kato's ninjas, remaining undetected by the radar observation post and the vigilant PLs. At this point, it exceeded the command capabilities of the second-rate personnel stationed in the rear. If Kato himself had been at the Rose Garden, he might have been able to rally his subordinates with a single shout and quickly reorganize with consistent orders. However, due to his fixation on a fleet battle and the lack of personnel capable of commanding advanced group tactics, he was absent. Humans have a processing capacity, and when they focus on one thing, they inevitably leave other areas unattended. In this battle, it was sufficient for the troops to be ordered to charge forward. More advanced training and coordination would be conducted thoroughly after the matter was resolved. That was Kato's plan, but the Machi picture was precisely this. The enemy had accurately discerned that weakness and struck, and the fangs of that attack also fell upon the PL squad at B Point, which had already launched for defense. Wow! An arrow flew in from nowhere, piercing the head of a Viking. Damn it, one down. Where is it hiding? There's no response. While the disabled and silent comrade lay aside, the remaining two Vikings kept a wary eye on their surroundings, but their efforts bore no fruit. Had this been an attack with conventional beam weapons, no matter how poor the Viking sensors were, they would have immediately detected the heat source. However, such a search method was meaningless against this enemy. In an instant, a shadow-like response appeared on the radar, but when they turned the camera there, it was already gone. With the patchwork of genetic sequences resembling a space base behind them, they focused their gaze on the asteroid belt floating around. From this perspective, the meteorites that had been playing the role of disguising the Rose Garden seemed like a cage capturing them. Damn, what do we do now? You seem to be in trouble. The tide changed at that moment. A squadron of Vikings deployed at another point rushed toward them. The enemy is probably just one aircraft, right? With this many of us, we can handle it. The sight of them rushing in, with a machine gun mounted on their left arm as a substitute for a manipulator, was reassuring. Numbers are an absolute truth on the battlefield. Moreover, since the enemy was sneaking around, they were essentially admitting they had no confidence in facing a larger force. One or perhaps two might become casualties, but they could turn the remaining Vikings into a beehive. Thinking this, the Vikings formed a tight formation, covering each other's backs with thruster light. Then an arrow flew in. Moreover, it was not the usual arrow that had been skewering the Vikings until now. The pirate pilots had no time to perceive it. The arrowhead had been modified to that of a PL grenade. Furthermore, it contained a built-in sensor. The arrow that flew toward the center of the clustered Vikings immediately detonated its warhead, following the sensor's instructions. An explosion engulfed the Vikings. In recent years, live ammunition weapons have been used less frequently. But for over 1,000 years, the development of gunpowder has been fundamental to weapon research. The explosive, a culmination of human ingenuity, had sufficient destructive power to envelop 5 Vikings, even with a small warhead. All right, the grenade is effective. Hiding the Arch-Ritter in the asteroid belt, I quietly muttered as I confirmed the sight of the destroyed enemy squad. The number of arrows loaded onto the arrow rack carried by Ritter is finite. Unlike beam weapons that can be fired virtually infinitely as long as the reactor is intact, I couldn't afford to waste them. Thus, upon recognizing the appearance of another squad trying to merge, I waited for them to gather before annihilating them all with a special warhead, an arrow with a grenade. Yes, the Arch-Ritter, designed to create winning opportunities, is equipped with more than just one type of arrow. In addition to the standard arrows, there was the grenade arrow I had just used, and a total of 3 types of arrows, including the one I was about to use. Middle bow, retract. In exchange, deploy the longbow. Following my control, Ritter attached the middle bow to the hard point on its lower back. In its place, the longbow directly equipped to the left arm was deployed. This one, while less maneuverable than the handheld middle bow, allowed for higher power and precision sniping. Select the sticky arrow. The arrow rack on my back discharged the special arrow according to my selection. Ritter took it and knocked it to the bow. Aiming in sniper mode adjusted for the bow and arrow, I focused on the area where the enemy aircraft was about to launch. The launch point, which seemed to be repurposed from a decommissioned transport ship. Target set. Ritter, demonstrating power befitting a mass-produced mainstay machine, drew back the string of the longbow. The A-assisted fire control system, locked on now. Go. I released the sticky arrow toward the nose of the Viking, which had been peeking out to scout the surroundings. The arrow that was shot had a warhead similar to that of the grenade arrow, but it did not cause an explosion. Rather, it was an ejection. The same adhesive resin used in the birdlime launcher during the Kalidbolg battle sealed the launch point in a web-like spread. I don't have time to confirm the effects, but the Vikings armed only with live ammunition won't easily escape. If they can increase the chaos, that's good. If they destroy the outer wall to escape, we can expect damage to the makeshift enemy base. Well, feel free to worry as much as you like and choose your preferred option. Doing nothing is also very welcome. I shifted the planet reactor of the machine from maximum output to stealth output, moving with minimal thruster bursts. In FPS games, snipers who cling to one spot are often called potato snipers, but I had no intention of following that path. By moving quickly and sniping, I spread confusion and fear among the enemies. That is precisely the operational method envisioned for the Arch-Ritter. This is great. This machine is great. As I piloted, I felt a definite response. This machine has infinite versatility. Surely, it would be effective not only against groups, but also against formidable foes, including that prototype. Chapter 56, The Cutter. I hate to admit it, but this is quite something. It's almost amusing how clearly I can sense their confusion. The enemy fleet unleashed a barrage of naval gunfire. Watching the remnants of the PL, which had been tethered as a decoy, get swallowed up and transformed into a burst of light, Jog muttered to himself. The number of enemies he had successfully deceived was easily seen through. Even upon witnessing this, there was no hint of agitation in Jog, who was clad in a crimson-modified spacesuit and settled into the cockpit of his beloved Calidbalg. Camille, who had proposed this strategy, had stated outright that it was a plan designed to be discovered upon confrontation, and that it was, in fact, predicated on being found out. Rather, Camille's aim lay in what would follow that revelation. The enemy forces are attempting to provoke our disarray through an unexpected offensive and a deception of numbers. Then we should boldly accept it, crush them, and break their spirit. He had discerned that Chako, the enemy commander, was thinking along those lines, becoming increasingly engrossed in a frontal battle. As a result, that damn woman herself piloting the modified Ritter was wreaking havoc in the enemy's weak point. The success of this was evident from the movements of Chato's forces. After all, if they're going to rain beams and missiles down on us, then the next step is to send in the PL for a brawl, right? What's taking them so long? Jog, who had been skillfully avoiding the indiscriminate enemy naval gunfire, casually adjusted his red hair, styled into its distinctive shape with a folding comb. Indeed, if they were going to crush us outright, they should have pushed the PL to the front and started the fight. However, such movement was still absent from the enemy fleet. It was easy to imagine that the commander was shaken by the sabotage occurring in the rear, causing delays in the movements of the entire fleet. Groups of a certain size often behave like a single living organism. The Chato forces, as a creature, were allowing the confusion of their brain, Chato himself, to propagate throughout their body, effectively killing the momentum they had built. Damn it if they're not coming. With a snap, he tossed the comb aside. His hair, which had been a fiery representation of the flames burning within him, was now perfectly in place. When his hair was set like this, it meant that Jog Renand was in peak condition. Here I come. The planet reactor of Calidbalg roared, with a sound unimaginable for a standard PL. Thoroughly tuned, it transmitted power through its internal pathways to the ship booster pods on both shoulders. An excessive thrust, far beyond what a single PL should possess, exploded forth now. Hayaha. By intentionally suppressing the output of the gravity control system, his body weight doubled, and he was overwhelmed by a sensation that pressed down on all his insides. Yet Jog perceived this not as pain, but as pleasure, focusing intently on the scene displayed on the main monitor. Calidbalg, reaching its maximum speed in an instant with overwhelming acceleration, darted straight into the front of Chato's fleet with movements akin to teleportation. The roar came from its gorilla-like arms and the large particle vibration blade mounted on its repaired head. Jog swung Calidbalg's fist toward the main cannon of the enemy cruiser that had closed in. With the power of the age and the added momentum, it sent the sturdy triple-beam cannon flying from its base. Ho ho ho. Shouting, he struck another enemy ship with a similar blow. He did not stop to fixate on a single enemy. For Calidbalg, to stop meant to die. From the enemy's perspective, it was as if a grasshopper was leaping from ship to ship, and then another strike. In total, 3 main cannons were destroyed in a flash, almost too quick for the eye to follow. This seemed to have triggered something. From the enemy fleet, one after another, the Imperial Army's main mass production unit, Ritter, was being deployed. The fact that they were not using the electromagnetic catapult was to intercept Calidbalg, which had already infiltrated their ranks. It doesn't matter. Jog charged Calidbalg toward the group aiming beam, rifles directly at its right arm. Naturally, the searing beams of heavy metal particles surged toward him. What a lukewarm shower. That was all Jog had to say. If it were naval gunfire, that would be one thing. For Calidbalg, clad in armor more than twice the usual thickness, this level of beam fire was hardly worth calling a hit. Rather, it was the enemy pilots who must have been wide-eyed in shock. When faced with beam weapons, the usual response is to focus on evasive maneuvers. Yet here he was, charging straight in without a care. Kalidbolg traced the shortest and fastest line of movement, delivering a headbutt to the leading ritter. Not just any headbutt. It was a headbutt equipped with a particle vibration blade comparable in length to an anti-ship sword. Thud. The solid impact was transmitted through the control stick. Simultaneously, the ritter, reduced to a state akin to a sparrow caught in a hawk's talons, trembled and ceased to function. Jog understood well the psychological effect this method of defeat would have on the enemy in a battle between humanoid weapons. The human imagination would evoke a sense of horror in the ritter, rendered combat ineffective by having its blade penetrated. "I'll return the favor." With the recoil from shaking his head, he pulled out the defeated ritter. After all, he did so with the immense power of Kalidbolg, sending the intact ritter flying as if it were half thrown away. As he caught the downed ally, the fear in the enemy machines only deepened. Jog was not so naive as to let this opportunity slip by. Or Yora. Once more, he ignited Kalidbolg's boosters and charged at the remaining ritter. With his right arm one machine, with his left arm another, Kalidbolg's powerful arms crushed two rits as they passed by. Haha. At this point, it was truly Jog's stage. He darted around as the enemy PLs attempted to encircle him. Occasionally, he would make sudden stops and directional changes, creating a trajectory that might resemble a bouncing rubber ball to an onlooker. However, this rubber ball crushed enemy machines with every bounce. "You're really something, you damn woman." It's almost amusing how the enemy is being toyed with. The shout was both a curse and a compliment. Everything up to this point had gone according to the strategy laid out by that woman, Camille. The rebel forces led by Chako were being toyed with by a single sheltered young lady. For someone like Jog, who lived in the underworld, this was nothing short of astonishing. Mosa Chako, as the captain of the space pirate scavengers, his name was certainly well known. In fact, there had been many dealings where he had effectively interacted with Chako, merely standing in for someone else. The opponent was a significant figure, and it was entirely understandable that he had rebelled against the Count's house given the scale of his ambitions. Yet that small, adorable girl was playing with him as she pleased. Moreover, she perfectly understood his fighting style and the characteristics of his beloved machine, allowing him to thrive with ease. This was something he could only praise. "I'll give you credit, you damn woman. This battle is all in your hands." He shouted toward the girl, disrupting the enemy from the rear, fully aware she couldn't hear him. As a side note, in Jog's mind, that girl was envisioned in the guise of a devil. But it's getting pretty tough now. While fighting, the enemy PLs were beginning to increase in density. Additionally, due to his reckless assault tactics, Kalidbolg's armor was nearing its limits, and he could tell it was time to retreat. With the galaxy's fastest speed, he distanced himself from the encroaching enemy lines. Then, he opened a communication line and shouted, "It's your turn, woman man." Chapter 57, Graham. "Who's the woman man here? I didn't choose to dress like this." As Yuri responded over the audio communication, he awakened his machine, which had been mingling with the decoys. "Een." The sound echoing in the cockpit was the high-pitched whine of the planet reactor coming to life. Moreover, the sound gradually increased in intensity, and it was not just one. In total, 4. 4 planet reactors coexisted and operated simultaneously within a single machine. The overwhelming output generated by this reactor response might have led the enemy to mistakenly believe that a large battleship had appeared. No, it might not be a mistake at all. The destructive power hidden within this machine was indeed on par with that of a battleship. "Let's go, Graham," he murmured towards the newly born machine. In response to the creator's call, the silhouette of the machine, with all reactors brought to critical status, was unlike any existing PL. One on each shoulder, and one behind the head, a wheel-like optional part existed. In line with recent trends, these optional parts, endowed with the nature of a smart weapon unit, were actually beam pods. Each wheel contained a small planet reactor developed and stored in that secret factory. Though small, do not underestimate it. Its output was sufficient to power a single PL. The concept of this machine was to operate it purely as a beam cannon. Accordingly, the body of the machine, painted green, was equipped with robust armor to withstand bombardments, and its feet were fitted with treads designed for ground combat. Furthermore, to enhance combat capability when the smart weapon units were removed, it was equipped with a booster-equipped particle vibration axe and a beam gun integrated into the left arm. Truly, this was Yuri's pinnacle at this moment. Indeed, he had heavily repurposed prototypes developed in the past. Moreover, the assembly process was highly automated. However, he could only express gratitude to the artisans of Chako, who had managed to finish such a machine in just about a day. I haven't tested it yet, but I trust my design and the skills of the craftsman. Murmuring, he commanded the smart weapon units to deploy. The beam pods, released from the machine, hovered around Graham and began to condense charged particles. At the same time, something unusual occurred in the cockpit. As the front console lifted, a holographic fire control system, FCS, emerged. For this machine, which conducted bombardments in area rather than point in outer space, this user interface was indispensable. The firing mode is the Jirobai named by my lady, targeting the enemy ship at the tip. Following Yuri's maneuvers, the surrounding beam pods reached critical status. All that was left was to unleash the stored charged particles. Take that. The trigger on the standard control stick was light. However, the torrent of destruction unleashed was something that a normal PL could not possess. Red, blue, white. The charged particles, condensed to a density and power equal to or greater than naval gunfire, surged toward the enemy ship like the breath of a dragon. Moreover, it was 3 streams. The effect it brought was immense. The enemy cruiser, struck by the searing heavy metal particles that sparked and leaped, bent in half like candy, and then exploded. Furthermore, several Ritter caught in the flash, equal in thickness to the PL itself, also exploded, sharing the same fate. The charged particles that did not fully converge as beams scattered, behaving like bullets around the beam, destroying nearby enemy machines. I won't apologize. In that instant, Yuri, as a high human, picked up the thoughts leaking from the lives that had scattered, but he suppressed them. This was war. If he worried about the enemy, what awaited him was his own death. As proof, seeing the current destructive power, the enemy PLs, which had been toyed with by Khalidbalg until now, changed their aim and began to rush toward him. The enemy was no fool. They're trying to minimize damage from our bombardment by scattering apart. Then, scatter mode. Calmly finishing his operations during the recharge time until the beam pods completed their condensation of charged particles. This did not require the pilot to aim each time. He simply entrusted it to the AI, allowing the holographic FCS to lock onto each light point, each one being an enemy PL. Go. However, pulling the trigger was human. Feeling the weight of that responsibility, he pulled the light trigger. This time, what was unleashed from the 3 beam pods was akin to a shower of light. Like a meteor shower, it rained down upon the enemy PLs, and its true nature was, of course, charged particle beams. Each of the countless beams released had an output comparable to a standard beam rifle. The machine that took a direct hit exploded. Those Ritter that did not were rendered incapable of continuing combat, losing limbs and heads, becoming debris drifting in the void. However, not all enemy machines were intercepted. As expected, the Ritter was a masterpiece. Just before firing, instinctive danger awareness prompted it to maximize its thrusters, escaping the torrent of the scatter beam, and although it took a long route, it closed the distance to Graham. The beam pods were recharging. Then, from here on, it was dogfight time. The Graham, surrounded by a ring of destruction, executed evasive maneuvers. Simultaneously, the light beams fired from the large beam rifle of the Ritter that had been positioned until just now, struck the junk PL that had been drawn here as a decoy, delivering further blows to the silent carcass. If anyone else had seen this, they might have feared the future that could befall their own machine. But Yuri felt no such emotion. Please don't think of this Graham as just a bombardment PL. Only overwhelming trust in the PL he designed and the craftsmen who worked on it remained. He fired the beam gun in his left arm at the enemy machine. This weapon, adjusted for rapid fire and continuous fire, had performance that was precisely in between a beam rifle and a beam machine gun. In other words, if it hit directly, it could cause immense damage, and even if used for suppression, it wouldn't easily allow the opponent to advance. As this machine focused on attacking with the beam pods, it was an ideal choice. 3 enemy ritters were approaching him. Of those, 2 avoided the direct hit of the beam through evasive maneuvers, but one took a hit to its toes and lost its balance. 1. Murmuring calmly, he disregarded the other enemies and concentrated the beam gun's fire on that one, destroying it. Perhaps seeing this as an opening, the 2 machines that had successfully evaded approached while firing their beam rifles. However, Yuri was not one to be caught by such things. I can sense where you're aiming and when you'll shoot. He detected the enemy's thought waves, anticipating their moves, and maneuvered his machine to slip through the gaps of the fired beams. In other words, this was a reverse approach via the shortest and fastest route. I won't lose in close combat either. The particle vibration axe held in Graham's right hand let out a howl. With the acceleration from the booster installed on the body, it unleashed a terrifyingly sharp slash, cleaving one of the enemy machines in 2. In close combat, I'll take you on. However, the last machine that emitted such thoughts could not draw its deployable particle vibration blade from its back. Before it could do so, it was shot in the side by a beam pod that had reduced its output, exploding. It seemed that it had been deceived by the flashy first and second strikes, focusing solely on the high-output bombardments. Of course, it could still fire beams with output, no different from a standard rifle. For my lady, I cannot afford to fall behind those of your caliber. Coldly stating this, he commanded his newly born beloved machine to take evasive maneuvers. The enemy's naval gunfire, slightly delayed, passed beneath Graham's feet. I'm not done yet, Graham. The more we draw their attention, the easier it will be for my lady. What he envisioned in his mind was a girl like an angel. For her, Camille Romanov, he could unleash infinite power. Graham was the machine created to manifest that. Chapter 58, Stealth End. Concentrate the fire of each ship's guns on that artillery PL. Do not allow it to carry out any further bombardments directed at us. Second Company, keep that red unit at bay. There's no need to pursue it recklessly. Simply position yourselves to intercept as it approaches while maintaining the fleet's direct cover. It seems that the armor of that unit has reached its limits due to the reckless offensive. For now, it can only flit about like an annoying dragonfly. When the Rose Garden came under direct attack, it can be said that Kato's blunder was halting the PL squad, which was on the verge of launching, to coordinate with the naval gunfire. After all, that location was crucial for Kato. It was an important facility to house the rogues that constituted the fighting force, without allowing the precious Chako itself to settle there. However, that obsession backfired. As a result of losing the momentum, they suffered painful damage from the pirate leader known as Khalidbalg and an unknown green unit. This failure can be attributed to looking ahead to the post-war situation rather than focusing on the battle at hand. Yet the remarkable aspect of Kato was his ability to regain composure in such moments. The calm directives he issued were more than adequate for recovery. Firepower against firepower. The beam cannon fired by the green unit was a threat, but it was merely 3 barrels. If our cruisers set up a barrage with intercepting beams and missiles, it was only natural that the enemy would have to divert their efforts to evade. Moreover, Kato had accurately discerned the condition of Khalidbalg. After all, it was a unit customized with short-term raids in mind, making it ill-suited for such a large-scale battle. A bullet, once fired, is finished. It cannot be reloaded. So, what will the enemy's next move be? And what countermeasures should we take in response? As Vanguard stood pondering, Kato, at the captain's seat, raised his voice. Deploy all remaining PLs to eliminate the enemy. It is likely that Kusanagi will come out with the pirates' PL and the surviving Ritter, possibly even Misteltein. We will confront them in a fair fight. Enemy fleet. The PL squad has been deployed. The operator Yakuza reported the enemy's movements, which were precisely as Kato and Vanguard had anticipated. Very well. Inform them that subsequent actions will be left to the independent judgment of each PL squad. Understood. However, we have yet to confirm the presence of Kusanagi. Additionally, the Rose Garden continues to call for assistance. What shall we do? Kenji is a man who prefers to wield his katana at the front lines, rather than command. If left alone, he will eventually show up. As for the Rose Garden, relay that they must manage on their own. Consider this a trial and give it your all. Having conveyed that, it seemed he had completed his immediate tasks. Kato settled back into the captain's chair of the flagship Osaka and calmly turned his gaze to the main monitor. There was no mistake in his command. It was likely that the chaos surrounding Chako would come to a resolution as the organization Vanguard belonged to had intended. Then, what concerned him was the leaked item. Recently, the high human who had been aboard Infiltrating, without a doubt, based on the thought waves, was piloting the green PL. Given that it was capable of delivering artillery-like bombardments at PL size, it was reasonable to assume that it incorporated not only our technology, but theirs as well. On the other hand, regarding the pilot of the Ritter, who harbored suspicions about the leaked item, Vanguard suspected that this was the same individual who was wreaking havoc on the Rose Garden. This thought was based not on picking up thought waves, but merely intuition, an eye that had deliberately refrained from intervening in the battle, instead observing us closely. That was the gaze of someone skilled at undermining the enemy's footing. If that were the case, the pilot disrupting our rear lines was precisely the individual that matched that profile. Kato Dono, what shall I do on my end? This was asked while he was contemplating such matters. Of course, he anticipated that his turn would come. He wanted to capture both the confirmed, leaked item and the suspicious pilot alive, if possible. However, with only one body, he decided to leave the choice of which to pursue to Kato. While I boast of giving a trial, it is rather embarrassing. Would it be acceptable for you, Vanguard Dono, to assist with the rescue of the Rose Garden? The one with suspicions, perhaps. That could be interesting, understood. He replied and briskly left the bridge. The prototype machine, Kagurasu, stolen from the secret factory, was soon dispatched from the flagship Osaka. Our position has been compromised. From here on, we will operate in full combat mode. Guided by a prickling sensation along the nape of my neck, I finally realized that this arch-ritter had been detected by the enemy observation post. What can I say? It was as if a sticky gaze, or will, had wrapped itself around the unit, and I was certain of it. That's it. Perhaps my instincts had sharpened in this extreme situation. In any case, I had already taken out 3 deployment points, and the enemy PLs had been reduced by 12 units, equivalent to 1 company. Well, no matter how much I switched the reactor between static and dynamic to hide, it was bound to be discovered. The enemy was desperately trying to intercept us. As if to confirm this, enemy machine gun fire was unleashed. Finally, the Viking, having found its target, approached us as a squad. Not that it's easy to hit me. The arch-ritter, with enhanced mobility due to expanded joint movement, had no change in thrust or power-to-weight ratio. Thus, I simply evaded and dodged the enemy's bullets. Since I had reduced my armor, even a mere machine gun posed a considerable threat. Select. Even while focusing on evasion against 3 enemies, I was running low on options. I readied a special arrow in my versatile middle bow and shot. The released arrow flew straight toward the Vikings. Bursting its warhead, it spread a sticky resin in a web-like pattern. The Vikings, realizing they couldn't afford to be ensnared by such a thing, scattered. Yeah, indeed, my field of vision, or rather my senses, had expanded. I could see where to evade. There, as I anticipated and released a normal arrow, it pierced 1 unit's head, rendering it combat ineffective. However, due to the limitations of the bow, I could not fire again in rapid succession. I attempted to distance myself from the remaining 2 units, while considering a retreat. But again, those 2 were cleaved vertically by a strike from behind. And emerging amidst the explosion of light was a blue PL wielding a pair of anti-ship swords transformed into a smart weapon unit. Chapter 59, Strike at the Enemy's Rear. Kenji, this isn't what we planned. PL, who had appeared from behind the enemies, swiftly severed them. I called out to Kusanagi. On the sub-monitor, Kenji appeared, wearing vision-enhancing goggles. I'm sorry, things have gotten flashy and my blood is boiling. His words, accompanied by a faint smile, were hardly sincere. Seeing that I was in danger, he had abandoned his stealth. Then, I suppose I'll join in on the fun as well. As he spoke, PL, wrapped in black cloth, emerged from the asteroid belt surrounding the enemy base. The cloth was stripped away, revealing Mistletoe. Naturally, Errol was the one piloting it. Well, you've ruined the operation. I exhaled, a sense of relief washing over me as I was saved from crisis. The original plan we had laid out was, the boys in front will create a distraction with a small force, while Lady Camille stirs up the enemies from behind. In the meantime, Errol and I will approach the enemy flagship, suppressing the output of our disguised reactor, and take down the mastermind, Chako, in one fell swoop. It's a good plan, I think, so why not? Kenji, looking like he was about to unleash an optic blast, laughed cheerfully in the communication window. Indeed, if we take down every enemy that comes out from here, we will inevitably be able to defeat Chako. Errol, who had also opened a communication window, said this with a refreshing smile. Huh? So that means there will be no changes to the plan. As I sighed and let that out, the smiles of the two boys turned mischievous. That's right. Now here they come. Misteltein readied a large beam rifle designed for Ritter, replacing the destroyed rifle. The beam shot forth, striking a Viking that had just emerged from the launch bay. Well, Lady Camille has been quite the star up until now. Perhaps you could let us take some credit. The smile Errol wore this time was ferocious. It was the same hunter's grin he had when the transport ship was attacked. I would like to have some prey left for me as well. Kusanagi followed Misteltein, which was heading toward the enemy base with mobility unmatched by a Ritter. Well, you know, it depends on the flow. I see, it depends on the flow. From there, it was nothing but the stage for the White Knight and the Blue Samurai. How well they had gathered their forces. The Vikings that had been dispatched to search, for me, were coming in one after another. However, to the two of them, these foes were nothing more than mere mobs. Misteltein's precise shooting with the beam rifle disrupted the enemy formation. As the state of mutual support crumbled, Kenji's Kusanagi charged in. The first strike was delivered by the anti-ship sword. But after sweeping away multiple Vikings with that, Kusanagi truly showcased its prowess. The smart weapon unit, which defaulted to the shape of an anti-ship sword, split and transformed. In Kusanagi's right and left hands, long sword and katana were gripped, respectively. Now that it was in close quarters, it chose weapons with a reach more suitable than the large anti-ship sword. At this point, the Vikings, originally sluggish and not equipped for close combat, had no means to counter. The blade, adorned with the glow of vibrating particles, sliced through the Vikings' armor as easily as butter, cleaving them in two. It did not expose itself to the shame of delivering a second strike. Everything was one-hit kill. Trusting in the sharpness of its weapon, Kusanagi cut every enemy machine in half. It was as if PL was performing a scene from a period drama. The enemy Vikings were like supporting actors, enhancing the lead's performance. The reason they were forced into an unwanted role was solely due to Misteltein's maneuvers. Though the handling was somewhat clumsier, after switching from a small, high-output specialized weapon to Ritter's large rifle, the advantage of beam weapons over conventional firearms remained unshaken. The Vikings, desperately firing their machine guns from outside effective range, found themselves forced to focus solely on evasion after just one beam was fired. In other words, their already inferior mobility was further compromised. At that moment, Kusanagi swiftly closed in and cut them down with its proud swords. With superior range and firepower, Misteltein suppressed their movements. Not missing any openings that arose, Kusanagi continued to slice through enemy machines one after another. How overwhelming it was. Indeed, both machines were custom units utilizing the highest current standards of technology, while the opposing Vikings were nothing more than poorly manufactured relics from the previous generation. Yet, the reason they could turn the tide against overwhelming numbers was undoubtedly due to the skill of the pilots. Errol suppressed the enemies with precise shooting, and without missing a beat, Kenji entered the fray, swiftly cutting down foes. Overwhelming skill and instantaneous tactics. It was precisely because both possessed these two qualities at a high level that the situation could unfold so one-sidedly. I knew it, our skills are on a different level. There's hardly a gap to slip in. Hiding behind the Arch-Ritter, shadows of a discarded container separated from the main base, I voiced my honest thoughts. Had I been piloting either Kusanagi or Misteltein, the coordination would have faltered somewhere, giving the enemy an opening. For now, I would just watch the exploits of these ace pilots. No, that wouldn't suffice. The enemy also had ace pilots on their side. They're coming. a sensation that prickled at the nape of my neck. Perhaps it was the oppressive feeling emanating from the area where the enemy fleet was positioned. I clearly sensed and perceived this, and I deployed the longbow from the left arm of the arch-ritter. Though there were only a few arrows left in the arrow rack, I held nothing back. I shot the remaining 3 sticky arrows in succession. They exploded a little ahead of where Mistletoe and the others were fighting, around the entrance of the enemy's secret base, creating a web-like barrier of adhesive resin. It was a simple tactic, but effective. As if to prove this, enemy machines rushing toward us began firing beam projectiles, so they brought out the beam machine guns again. The successive charged particle projectiles struck the deployed barrier, tearing it to shreds. But it was only torn. That was the troublesome characteristic of this adhesive resin. Merely opening a few holes would only cause it to spread and expand its range. It was as if the enemy's frustration was conveyed to me. This was akin to the feeling one gets when sensing an opponent's intent during an online game. Whether through the internet or through steel machines, we were still living, breathing humans. Intent is something that inevitably transmits. That's the stolen prototype. Errol and Kenji, having taken down another enemy machine, turned their heads toward their own units. Their camera eyes must have captured it too. A reverse delta-winged fighter approached at an incredible speed, having blocked the shortest distance, transitioning into a steep ascent. And this fighter could instantly adopt the characteristics of a humanoid combat machine if it so desired. Kenji, you go, I'll take on that one. We will, Errol. It's reckless to face that enemy and its entourage alone. But it's coming. Kenji, go. Whether it was programmed into its motions or something it thought of on its own, the enemy variable machine transformed into a half-humanoid form, familiar from the superdimensional Errol, and changed its trajectory with a reverse thrust. Its destination was here. I'm sorry, I'm counting on you. Kenji, having said that, directed his beloved machine toward the enemy fleet. Ignoring that, the variable machine, now fully transformed back into a fighter form, charged in. Chapter 60, The Invisible Smile. Right away, they're using underhanded tactics. Truly a unique pilot. As Vanguard executed a maneuver he had just conceived, turning in half-human form, he murmured this while piloting Kagurasu. That resin barrier reminiscent of a spider's web. Had he touched it, things would not have ended well. Thus, he had given up on the assault and opted for a change in trajectory, which meant to think that the hit-and-run tactics, the greatest weapon of this Kagurasu, would be completely countered. The enemy is no fool. They must have devised a countermeasure. To put it bluntly, this situation was akin to a no-hit withdrawal. In short, he had gained nothing from the battle, merely showcasing a futile change in direction. Moreover, he had failed to achieve the psychological impact that a surprise assault could bring, resulting only in the enemy gaining the luxury of preparation. This situation had been created by that Black Ritter. Most likely, it was a modified version of the machine he had slightly damaged the other day, and the pilot should be the same. Still, what was interesting was, who would have thought to equip a robotic weapon with a bow and arrow, and to demonstrate its effectiveness so thoroughly is remarkable. Not only did it unsettle the Rose Garden, but it even shook the fleet. The icing on the cake is that it has restrained my movements. A good idea indeed. As he spoke, he pulled the trigger of the beam machine gun. From the handheld, weapons stored beneath the aircraft in fighter mode, countless light projectiles were unleashed. The one who caught them with grace was Mistletoe, like a knight protecting a princess. This pilot was certainly a young duke, wasn't he? It was almost as if the noble demeanor had possessed his beloved machine, causing Vanguard to smile wryly. Then he realized, did I just say princess? If so, then the pilot of the Ritter is a woman, no, perhaps a girl. This was a deduction from Vanguard, who ranked high even among high humans, and it was, of course, not a baseless one. By analyzing the intangible thought waves emitted from Mistletoe's pilot, such nuances could be gleaned. So there is someone of a similar position on the enemy side. He muttered in a tone reminiscent of casual conversation, yet he was engaged in a dogfight that could mean life or death. While still firing the beam machine gun at Mistletoe, he maneuvered Kagurasu downward to disengage. In such a case, a conventional fighter would have to make an exaggerated turn to launch another attack. However, Vanguard had already conceived and executed a clever workaround for that. It won't hit. Transforming into half-human form, he executed a kick-like motion, firing the thrusters at his feet. This allowed him to change direction and effortlessly evade the retaliatory beams shot by Mistletoe. U2. The arrow from the Ritter, which had been fired in anticipation, was similarly dodged with a bouncing motion. This time, it was a normal arrow, devoid of any strange mechanisms. But the fact that it had grasped his movements was commendable. Is it indeed a leakage product? Were they holding back before? No, perhaps their power is blooming under extreme conditions. From the thought waves he sensed from the enemy, he made such a judgment. At the same time, he could faintly feel that his own thought waves were being picked up. Though, with such sensitivity, the pilot might not even be aware of it. In that moment, Vanguard indeed sensed it, the thought that leaked from the pilot of the enemy Ritter. Do they believe they have already won? What does this mean? The opponent was smiling inside the cockpit. They were sending a relaxed gaze his way, as if victory was already assured and he was in a state of check. What grounds do they have for that? His own prowess had been thoroughly showcased just the other day. Indeed, the most crucial first move had been disrupted, and the subsequent second strike had devolved into a cautious exchange for both sides. But that was all there was to it. The real battle was just beginning, and Vanguard was filled with a sense of exhilaration. To have such emotions directed at him. Interesting. I would like to be taught what led to such a judgment. While dodging Mistletoe's beam rifle, he launched another attack. This time, it was not a hit-and-run tactic. He intended to approach while unleashing a barrage and then transition into hand-to-hand combat in human form. However, thank goodness, reinforcements. Let's pile on the pressure all at once. The movements outside his expectations came from those he had placed outside his awareness. In other words, they were the PLs of the ruffians who had been stationed to defend this rose garden, and had only been hunted down until now. Did they intend to provide support by pushing their machines forward at this moment? They broke into the space between Kagurasu and Mistletoe. Damn! To Vanguard, it was far too obstructive. His lines of fire and movement were completely blocked, forcing him to come to a halt. Then, reluctantly, he executed a transformation, restoring Kagurasu to its original humanoid form. Then, mixing in with the Vikings who were firing their left-arm machine guns, he unleashed a volley from his beam machine gun. But I can't utilize the machine's strengths. Everyone, I appreciate the sentiment, but please fall back. He shouted towards his own lines. Indeed, the defending Vikings still had a considerable number remaining, and as they closed in from all directions, the battlefield was no longer a field where Kagurasu could freely maneuver. At this point, the high-mobility variable machine had to align its movements with those of the irregular PLs. Did the enemy anticipate this? He shouted as he took evasive action. The arrow shot by the enemy Ritter. It was approaching him, clearly equipped with a warhead that differed from the previous normal arrow. However, even this evasive maneuver was difficult. Had he been able to move freely, Vanguard would have transformed Kagurasu and executed a rapid acceleration to disengage. But the space to do so was filled with friendly PLs. A grenade. An explosion engulfed the ruffian's machines in a whirl of destruction. The grenade warhead embedded in the arrow had unleashed its power. Moreover, bad things tend to come in succession. My weapon. The limbs of the Vikings exploded into pieces, and one of those pieces struck the beam machine gun held in Kagurasu's right hand, twisting its barrel. What is most fearsome on the battlefield is such a stray bullet, which intervenes without any intent. A blunder to have jumped into a dead end myself. Even so, if these ruffians had coordinated better, there would have been plenty of ways to fight back. However, they were merely a haphazard collection, meant to make up numbers. They did not even respond to the words he had called out first, only serving to obstruct Kagurasu. Damn it. To be hindered by my own allies. While keeping the Vikings in check, Mistletoe fired a beam towards him. Vanguard evaded it with minimal movement, and for the first time in this battlefield, he roared. But I will show my resolve. He found a gap amidst the blockade created by the Vikings. Kagurasu transformed and thrust into that opening. His target was not Mistletoe, who was preoccupied with dealing with the multitude. It was that Black Ritter. The enemy machine, with a resolute thought, was poised with an arrow drawn in both hands. Chapter 61, The Arrival of the Black Knight. My way is being obstructed. With the left smart weapon unit switched back to anti-ship sword mode, Kusanagi approached the enemy Ritter with its nimble maneuverability. Don't you dare. Having been read by the enemy as it closed in, the enemy machine froze in place, and Kusanagi brought the anti-ship sword down upon it. But begin. After all, it was a blade meant to cleave through warships. A mere PL stood no chance, and pitifully, the Ritter was sliced in half vertically. Once again, an obstacle to the enemy flagship had been removed. However, outnumbered. Shouting, Kusanagi used the smart weapon unit it had just employed to slice the enemy as a makeshift shield. The concentrated barrage of beams fired from the front stripped the armor from the unit, rendering it incapable of functioning as an anti-ship sword. All I can use with the left unit is a short sword. Summoning the intact parts from the transformable unit back to its hand, Kusanagi held them in its left hand. This short sword could be further divided to be used as a dagger, but ultimately, it still meant a reduction in range. I have to find a way to take Kato's head. Receiving Kenji's will, Kusanagi darted through the enemy Ritter's gunfire with lightning-like movements. Having closed in, it cleaved two Rits in half with its intact right anti-ship sword, yet still, it could not create a gap wide enough to approach the enemy fleet. Not only from the front, but Rits stationed above, below, left, and right were firing their beam rifles, making it a struggle just to take evasive maneuvers. Despite this situation, the fact that they were managing to thin out the enemy PL numbers, even if only slightly, was a testament to Kenji's piloting skills and Kusanaga's performance. I'm one move short. I need one more move to close in on Kato. While dodging the countless beams approaching like a grasshopper, Kusanagi gritted its teeth. On the enemy's secret base side, Errol and Lady Camille were dealing with someone. An exceptionally skilled pilot operating a prototype machine along with some rogues. On the other side of the enemy fleet, Yuri's newly constructed machine was drawing the enemy's main forces, while the pirate boy's custom machine seemed to be flying around the fleet, looking for an opportunity to charge. Moreover, the surviving fleet and the pirate coalition appeared to be engaged in fierce combat with the Ritter squadron dispatched by Kato. In other words, they had already played all their cards. A draw was necessary. They needed a powerful card to turn the tide. What is? What? It was at that moment that a voice came through the open channel. A tremendously powerful signal is being broadcast towards this sector. Without diverting attention from the enemy's attacks, Kusanagi picked up the information on the submonitor. It was as if someone was calling out with a megaphone. Someone was conducting open communication with an unusually strong signal. However, the intent behind it was completely unclear. The internal strife of Chako is being broadcast throughout the galaxy. So, it's not that a circus ship has wandered in. What on earth is going on? Is it Kato's trap? Yet, looking at the enemy's Rits made it clear that this speculation was incorrect. It seemed that this communication was equally unknown to them, as evidenced by the somewhat lukewarm attacks directed at Kusanagi. Was the source of the signal, coming in with tremendous speed, approaching them? Gradually, the voice broadcasted over the open channel increased in volume. It said, "Let me ask again, who is your enemy?" This voice is. Clearly, it was a voice Kusanagi had heard somewhere before. Certainly, yes. It was the voice one would hear at gatherings of high-ranking nobles, and it wasn't just this person's voice that was coming through the channel. Kato, Kato, Kato. The responses of multiple men followed in succession. Furthermore, the first man posed another question. What do you want to do with that bastard Kato? Kill him, kill him, kill him. What are your specialties? Kill him, kill him, kill him. Do you love the Empire? Do you love Lady Camille? Gun-ho, gun-ho, gun-ho. Anyone who loves Lady Camille, come to me later. I'll grind you into pig feed. Miger, miger, miger. This voice could it be? Due to the drastic change in tone, rather the very essence of the personality, Kenji, even with his keen hearing, had been unable to identify it. But finally, he realized who was speaking. In fact, considering the content of the conversation, there was only one person in the entire galaxy who could fit that description. And that person was a super ace renowned for their exceptional skills within the Empire, leading a newly formed unit hailed as the strongest knights in the galaxy. All right, Black Knights charge, we're going to kill that bastard Kato. Okay. A roar filled with murderous intent, akin to that of a large carnivorous beast, burst forth from the open channel. At the same time, something else rained down from afar towards the enemy forces. It was a most beautiful ray of light. However, its true nature was that of scorching heavy metal particles containing terrifying destructive energy. A beam, charged particle beams, unleashed at PL-sized output, were striking the enemy forces. The beams of light and the explosive flashes from the enemy machines that were hit, flying towards them as if to swarm were PLs with unique silhouettes, as if they had limbs attached to a massive booster pod. Though they were humanoid combat machines, their design did not even maintain the shape of a human. Moreover, what should have been manipulators were instead equipped with beam guns. Following the design philosophy of high-speed combat, their form eliminated all unnecessary elements, resembling hunting dogs. These machines rushed forward with overwhelming maneuverability, specializing solely in the annihilation of enemy entities. Any pilot who did not know the name of these PLs could be deemed a novice. Trishas, the dedicated PLs of the elite unit, the Black Knights, hailed as the strongest in the galaxy. And their leader was radiating a murderous aura from above the battlefield. In stark contrast to Trishas, the well-proportioned humanoid, almost athlete-like in appearance, was dyed in black. Its head bore a shape reminiscent of a military cap, and the design of the part corresponding to a human face exuded a certain ferocity. Drifting on both shoulders were smart weapon units serving as rifles and shields. Drifting at both waist levels were large deployable particle vibration blades. Tiffing. Without a doubt, it was a custom PL that could be considered one of the strongest in the galaxy. And piloting it was. Walgif Romanov Duke, you arrived in time. Father, having defended against the enemy prototype's kick with a standard arrow held in reverse, I let out a joyful shout at the voice that now felt almost nostalgic. Chapter 62, A Counterattack Move. In the moment my father joined the fray, my consciousness wavered, and it was then that the enemy's prototype machine launched another vicious kick, sharp enough to gouge. Iga! However, I managed to absorb the blow. By overlapping the right elbow and right knee of the archritter, I avoided a painful strike to the main body of the machine. There was no fear. I'm holding my ground. I'm fighting. That realization elevated my spirit. Already, similar attacks and defenses had been exchanged several times since earlier. There were a few reasons why this was possible. First and foremost, of course, because the enemy was unarmed. Perhaps it was due to interference with its transformation mechanism, or maybe it was simply because it was a prototype. The only weapon it possessed was a damaged beam machine gun, with no other handheld weapons or built-in armaments. Secondly, the enemy prototype had a special design where the shoulder was directly connected to the backpack, rather than following a normal frame structure to facilitate its transformation mechanism. This meant that there was no robustness in the arms to engage in a brawl, not even a blade or a cleverly designed dagger. In close combat, it could only use its legs. To put it in terms of shogi, it was as if it had lost its rook, bishop, gold, silver, knight, and lance, severely limiting its offensive capabilities. This allowed me to respond effectively. Moreover, Misteltein, piloted by Errol, was keeping the enemy's Viking at bay while looking for any opportunity to strike the enemy prototype whenever possible. This meant I had to maneuver to avoid entering the line of fire of the beam rifle, using the surrounding Vikings as shields, while also positioning my archritter within the line of fire. It was a one-on-one, yet not quite. The enemy had to divide its attention while carrying multiple handicaps. On the other hand, I was quite relaxed, as Errol was drawing the Vikings' attention with perfect support. The double and triple layers of disadvantages were overturning the overwhelming difference in our abilities, establishing an equal exchange of offense and defense. Yes, equal. Even after all this, it was still equal, but it's strong. Too strong. While crossing my arms to absorb the enemy's kick, I gritted my teeth. This thing, there was no opening to attack. If I tried to press forward even slightly, it would immediately exploit that opening and unleash a fatal kick aimed at the cockpit or joints. I could sense this because I could feel the opponent's intent through the steel machine. I suppose my experience playing tag with Errol was coming into play. The sense of reading the opponent's intentions and anticipating their moves was developing even in the midst of battle. Pilot of the prototype, can you hear my voice? If you can hear me, respond. If fighting normally was unfavorable, I would switch to another tactic. I called out through the light connection, seeking a breakthrough through verbal assault. I can hear you. Do you need something from me, miss? Surprisingly, or perhaps not so surprisingly, the opponent not only responded readily, but even opened a communication window. There appeared a face. It was something quite bizarre. After all, even though a face was showing, the face itself was not visible. The opponent wore a full-face helm that resembled a futuristic version of the helmets worn by warriors from the Warring States period. Moreover, the lower half was covered in a black coat that radiated a distinctly cybernetic shine. What is this? What is this? What's with that mask and coat? Super cool. Yeah, thanks. So what do you need? That's right. Oh no, I had tried to create an opening for the opponent, but instead, I had left myself wide open. Hastily positioning the Archritter, I continued with my words. Surrender. With the intervention of the Black Knights led by my father, the tide of battle has already turned in our favor. Don't you think further resistance is meaningless? Surrender now and hand over that awesome mask and coat to me. I didn't expect that. Well then, I see, you are the daughter of Duke Romanov. Interesting. The gaze directed at me through the communication window and the mask. What kind of gaze was it? I could say for certain, observation. On top of that, I could feel various intentions layered within it. Also, it was very clear that the opponent was quite perplexed. I don't know what's so interesting about it. Completely. I don't know if it's completely interesting, but as I said earlier, surrender, do you understand? There's no need to fight anymore. We can understand each other, you know. We can understand each other. The masked figure seemed taken aback by my words. I see. We can understand each other. You fell for it, you naive fool. With arrows still gripped in both hands, the Archritter unleashed a powerful right straight. But this wouldn't reach. The enemy prototype quickly lifted its left leg, blocking the strike with the part that would correspond to a human shin. What? I could only be astonished. No way had my surefire strategy that could take down any opponent been seen through. Ha ha ha, I didn't even need to sense that you were thinking something so clever. Since you yourself have no intention of calling for surrender, it seems we have no choice but to fight to the end. While positioning the arrows in reverse grip, I slightly withdrew the Archritter. Since we're connected, I might as well introduce myself, though it's just a code name. You can call me Vanguard, from now on. The enemy prototype lowered its posture slightly. Here it comes. Nice to meet you. Though the enemy's machine boasted its transformation into a fighter aircraft, its mobility in humanoid form had been thoroughly proven in previous battles. What came next was a roundhouse kick, judging by its stance. I would evade it, 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 but I would not evade it. Crack. A catastrophic sound and vibration, and the shock reverberated through the left arm of the machine. The enemy prototype's beautifully executed roundhouse kick had shattered the Archritter's left arm, breaking it down to the internal frame. Ew. Ignoring the shock that the gravity control system couldn't completely nullify, I roared. With my uninjured right hand, I drove an arrow into the enemy's right leg. Thud! What I felt through the control stick was definite feedback. The embedded arrow had surely reached the internal frame of the opponent's machine. What? Now Vanguard was filled with true astonishment. The enemy had expected me to evade, but I had not, instead bringing us into a mutual strike position. You said you could sense it. I shouted at the opponent, who still had the communication window open. Chapter 63, Awakening. The sense of unease had been present since the battle over the maintenance dock. The enemy prototype, specifically the pilot Vanguard, displayed behavior that seemed as if it could see into the future or perhaps read the thoughts of Yuri and Jog. If that were the case, then the performance of our machines was certainly not lacking, and the skills of the two pilots were exceptional, yet they were easily toyed with. However, if that were all, it would merely be a sense of discomfort. It was a small, insignificant oddity, merely observing without even firing a functioning beam rifle. But considering that I, too, had begun to develop a similar sensation, perhaps it first emerged when the transport ship was attacked by the scavengers, I could no longer ignore it. Indeed, at first, I thought it was just a heightened intuition. I even tried to convince myself that it was akin to the sensations gained from online competitive gaming. Yet, deep down, I realized that those were merely excuses. I had begun to sense the thoughts, or rather, the intentions of my opponents. Certainly, the operation had been a resounding success. The performance of the Archritter had provided an unexpected level of feedback. But that alone could not explain why an inexperienced pilot was able to shoot down an enemy PL equivalent to an entire company. It was because I sensed the enemy's thoughts and intentions, allowing me to anticipate their moves, that we achieved such results. Adding to this was Vanguard's statement. It was something I didn't even need to feel. He had indeed said that, and the words he let slip were the truth. No doubt about it. This one can read the opponent's thoughts. If one were to think about it normally, it would be an absurd notion. Could someone really understand their opponent perfectly with a sudden insight? Isn't that the stuff of your beloved mecha anime? One would likely dismiss it with a laugh. Yet, what was happening to me was nothing but absurdity. After all, I had been reincarnated as the villainess from an Otome game I played in my previous life, hadn't I? I am Camille Romanov, after all. Thus, from my perspective, all forms of absurdity could potentially become rationality. And the moment I understood that Vanguard could read minds, I correctly recognized the changes occurring within me. At the same time, I became convinced. I can prevent it, Sua. The Archritter, sacrificing itself to pin down the enemy, fully activated the planet reactor. In a moment of vulnerability, the enemy Ritter, having pierced Kagurasu's right leg with an arrow, launched a kick toward us with acrobatic grace. What seemed to target my head was, in fact, not a kick at all. Using the leg that had ensnared my head as an axis, it was attempting to mount me by rotating. What is this? What kind of enemy is this? As Vanguard reacted a beat too late to counter, he muttered internally. The optical connection remained intact. Displayed in the communication window was nothing more than a young girl. Yet to Vanguard, she appeared as something dreadfully ominous. No doubt about it. Since she cannot be a leak from her origin, she must be of the same generation. But what is this powerful guard? Certainly, if she were also a high human, it would be possible to guard against thought waves. However, what this girl was doing was something of a different nature. To put it simply, jamming. It was as if another person resided within the small girl, disrupting the thought waves. Thus, the anticipation based on sensing thought waves, an entirely normal combat method for a high human, became completely ineffective. This was akin to a common person suddenly losing their sight or hearing. Even Vanguard felt unsettled by this. It provided an opening for the enemy to exploit. With this machine, Kagurasu was a well-crafted machine, but to achieve transformation into a fighter form, its joint mobility was inferior to that of a standard PL. In contrast, the enemy Ritter, likely designed to handle bows and arrows, possessed a range of motion comparable to that of a human body. It was now attempting to entangle me and apply a joint lock. An overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation. Don't underestimate me, I shouted while maneuvering Kagurasu. Even if the abilities of a high human were ineffective, Vanguard's skills were anything but ordinary. While preventing the mount, I delivered a fierce elbow strike to the enemy's chest. Doing such a thing with Kagurasu's fragile arms would certainly inflict damage on myself as well. But such considerations were now irrelevant. Not yet. Without flinching, the enemy Ritter seized my left arm with its right hand. What followed was an attack one would never expect to see in a mecha battle. A headbutt. Iga. The sensors concentrated in my head sustained significant damage, causing part of the main monitor to black out. If I were to do such a thing, the enemy's machine would surely suffer similar damage. Yet, this girl did not stop. Yours is merely a prototype. My Ritter is superior. Receiving the girl's roar, the enemy Ritter retrieved something from its quiver on its back. That was a grenade arrow. Damn it! Vanguard, trying to escape the threat, found his path blocked by a punch from the enemy Ritter's broken left arm, akin to a petulant child. Without knocking it to the bow, the grenade arrow was thrown. It detonated behind Kagurasu. Oh! The shockwave of the explosion struck Kagurasu's back. Perhaps fearing collateral damage, the detonation occurred at a distance from us, outside the grenade's effective range. However, the damage inflicted was immense. Did we lose the thruster? Of the two main thrusters located on the back of the machine, one had ceased functioning. The other had also experienced a drop in plasma jet output. This was a critical component for mobility in both humanoid and fighter forms, and with this, Kagurasu had lost more than half of its combat capability. I don't want to admit it, but I found myself smiling beneath the mask. There was frustration. Yet more than that, a greater emotion stirred within the heart of the warrior. Lady, this time you win. Following Vanguard's command, Kagurasu assumed a position akin to sitting cross-legged, with both feet facing the enemy machine. What followed was a torrent of plasma jet. This act was not aimed at causing damage, but rather to blind and hinder. Even the fearless girl was momentarily halted by this. The opportunity was here. Though it felt somewhat awkward, Kagurasu completed its transformation and sped away from the rose garden. Mistletane's valiant efforts, and the earlier explosion from the grenade arrow, had created an opening for Vanguard's retreat. I shall see you again. Next time I will bring my own machine. I struck a salute toward the communication window. Wait, if you acknowledge defeat, leave behind that mask and coat. Before I could finish hearing the girls shout, the optical connection was severed, and Vanguard completed his retreat. Chapter 64, Fierce Cannon. Camille, are you all right? After witnessing the enemy's prototype transform and flee, Errol called out to the Archritter. The damage to the Archritter was severe. The left arm was completely destroyed at the elbow joint, rendering it useless. As a result of performing a headbutt against another humanoid combat machine, most of the sensors mounted on the head appeared to be dead. Additionally, the chest armor had suffered considerable damage and burn marks from enemy strikes and the plasma jets of its leg thrusters. However, as expected of a masterpiece, though the armor area had been reduced to secure the range of motion in the joints, it was immediately clear that the cockpit block was intact. No problem here. Unfortunately, we let that pilot, the Vanguard, escape. In confirmation of Errol's speculation, Camille's voice communication came back. More importantly, it seems the outcome has been decided. Yes, it appears that those present here have given up as well. Responding to Camille's voice, Errol scanned the camera eyes of his beloved Mistletaine. Just moments ago, the ruffians who had eagerly attacked them with the intent to take them down were now their irregular PL. Yet the killing intent had vanished from them, and perhaps reflecting the despair of their pilots, each machine drooped, lowering their left-arm-mounted machine guns. There were 3 reasons for their loss of fighting spirit. The first was, of course, Errol and Mistletane's combat capabilities. Despite being attacked by such a number, Errol had only sustained minor hits to his shield. Moreover, even those hits had been absorbed by the smart weapon unit's functions, effectively allowing him to fight through unscathed. On the other hand, a considerable number of the ruffians had been destroyed by direct hits from beams, so they could hardly choose to continue fighting. The second reason was the escape of the so-called skilled pilot known as the Vanguard. For them, that pilot and the prototype variable machine he piloted were undoubtedly their ace and a beacon of hope. With him abandoning them to flee, their morale had plummeted. However, from the Vanguard's perspective, they were merely a hindrance, so it might be reasonable for him to abandon them. The final reason, the third, was the flashes and explosions emanating from the fleet, led by Chako and the open communications. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them, kill them. Had Duke Romanov and the Black Knights always been this lively? In any case, the enemy's main fleet was being thoroughly ravaged by the reinforcements that had appeared, Tiffing and 9 Trishas. Even if it was just 10 machines as reinforcements, they were not to be underestimated. The content of the communications was alarming, but they were an elite PL unit said to be the strongest in the galaxy. Moreover, they were engaging from above, establishing a pincer attack with the Chako scavengers' allied forces. It is a timeless truth that armies are weak against pincer attacks. As a result, the beams fired by the Black Knights transformed the enemy's PLs and warships into explosions of light. Father, you did well. I never thought you would actually make it in time. Connecting the cruisers and using them like disposable boosters. If you do that, the booster ships will naturally be out of commission for a while. Only a lord of a great territory could afford such extravagance. I shrugged lightly in the cockpit. After this, how to explain to the Duke and the Black Knights that Camille had fought on the front lines might be the greatest challenge of this battle. Well, putting that aside, did we win? That's up to Kenji. That won't be a problem. A voice communication from Kenji came through on the Allied channel. At the same time, an image was sent over. It was a selfie taken with a camera built into a manipulator, showing Kusanagi aiming an anti-ship sword at the enemy flagship's bridge. As you can see, I have succeeded in subduing the enemy commander. Heh, I would love to slice him down right now, but if you do that, it will complicate matters for you in the post-battle investigation, won't it? Just hold him down firmly. Be careful that the enraged Duke and the Black Knights don't crush the bridge. That's right, killing Kato is my job. Camille, let's discuss that later. I replied with a wry smile to the girl's words, still burning with anger over the complete destruction of the spoils, the Viking. It seems that Wolfgang Romanov's temperament has been firmly inherited by his daughter along with his blood. Anyway, this battle is over. To the enemy machines, I declare, your flagship has already been subdued. Give up any further resistance and disarm yourselves. Is it over? Leaving the surrender announcement to Errol, I murmured as I leaned my full weight into the seat. What weighed heavily on me was an unprecedented sense of fatigue. It felt like I had swum with all my might. I felt as if every single cell that made up my body had released all the energy it had stored. At this point, I was just a 12-year-old girl. Unable to resist the drowsiness, my once sharpened consciousness had become terribly scattered and dull. I'm sorry, Ritter, I've pushed you too hard again. Naturally, there was no response from my beloved machine. Only the camera eye, broken from the headbutt against the enemy prototype, displayed a noisy image on the half-dead main monitor. I need to apologize to Yuri and the craftsman. Even as I said that, I felt more pride than remorse, likely because I had managed to defeat that enemy pilot, the Vanguard. He was strong, but I had one against him. There were various factors at play. There was also the strange awakening of abilities, an event I would have to think deeply about in the future. But for now, let us revel in this victory. It was then that I felt a tingling sensation at the nape of my neck. This was undoubtedly an intent to attack. It was aimed at this arch-ritter. Where? I looked around, but my head's damage became a hindrance. The main monitor was more than half blacked out, and the remaining parts were filled with noise. Other sensor systems were barely functioning, and there was no way I could find the source of the killing intent. Camille. What happened? Something is attacking. It was then that I finally realized, behind Misteltain, a part of the enemy base, which could only be described as a supersized scrap art, was operational. It appeared to be a repurposed section of a discarded cruiser, now pointing its remaining secondary guns at us. Not just for decoration, it still had offensive capabilities. Evade. I tried to move the control stick, but it was too late. Before I could do anything, I caught the light of charged particles being emitted from the secondary guns in a slow-motion-like sensation. Naturally, evasive maneuvers must be performed before the enemy fires, otherwise they are meaningless. Death, that singular fact dominated my mind. Don't just stand there. With the voice communication, a red machine appeared on the noisy monitor. Stop if the battleship's guns from the Rose Garden incinerate Khalidbalg. Jog, who is normally piloting it, will burn to death. Please don't die, Jog. If you fall here, where will Camille Chan's mischievous face be shown? It's all right. I've already generated a new design for Khalidbalg. Chapter 65, Jog dies. When pirates raid, the most important thing to be wary of is the counterattack that occurs when you think everything is settled. Those aboard the transport ships designated as prey are still human. In these times when pirates run rampant, it goes without saying that they arm themselves at the very least. A typical example would be a handgun. Indeed, Jog's father was shot and killed by a hidden handgun of an enemy crew member just as the plundering was coming to an end. Even when a group has been thoroughly demoralized, there are always individuals lurking, waiting for an opportunity to strike back. Camille Romanov, this damned woman, was precisely the target of the secondary cannon of a derelict ship that had been secretly aiming at her. The one controlling it could either be a fool who can't read the situation, a reckless idiot ready to fight to the bitter end, or someone who lost a comrade in this battle. That part doesn't matter. What is certain is that a beam of the caliber of a warship was targeting the custom Ritter. And this Kalidbolg, which had come to check on the situation, could indeed intercept the line of fire. What? Jog-kun. Ignoring the astonished damned woman, I maneuvered the Kalidbolg to cover the enemy ship. The shockwave roared from behind at that moment. Gua! It felt as if my entire body were encased in a shield. The Kalidbolg boasted a sturdiness that was incomparable to a standard PL, yet even it had its limits. Moreover, having taken a beating throughout the battle, the rear armor finally allowed a beam to breach, and I could sense the charged particles bursting within, inflicting fatal damage to the main body. Damn it. Even though it's a base that looks like a collection of junk, they sure maintain their artillery well, being tossed around by impacts that the weakened gravity control system couldn't nullify. I must have hit my head against the console multiple times. Blood from my forehead blurred my vision. The cockpit was filled with the sound of alarms. This machine wouldn't hold much longer. Gah. Yet, as I scanned with the camera eye, I saw Misteltain destroying the troublesome secondary cannon with its beam rifle. It seemed that this was enough to ensure my safety. No, I don't want this. Though I wasn't operating it, perhaps some malfunction had activated the communication line. A communication window opened on the submonitor, displaying the face of the damned woman. She was crying, her well-formed face twisted into a grimace as she screamed in anguish. Maybe this isn't so bad. This kind of climax, seeing her face, for some reason, I was enveloped in a sense of satisfaction. The remaining subordinates, well, they would probably treat her well enough. That's the contract. I had done everything I could, and in the end, I was able to protect this woman. Not a bad life, I thought. I found myself staring at the communication window. The words I would likely hear for the last time in my life. What would they be? My Kalidbolg is Ara. Ah, this is something I can't die without regretting. Uo. The moment I realized this, my hazy consciousness snapped back to alertness. I pressed the switch at the neck of my spacesuit, and the helmet glass covered my head. PSHH. And at that moment, the cockpit hatch opened with the sound of air escaping. It was likely a malfunction due to a breakdown. However, to Jog, it felt like a call from his beloved machine saying it was no time to be dead. Here I go. Protecting my head with crossed arms, I leaped out. Then, as expected, the damned woman's Ritter caught me with its right hand. It pulled away from the Kalidbolg, which was about to explode. Hathy, what a flashy end, huh? I murmured as I watched the explosion from a safe distance. The initial explosion had originated from the core of the machine, the thoroughly tuned planet reactor. Following that, the super-large boosters on both shoulders also detonated. It was a spectacular explosion, as if 3 standard PLs had burst simultaneously. Farewell, partner. Not a single piece of debris remained. I saluted my beloved machine, which had embodied the essence of the scavengers in its final moments. That's a lie. I wanted to play more with you. The damned woman's wailing voice echoed within the helmet glass, ruining the moment. Even after launching into the galaxy and living on artificial land, or perhaps because of it. The desire for moisture in the stored water is something that stems from the fact that humans, as a species, originated from the Mother Sea. Thus, even in this Chako, dominated by a cyberpunk Japan atmosphere, there exists a certain demand for pools. Especially, the night pool at Hotel New Ede was exceptional in both scale and ambience. Well, even though it's called a night pool, this colony is night all day long. In the midst of the garish neon lights dancing in Chako, there was a solemn yet high society water paradise illuminated by indirect lighting. However, those gathered there were nothing but burly men in swimsuits. Cheers! Ignoring the welcome drinks that had been prepared, the members of the scavengers tilted their beer mugs. Who would have thought that a bunch of misfits like us would celebrate at such a fancy hotel pool? Absolutely, it's all thanks to the new captain. Ah, if I had stuck with the old captain, I might have ended up under Kato and in chains. Compared to that, those who answered Kato's call were unlucky. Well, the fact that there's a chance of losing is what makes it a gamble. In our case, though, we were taken in by Camille-chan before Kato even called us. We really were lucky. No doubt about it. And besides, if we're going to join someone, it's better to be with a cute girl than an old man like Kato. The former pirates were making a ruckus. Meanwhile, a group of similarly burly men in swimsuits cast sharp glances at them. However, due to their positions, they occasionally participated in formal ceremonies, so there was a certain nobility even among their well-trained physiques. Moreover, their physical conditioning appeared to be more practical for combat. Their true identities were. I don't like this. Listening to them, it sounds as if they are the foremost vassals of Lady Camille. Indeed. Lady Camille is the princess of our Black Knights and of the Romanov Principality. How dare they act like direct vassals in our presence? They are 100 years too early. They were the Black Knights, the heroes of this battle. Naturally, their father and others were also present at this celebration. The Black Knights and former pirates, now ignited with rivalry, glared at each other closely. In such moments, how do men settle their disputes? There are various ways, but in this case, then let's have a contest. Let's see who can drink the most tequila from that bar over there first. Sounds good. Tomorrow, you'll be regretting it while throwing up. It seemed they had decided on a drinking contest. Bunch of idiots. In a sheer white bikini, I was sitting poolside sipping a drink, and I muttered with a cold gaze. Chapter 66, Yuri's Regret. While the adults were drinking and making a ruckus. As for Yuri, despite having changed into his swimsuit, he lay on a sunbed, sighing at the display of his tablet, without swimming in the pool or enjoying any drinks or food. The numbers lined up on the tablet screen. They were the record data of each PL that had been deployed. The recording device, also known as the black box, contained a wide variety of data, but what was organized here was the number of enemy aircraft shot down by each unit. Moreover, this table was created using a spreadsheet software that had hardly changed its functions since ancient times, arranged in order of the highest number of enemy kills. At the very top of the text. In other words, who was the ace who scored the most in this battle? What's this? Graham, that's the artillery PL you made, right? With 23 enemy kills and 4 sunk cruisers, you're the undisputed top ace, aren't you? So why are you sighing like this? Aces are supposed to be celebrated at the center of attention, aren't they? Peering over his shoulder at the tablet was Jog Renand, one of the few peers present. He had a bandage on his injured head, but aside from that, he had no major injuries and was dressed in a swimsuit, clearly eager to swim. Considering he had been shot down, his aircraft exploding, it could be said he was quite lucky. I'm not satisfied at all. I originally intended to wipe out the enemy fleet all by myself. Even though I was piloting the most powerful unit, in the end, it was the Black Knights led by my father who delivered the decisive blow. He confessed his feelings, filled with frustration. In his mind, he had envisioned moving much more effectively. However, in actual combat, he was relentlessly pursued by the enemy Ritter squadron, and the only time he could fight with overwhelming firepower was during the initial strike, when the mobile weapon PL seriously dispersed and each took evasive maneuvers. Even the massive beams from battleship-class units and the diffused beam cannon, which fell like meteors, were not easy to hit. Naturally, the enemy pilots were also desperate to stay alive, and the Ritter they piloted was a masterpiece said to be unlikely to see mass production for over 20 years. But that was just an excuse. If I had fought better, if I had wiped out the enemy, the young lady wouldn't have been caught off guard by an unexpected attack. No, before that, I shouldn't have even let her engage that prototype. If I had achieved greater results, they would have prioritized coming after me instead. That prototype, rather, it was a grievous mistake to have let the high human engage with Camille. Given that he had been revealed as a high human in the previous battle, he had underestimated the situation, thinking they would prioritize him. The fact that Camille survived was, to put it bluntly, merely the result of several strokes of luck. Well, you say that, but The boy, one of those strokes of luck, scratched his oddly shaped red hair. You've done your best and achieved results, so you should be satisfied for now. I, on the other hand, wrecked my beloved machine, you know. Compared to that, you're doing far better, right? Honestly, I'm really envious of your position. Are you joking? That girl was crying over her machine being damaged, while the person who protected her was in dire straits. Lucky you. Hey. Ignoring the shock jog, Yuri murmured in bliss. To have that girl genuinely mourn the loss of her machine. That would be the greatest happiness in this world. And if he could attain that honor, he would even consider it a worthy end if he were to accidentally explode alongside her. Well, if that's what you want, yeah. Anyway, about the new Khalidbalg. Jog shook his head and blatantly changed the subject. Is it really that difficult to make it exactly the same as before? Well, yes. I've touched it a bit, but the connection to the reactor tune and the ship booster was literally a work of divine skill. When I compared it with what I heard at Chako's secret factory, it seems it was crafted by a retired master craftsman. Right. My dad commissioned that, and he mentioned something like that. So, it seems impossible after all. I wouldn't say it's impossible. It's worth a challenge. However, going through the trouble of bringing out an old model for a complete overhaul and acquiring a ship booster doesn't make much sense in terms of cost or future considerations. More importantly, charging in at super acceleration and striking while being shot at is far too exhausting for normal combat, even if it might work for pirate raids. Since we're getting full support from Kenji, it would be better to keep the high mobility concept and rethink it entirely. That makes sense. Still, I don't think battles like this one will happen often. Jog, with his arms crossed, hesitated to speak. Given the intervention of the high human, there was no doubt that they were plotting a serious invasion. However, discussing that would also mean revealing his own secrets. That determination was something Yuri couldn't muster. What are you talking about? Whoa. At that moment, a voice called from the pool. A girl peered in at them, tilting her head. It was unmistakably Camille Romanov, but how provocative she looked in her current state. Having entered the water, the sheer part of her bikini clung tightly to her skin. The lines of her body, growing as a young woman, were clearly emphasized. To begin with, being in a bikini was practically like wearing underwear, and the small area of white fabric was far too dazzling in the night pool. Well, it's a serious conversation, a serious one. They exchanged glances with Jog, trying to brush it off. But it was obvious they were both sneaking glances at Camille while pretending not to. Well, that's fine, but still. The provocatively dressed young lady stared intently at them. Unfortunately, Yuri-kun is a boy, isn't he? I was seriously shocked too. What are you saying? His overly blunt remark left him flustered. He was a proper boy, and there was no reason for anyone to complain about him wearing male swimwear. But what about you, young lady? Is it all right to leave your father alone? He was talking about various things just a moment ago. That was just some intense parental bonding. Camille's expression turned distant at the mention. After the battle, Wolgaf Romanov's reaction to seeing his daughter in combat was dramatic. He had been flustered at the sight of his own daughter in battle and had continued to carry her around like a small dog, holding her in a princess carry. Camille, perhaps feeling a bit guilty, had offered various self-justifications while allowing it to happen. Had she finally been released from that? Right now, he's having serious discussions with Kenji and Errol. As she spoke, the girl's gaze shifted. There, across a cafe table, the heads of noble families were indeed facing each other with serious expressions. Chapter 67, The Crawling Shad. Well then, how shall we execute that bastard Kato? Your Highness, please calm down. It's too early to kill him. Indeed. We must extract as much information from him as we can. Kenji, in his swimsuit and sunglasses, agreed with this sentiment. Though they were at a night pool in a luxury hotel, his loyal dog Yasuke was, as expected, by his side. Now, about the information. You've already squeezed out some, haven't you? The Lord of the Galaxy's largest noble territory grimaced, gripping his cocktail glass as if to shatter it. He was originally a man who seemed to embody intimidation in human form. But now he had literally transformed into an ogre, and it was a relief that his anger was directed at Kato, not at Camille, who was preparing for battle. Of course, his virtue lies in his decisiveness. He has revealed everything he was asked about. However, we cannot overlook the need for corroboration through investigation. With that preface, Kenji began to speak about Kato's confessions. First, regarding this rebellion. While Kato is the one who instigated it, it seems there is another mastermind who set the stage. However, the content was so absurd that it was hard to believe it came from the mastermind himself. A mastermind, you say? So, are you implying that Kato was incited by someone to commit such a grand act? Is he just spouting nonsense to save his own skin? What kind of person does he name as the instigator? Errol's words were met with agreement from Walgef. He mentioned Vanguard and claimed that Kato was in league with him. That pilot who stole the prototype and was adept at handling it in actual combat. That pilot Hus. When the prototype was mentioned, Errol recalled the battle near the enemy base, which had been dubbed the Rose Garden. The situation had clearly favored them. Due to the presence of a hindering allies machine, that variable fighter had fought in a state that completely compromised its supposed mobility. Yet, it had not been taken down. Moreover, it had even allowed for a duel-like confrontation with Camille, which was a source of deep regret for Errol. Of course, there was the reason that he had to prevent the rabble from attacking Camille. But at critical moments, that prototype had always created situations where Errol could not attack, such as placing Camille's machine in the line of fire. It was as if it had eyes on its back, or perhaps it could foresee the future. Otherwise, its behavior was so uncanny that it felt almost unsettling. With that in mind, he spoke. Indeed, that pilot is an enigma. However, whether he could incite a rebellion against the Count's house is another matter. Indeed, it seems Kato, harboring resentment for having fled the battlefield, is merely trying to shift the blame. Yet, evidence has emerged to support this. At Kenji's words, Walgef and Errol exchanged glances. What kind of evidence? The facility they were secretly constructing. Kato had named it the Rose Garden. The gravity-controlled device used there clearly exceeds current technological capabilities. The data. As Kenji called out, Kikyo, the store manager who had changed from her sailor uniform into a seductive swimsuit, quietly presented a tablet. Receiving it, Kenji turned the screen toward them. This size and effective rain. Is this for real? He gasped at the displayed specifications. The gravity-controlled device. By generating gravity particles, it allows for the manipulation of G-forces, and while it is currently installed in PL-sized machines, its protective range is surprisingly small. For example, in the case of PL, it occupies a significant portion of the chest mechanism, yet barely manages to cover the main body of the machine. Thus, whether it be this space colony they were standing in or a spaceship, the challenge of maintaining a comfortable gravity for humans while maximizing space in virtually all space structures had always been a headache. Therefore, Errol, naturally Walgef as well, was well aware of the general specifications of the current devices. In light of that, this was. Are you kidding me? If something like this were practical, there would be a breakthrough in the galaxy. Walgef's words echoed Errol's sentiments. However, those who actually investigated the interior have successfully secured the device. A demonstration experiment will be conducted soon, and according to the engineers, it is expected to perform according to the specifications. Ahem. The blind Count's words elicited a grunt from the man known as the Iron Man. Kenji's calm words carried the weight of truth. If such a device was actually developed by a company or engineer, what reason would they have to provide it to someone like Kato? They could announce it on the public stage and reap enormous profits. Then, the matter is simple. Walgef interrupted Errol, downing his cocktail in one gulp. He slammed the glass onto the cafe table. The organization that provided this? Yes, an organization. That organization likely has no interest in such straightforward profits. To add, for the man known as Vanguard, or the organization he leads, this device is not a precious technology. After all, it was provided to the mastermind of a rebellion, which has already been confiscated. What kind of people are they? No, what is happening within this empire? A chill ran down the spines of the two older men as they reached their conclusion. Though they held non-alcoholic cocktails in their hands, they felt an urge to borrow the strength of alcohol at that moment. Now then, we must report this to His Majesty, but how shall we convey it? No need. I just heard it. The voice that answered was neither Errol's nor Kenji's. It was simply a man who casually passed by them. Dressed in a boomerang swimsuit and sunglasses, his voice was one that would startle the three present. Hey, I'll deal with you all later. For now, I want to have a chat with that adorable little kit. He cut off Walgaf's words, and the gaze behind the sunglasses was directed at none other than Camille. She was now in the pool, seemingly engaged in conversation with Yuri and Jog. Still, declaring such a thing in front of this doting duke about his own daughter could easily lead to an immediate and violent end. No. The Iron Man remained silent, unable to utter a word. And rightly so, this person was. Well then, see you later. He waved his hand lightly and walked toward Camille. Chapter 68, Galactic Emperor Cars Lombardo. Why not attach a bigger booster? That way, we could make a machine that surpasses the previous speed, right? But if we do that, it won't be able to maneuver at all, will it? That was a problem when we fought the prototype called Kagurasu, and even when we battled the Ritter squadron of the fleet. True, it's not ideal to assume we'll get hit every time. The previous Kalidbolg was not suited for anything other than space combat. Since we have the talent to manipulate such speed, we should create a machine that can make better use of it. As I was having this conversation with the two on the poolside, Jog suddenly fell silent. The boy with a bandage on his forehead stared at me intently. What's wrong? Nothing. When I asked, he turned his face away. It seemed he had hit his head pretty hard when he took a hit for me, but perhaps the impact was worse than expected. According to the doctor, it was just a minor cut. Hey, you all look like you're having fun, genius kids. The voice came as we were exchanging words like that. Who are you? Yuri, holding a tablet, looked up at the person with a somewhat suspicious expression. And it was understandable. In the night pool, which should have been reserved under Kenji's lordly authority, this person was completely unfamiliar. Of course, I didn't know every soldier from the Chako-affiliated army or every member of the scavengers. But it was the aura. This man exuded a different kind of atmosphere from those types of people. Me. Well, I'm like this. The man said as he took off his sunglasses with a snap. Revealed was a very handsome face, yet somehow friendly and approachable. If I had to compare him to an actor, he resembled Taron Egerton. He looked to be in his mid-30s, but there was something about him that made him seem a bit younger, a Caucasian man. And seeing that face, which seemed to suffice as identification, sent a jolt through my mind. He never appeared in Personal Lovers. Yet his influence was immense, and of course, I knew that face well. Having been raised in a sheltered environment, I had never met him directly, but considering our positions, it was likely I would have an audience with him sooner rather than later. Yes, he was the person with the greatest power in this galaxy. What's this? Old man, are you some kind of celebrity? The galaxy's biggest idiot squatted down and began to glare. I hurriedly climbed up to the poolside and gave that fool a punch. W8 blood, did the wound open? Ignoring the idiot holding his forehead, I looked over at Yuri. He had a face of utter shock. Yeah, he definitely seemed to recognize him. Well, if it isn't His Majesty Cal's Lombard, what brings the Galactic Emperor to a place like this? Though he was in a swimsuit and had no skirt, I bowed in a curtsy motion. I spoke in a super explanatory tone to enlighten the fool who didn't understand. No need for that. No need for that. But is the pirate boy okay? You could have gone a little easier on him, couldn't you? He's tough enough to handle it, so he's fine. I answered firmly to the Emperor, who looked a bit taken aback. Beside me, Yuri, who had gotten up from the sun, was somewhat kneeling. And Jog was desperately trying to stop the bleeding on his forehead, but it was probably convenient since he couldn't act disrespectfully. Esso, why are you here? Well, you see, this place is pretty close to the Imperial Star, so it's practically my backyard, right? If a rebellion were to break out here, of course, I'd be concerned. Is the method a secret? Even a useless emperor like me has to deal with various matters. Saying this, Emperor Cals sat down on the sun in place of Yuri. Then, with a cheerful expression, he looked around at us. Still, I was surprised. Such small and cute kids are making a big splash in this rebellion. One is an ace pilot, the other is a strategist and a hidden ace. Emperor Cals looked back and forth between Yuri and me. Then he shifted his gaze to Jog, who was still in the midst of stopping the bleeding. That poor boy over there got shot down, but he caused quite a stir in the enemy ranks, and his pirate crew boasts considerable strength. Ah, and now he's under your command, right? So, Camille, what do you plan to do with them moving forward? I was thinking of recommending them to Lord Kenji as Kato's replacement. With the person who controlled the underworld of Chako gone, there will be chaos. At my words, Emperor Cal's nodded in agreement. Well, that's a better choice. Given the limited employment opportunities, you can't just take them to the Romanov territory. However, they are pirates after all. Managing the underworld is a bit of a heavy burden, especially since the leader is a kid. The Emperor's words reflected the holes in the plan that I was also concerned about. That said, as he pointed out, this was the better option. It was undoubtedly a way to repay the scavengers while keeping the chaos in Chako under control. So, with that said, today, His Majesty Emperor Cowles has prepared a very nice plan. As if he had sensed my feelings, Emperor Cowles clapped his hands. A plan, you say? It's a wonderful proposal. You can travel all over the galaxy, unlimited snacks, plus unlimited rides on PL. What, is that true? Unlimited rides on PL. Those words hit me like a critical hit, and I leaned forward eagerly. After all, even though I was angry at Kato this time, I had caused quite a bit of trouble. Knowing my father, there was a chance he might say I wouldn't be allowed to touch PL for the rest of my life. So this proposal was like a lifeline. Moreover, the one suggesting it was none other than Emperor Cowles. Even my father would find it hard to refuse such a decision. My heart raced with excitement. I eagerly awaited the next words. Though I was a bit concerned about the traveling all over the galaxy part, it was probably a minor issue. Oh, it's true. Now, as for what exactly we will do. Emperor Cowles wore a mischievous smile. I, along with Yuri, who was sweating from tension, and Jog, who seemed to have finally stopped the bleeding, were all ears, not wanting to miss the next words. Indeed, Emperor Cowles' proposal. It was something I could never have anticipated. Camille, my dear, you are going to become an idol. I'm going to be an idol. I heard an SOS ringing in my mind. Chapter 68.5, Character Chart. Romanov Grand Duchy. Camille Romanov, protagonist, 12 years old. Wolgaf Romanov, 40 years old, head of the Romanov Grand Duchy. Sebastian, 58 years old, chief butler of the Romanov Grand Duchy. Irina, 13 years old, Camille's attendant maid. Targets of pursuit. Errol Rannog, 16 years old, head of the Rannog Duke family. Kenji Tanaka, 20 years old, head of the Tanaka Count family. Yuri Dwightening, 10 years old, Camille's personal mechanic. Jog Renand, 12 years old, captain of the space pirates Scavengers. Emperor. Cowles Lombard, 36 years old, emperor of the Galactic Empire. Vanguard the Masked Man. Chako. Yasuk Kenji's guide dog, Labrador Retriever. Mosakato, 46 years old, a figure involved in the dark side of the Tanaka Count family, now in rebellion. Kikyo, 17 years old, chairperson, manager of Youth Classroom Cafe Harmony. PL. Ritter, mass-produced machine of the Imperial Army. Tiffing, Wolgaf's dedicated machine. Misteltain, Errol's dedicated machine. Trisha's, machine dedicated to the Black Knights. Viking, an irregular PL used by pirates. Khalidbalg, Jog's dedicated machine. Kusanagi, Kenji's dedicated machine. Kagurasu, prototype developed in Chukyo. Yuri's Ritter modification proposal, designed but never manufactured. Arch Ritter, Camille's custom Ritter. Graham, Yuri's dedicated machine. Spaceships. Chinonso, mothership owned by the Black Knights. Harley, flagship of the space pirate Scavengers. Planets and colonies. Tarrant, capital star of the Romanov Grand Duchy. Chukzo, capital colony of the Tanaka Count family. Rose Garden, Kato's secret base. End of Volume 1.